Okay, good morning and welcome to the July 16th meeting of the Ventura County Planning Commission. Thank you for people who have shown up and for people who are out there watching. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Okay. Chair White,
Here.
Commissioner King,
Here.
Commissioner McPhail,
Here.
Commissioner Adukas.
Here.
Fantastic. Let's see.
Will you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The next item on the agenda, item 4, public comments. This is time set aside for comments by citizens on matters not appearing on the agenda. Is anyone in the audience wanting to make a public comment beyond what we're talking about in the main event? Hearing none, move on to item 5, approval of the minutes for June 25th.
Move approval of the minutes as presented.
Commissioner King moves approval as presented.
Second.
Commissioner McPhail seconds. Any discussion? The clerk will please call the roll. Aye.
White, Commissioner King,
Aye.
Commissioner McPhail,
Aye.
Commissioner Adukas.
Aye.
Thank you. Something.
Okay, now I'm going to make some announcements about how this meeting will operate. And I'm going to read from a script. I don't know if we're going to put it on the wall or not.
We'd like to have this one up, Commissioner White, so that people at home who wish to email have enough time to read that.
Okay. People are encouraged to participate in this hearing, and comments may be emailed, and they will be read into the record today. The email address is shown on the screen. It's planningpccomments@ventura.org. So if you have comments for either public comments for things not on the agenda or related to the general plan matter coming up later, that's the way to get them to us. And we'll put that up later as well.
Pardon me, Chair White.
Yes, Commissioner Adukas.
Could you read that again with the dot?
planning.pccomments@ventura.org. Thank you for that observation.
Thank you.
Okay, let me continue with the announcements. Government Center is open to the public, and we ask that you adhere to the rules of social distancing and wearing of your mask. And as I look around the room, it looks like everybody here has a mask. Additionally, in-person attendees are asked to only sit in the indicated seats when inside the board hearing room. There is additional seating in the lower plaza assembly room just down the stairwell, where the meeting will be streaming live. Again, public comments can be submitted by email 250 words or less to planning.pccomments@ventura.org. Please indicate in the subject line either Agenda Item 4, Public Comments, or Agenda Item 6, General Plan Update. Your emailed comments will be read during the allotted public comment time. We will put this announcement in this email address later so you'll see it again. For people participating in this hearing by Zoom, only members of the public who pre-registered through the Planning Division's website yesterday will be able to provide testimony via Zoom. For those who will be giving their public comments via Zoom, you will be called upon by name when it is your turn to speak. If you're having difficulties with audio, either through microphone or speakers, a phone number was included in your Zoom invite to call for audio access. You may still see the proceeding via Zoom, but your audio can be transmitted and received through your phone. Zoom attendees will be muted except when they are providing public comments. When your name is called to provide your comments, you will be unmuted by staff. After you have completed your testimony, you will be muted again and unable to speak for the remainder of the hearing unless you are called upon by the Planning Commission for additional information. However, you will still be able to see and hear the proceedings. It is important to practice the rules of decorum. Please maintain a public meeting environment conducive and welcoming to receive public comments from all members of the public. The audience is discouraged from engaging in displays of support or opposition to staff reports or public comments, including clapping, booing, hissing, or cheering that may create a disruptive or intimidating environment for members of the public wishing to speak. Any person who disrupts a meeting will be instructed to cease the disruptive conduct. Failure to do so may result in that person being removed from the meeting. Building security is monitoring and the sheriff is available. This is a public meeting, so please make sure your cell phones are either muted or turned off. Parking lot G, close to the entrance here, has a 3-hour parking limit. The county will ticket those vehicles exceeding the 3-hour limit. I suggest moving your vehicle to unlimited parking time in lot F, which is basically where the solar panels are. This is going to be a long day, so we will be taking breaks during the meeting. I will try to break around 10 o'clock or so those of you who wish to move their car may do so. We will break for lunch around 12:30 or so. The intent for the morning break is to have the staff presentation presented by staff and the consultant, and then take a break before we open it up for public comment. We expect the speakers to keep their public comments short. Based on the number of speakers, I will decide an appropriate time limit for each commenter. And we know from the number of people who've signed up already for Zoom that we have a large number of people. I will limit the amount of time for speakers to 3 minutes. And we will hold you to that so that this meeting can be concluded at a reasonable hour.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner McPhail.
I know this is going to be a long meeting, even if people are only allowed 3 minutes, but there were a number of people who submitted written comments and such that are going to be highly affected by this 2040 general plan, assuming it is adopted. And I personally feel that they may need more than 3 minutes to present their concerns and their recommendations.
Okay, thank you for that comment. When we do get around to public comments, respond to Commissioner McPhail's concern. 3 minutes is a short time. We do want to hear from everybody. However, we do need to have some limitation. We can't stay here all night. When we do get around to public input here in the chambers, where people who come to the meeting to make in-person presentations, we have assigned seating for the next person to speak. And we have on deck, a seat labeled on deck, meaning they're next, like in baseball. We have the batter up, who's the speaker. We have on deck, who's the next speaker. And then behind that is in the hole. It's the second speaker after the speaker presently giving comments. So you will come, if you're in the lobby, you come in on the left side into the room and you'll see the signs on the back of the seats. And please move to those seats. There is hand sanitizer at the dais. The staff will be cleaning in between speakers. With that, I would like to move on to case number PL 17-0141, which is the general plan update. And I will now turn this over to the Planning Director, Dave Ward.
Thank you, Chair White. Commissioners, we're pleased to be here today to present to you the 2040 General Plan and EIR for your considerations and recommendations to the Board of Supervisors. Today, the presentation will be provided by Planning Manager Susan Curtis, and I will go ahead and turn it over to her. She does have some announcements in regards to our translation today.
Good morning, Chair White and Commissioners. Thank you for having us today. It's a pleasure to be back to see you all. My name is Susan Curtis, and I'm the Planning Manager for the General Plan Update Project. Before we launch into our portion of this presentation, I'd like to bring up Lourdes Campbell, who will share what services are available for Spanish and Mixtec language speakers.
Buenos días. Las personas que deseen escuchar la interpretación en directo en español pueden venir a las aulas y tenemos aparatos tanto para escuchar en español como para escuchar en mixteco. Las personas que estén en Zoom y quieran hacer un comentario pueden escribirlo en el recuadro que dice chat y ahí pueden anotar su pregunta, la cual con mucho gusto acá les traduciremos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Lourdes. So for today's presentation, I'd like to introduce the team that's available for questions and is also assisted on this project. We have our project planners available. We have Clay Downing, and outside of the room, we have Shelley Sussman and Carrie Simmons. We also have Kim Ulick available via Zoom. We have our consultant team that we have worked with from Minter Harnish, helping us with the preparation of the general plan, and from Ascent Environmental, who helped us prepare the environmental impact report. We have 3 consultants with that firm with us today. And then we also have Mr. Dan Torn-May with Catalyst Environmental. He provided peer review of our environmental impact report for the oil and gas section. We've got a lot to present today. So we're going to give you a broad overview of the general plan and our community engagement activities, and then we're going to move into the environmental impact report presentation. Next slide. You know what? I can't see the slides. Just getting those slides teed up. Go to the third slide. There you go. Okay, so our overview is first project phases, community engagement, the general plan, the environmental impact report, and most importantly, our staff recommendations. Next slide. So here's our project phases. We've been to you a lot for the last we've been here 4 years now working on this. And the blue phase identifies the last and final step in this project, and that's the final adoption of the general plan and the certification of our environmental impact report. Next slide. This is a timeline that shows you how long these documents have been available. We originally released what we called a preliminary public review draft of the general plan in May 2019. That was followed by a robust round of open houses and workshops and community engagement coming to your commission and to the board. We also released, subsequent to that date and the board giving us direction to prepare the general plan, we released a revised background report and also the draft general plan and the draft EIR all at the same time in January 13th, 2020. And that revised draft general plan, which is the plan that is before you today, included all of the planning, or excuse me, the Board of Supervisor directed revisions that were then wrapped into that document, and the entire document was analyzed in the environmental impact report to determine what the impacts might be based on implementation of the general plan. And we also released the EIR on that same date. So we've had everything out there since, I should say the EIR was released on the final, July 3rd. Forgive me for that. What we did on July 3rd was we released the response to public comments based on the review of the draft general plan, and also we released all of the revisions that were being done to that draft EIR and are the subject of your review again today. Next slide. So this slide looks a little busy, but what we wanted to do was show you all of the key technical documents that were developed to put together the draft general plan and the EIR. Each one of these was associated with a phase and with its own round of community engagement and decision-making and direction with your commission and the Board of Supervisors. But we thought this was just a really good way to give you the building blocks of how these final two documents of the general plan and EIR were developed. Next slide. So the building blocks of the actual general plan, they really follow sort of the overarching vision statement, which is the inspiration and foundation of that plan. We have the guiding principles. Those are central ideas and concepts that are integral to carrying out that vision. We've got goals, and they describe the ideal future conditions or topics that tend to be very general and broad. But our policies, those are clear and unambiguous statements that form the basis of decision making. And we use those policies to go back and check with those guiding principles as touchstones to make sure that what we're implementing in terms of a policy aligns with that guiding principle that's been established. Finally, we have implementation programs, and those are actions, activities, and strategies that can be taken out to carry out a policy or to achieve a specific goal. Next slide. One of the things our general plan has is a number of cross-cutting topics that address different themes. We've also applied icons to these so people know where they interlace with the different elements. We've got the climate action plan, policies and programs. We have environmental justice that's newly required in state law. We have that icon showing throughout the document where those policies are associated with those supportive actions. Healthy communities, the board asked us to integrate health in all policies, and so we have several healthy communities policies throughout the document. And finally, environmental impact report. What that icon means is that we may have a policy or an implementation program that comes from the EIR and serves as a mitigation. That's going to, in the future, tell the community and the decision makers that that particular policy is associated with a mitigation measure. And so revising that means that you actually are touching your environmental document. And so that's a good way to remind everyone where that came from. Next slide. This slide looks a little busy, but it's really just showing you the interrelationship between the top line. We have state mandated elements. And those state mandated elements, every general plan in California has to have them. And you can also have optional elements. So that's your top line you're looking at. On the left, going down, we have the chapters of our general plan, and those are essentially our elements. What we wanted to do was show you the interface between the state mandated elements and the chapters. And what you'll see is there's a lot of interrelationship between the topic areas. And that's because, as you know, planning doesn't happen in a silo. And so many things are related to each other, and our goals and policies and programs demonstrate that. Finally, our climate action appendix B, which I'll talk about further, that touches on almost every single one of our elements in this general plan. Next slide. Area plans, just as a reminder, the Board of Supervisors directed us to only reformat these. We did not do area plan updates. They did allow us to reformat them so that they have the look and feel of our new 2040 general plan. They also allowed us to pull out policies that we thought were really good for the entire unincorporated area that may have only been applicable to 1 or 2 or 3 area plans. So we used all that good work in the area plan to build on our general plan. We did not do any reformatting, or we didn't work with the coastal area plan or the Satakoy area plan because Satakoy was recently done. Coastal area plan is part of the Coastal Commission and Coastal Zone purview. But we did try to utilize our area plans to build a better general plan. Next slide. And finally, we have just our appendices to the general plan. We have a glossary, which is essentially the list of definitions for this general plan. And your planning commission, and we thank you, asked us to add a list of acronyms, which is very helpful. We also have our area plans and our community maps. We have the climate action plan, which is actually a compilation of all of the policies and programs that are cross-cutting related to the climate change and put into one place so a reader can see everything in one place. We have our Appendix C, very important, which is our SOAR ordinance. That is actually part of the general plan and adopted therein. And finally, we have the guidelines for orderly development. Next slide. So we're going to talk about our community engagement briefly. Next slide. One of the things that the board directed us to do was to really create a cross-cutting comprehensive approach to getting community input. We had several committees that helped us with technical assistance, local municipal advisory councils, our agricultural policy committee, our technical advisory committee, which was actually a compilation of county departments and experts that helped us make sure we were getting things right for the different issue areas. And we also had focus groups. Those represented local and regional issue area experts and various perspectives of those stakeholders on topic areas that ranged from agriculture to transportation to climate change. And those groups also had an auxiliary piece, which was a really robust public participation. And so while we had focus group meetings that were conversations between the members, we also included the community, and we had a really dynamic round of conversations with both groups. The Planning Commission, you serve as the advisory body for this project, and the Board of Supervisors provides us with direction, final direction, and ultimate approval of the project. I want to note that on the side here, public input has been available for every single step of this process and every group that you see on this slide. Next slide. This is just sort of our community engagement by the numbers. A couple of highlights. We've done 25 community workshops and open houses and no less than 26 presentations with community groups. We've obviously had lots of meetings with our advisory body groups, 9 work sessions with the Planning Commission and the board. Our entire community engagement campaign has been bilingual in Spanish and English. And we've also utilized a lot of the technological mediums that we're all now relying upon with regard to allowing people to participate virtually in our workshops through questionnaires and different kinds of surveys that we always made available with each open house. Next slide. I just want to highlight one of our pieces of our program, which was our Spanish language community engagement. We included in our project scope of work, as well as we have an Exhibit 4, which highlights all of our engagement summary activities in your board package for the last 4 years. All of our materials have been produced since the outset of this project in Spanish and English for our outreach activities, including our press releases and our workshop materials and information booths. We've had Spanish language interpretive services at our community workshops and at our work sessions. We added mixed deck interpretive services at the request of the public. Again, all of that has happened in all 5 phases of the project. Finally, in terms of building the team, the county was very strategic. They brought on, we had a team of 3 staff. Clay and I both speak Spanish. I am actually a certified bilingual Spanish speaker by the county, who's assigned as the point of contact for this project. So there were, for every work session or every workshop that we had, if we had anyone come in the door, whether we had formal interpretive services or not, we had a Spanish speaker and Spanish language materials where we could help them participate. Next slide. Now I'll just give you a brief overview of the general plan elements. This just gives you a list of the items included in our first chapter, which is more of an introductory chapter to the general plan, just to give you an idea of what the reader would be seeing. Next slide. So our land use element, that forms the cornerstone of the general plan. It really establishes the intensity and density of land uses in the county. We continue to adhere to our SOAR and guidelines for orderly development principles of directing urban growth away from agricultural and rural open spaces. And we also have additional guiding principles that further bolster and support this approach to our land use planning. Next slide. This just gives you a list of the sections of the land use element, so you can get a sense of the breadth of issues that are covered in this. And we're going to do this for every element so you can see the different things that's covered. We actually have addressed several new items in this general plan based on updates from state law. Chapter 2.5, environmental justice, chapter 2.8, military compatibility. Those are examples of 2 entirely new sections that jurisdictions now must include in their general plans. Next slide. Okay, so the housing element. This is required by state law. We actually, the housing elements, they help identify where land within the unincorporated area can accommodate our county's population for growth and housing affordability characteristics. We have a current housing element that's certified and in place. That housing element needs to be updated no later than October 2021. We're working on that update. But right now, our current housing element that goes through that 2014 through 2021 is still in place. We have not updated that as part of this project because that was staggered to follow, to align with state law and the allocation of the regional housing needs numbers for our jurisdiction. Next slide. Okay, the next item is the, oh, sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't on that slide. That's the housing element. That's what I wanted to emphasize in this is we do have pieces of our current general plan, which include our certified housing element. So one of your actions today that we're asking you to do is repeal the general plan and the appendices for the current general plan. But we're also, and you're not repealing it, I'm sorry, you're making a recommendation on it. We're also requesting that the certain sections be retained because those actually constitute our certified housing element. Next slide. Okay, now we're on the circulation and transportation element, which is really closely linked to our land use element. And it really ensures that our transportation infrastructure is adequate to support our planned land uses and development. So the IS update includes a new focus on multimodal transportation options in keeping with new state laws. Next slide. Again, these are the sections. Some of the new items we have to address are 4.2, regional multimodal transportation system, and items like 4.5, emerging technologies and sustainable practices. Next slide. Okay. Our public facilities and infrastructure and services element. So that provides a wide variety of policies for key issues and services and infrastructure ranging from fire protection and law enforcement to hazardous waste, libraries, public recreation. The goal is to promote the efficiency and economic vitality of our county and ensure public safety and is improved and quality of life is available for our county residents. This just, I think what this shows you is there's a lot of topics covered in this. It's obviously, it's an important element for us. And there are many items in here that nest in with our county services. This was an area where we worked really closely with our Public Works Department and as a TAC member They were instrumental in making sure that we got this right. Next slide. Our conservation and open space element. So that element addresses resources of all types, including biological, scenic, mineral, and cultural resources. The overall goal of the policies and programs in this element are to conserve and enhance and properly manage our county's resources. Next slide. So these are the topic areas, again, that you'll see in this element. And I think the primary item to note on this is it includes both resource protection and resource management. So that's one of the reasons you see items like soil and mineral resources and oil and gas resources and energy resource conservation. Next slide. Okay, we've got the hazards and safety element, and that provides for the protection of the community for a variety of hazards that include wildfires, sea level rise, coastal flooding, seismic hazards, and others. It addresses both human-caused hazards, such as risk from hazardous materials, and natural hazards, such as flooding. Next slide. This, again, tells you the breadth of the sections for this element, which, as we've all noted, has become more and more important in the last several years with a lot of our hazards that we've faced in this county. Next slide. The agricultural element. Now, this is an optional element. The board directed us to add 3 new optional elements to the general plan. And this element really focuses on the protection, preservation, and expansion of productive agriculture. So the element recognizes that agriculture plays a key role in the character and economy of Ventura County. Next slide. These are the sections of the agricultural element, and I would like to acknowledge that the Agricultural Commissioner's Office, who's part of our Technical Advisory Committee, was really instrumental in helping us craft the policies and provide those to the public and decision makers that really aligned with our agricultural community. Next slide. The water element. Sorry about that. Our water element, that's again another new element, and that brings together the policy framework to preserve and enhance water availability, quality, and quantity. So it recognizes the importance of water issues that are played out both for our quality of life and for our sustainable economy here in Ventura County. Next slide. Again, here's the issue areas that this new water element covers. Next slide. Finally, we have an economic vitality element. That, again, is a new element in the general plan. And that covers the a range of topics relating to retaining and expanding our workforce and maintaining an economic sustainable economy for Ventura County. Next slide. These are the topic areas that are covered in this element. And again, we similarly had quite a bit of input on this. We had a focus group that was dedicated to this element, or this topic area. And so this item has had a lot of involvement and community input as well. Next slide. Climate change. So the board directed us to do a climate action plan. So the state has required a couple of things, that we do climate resilience, but the climate action plan is something that the county decided that they wanted to have in this general plan. Its goal is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and our climate action plan is actually cross-cutting throughout all of the elements, but our board actually asked that we make an appendix as well, so everyone can hold those in their hand, have one copy of all of those policies and programs associated with this topic. Next slide. So this is the appendix that I mentioned. And again, it serves as our climate action plan with reflecting all of those policies integrated throughout the elements and chapters in the document. And again, the objective of this is to reduce our local greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. This is, I just want to share with you a couple of items that are general plan related and have a linkage with our environmental impact report. Next slide. One of them is level of service and the results of our general plan traffic model. We have several policies in the general plan that were carried over from the existing general plan that require that any new projects, whether they're zone changes or land use changes or discretionary development, that they don't create an unacceptable level of service. And a level of service is the ability of a roadway to accommodate prevailing traffic volumes at critical intersections based on physical characteristics of the roadway. Now, state law has changed, and no longer are we required, or can we analyze this in our environmental documents. It's been replaced by what's called vehicle miles traveled. Our consultant's going to talk more about that. But for our general plan, we needed to analyze that and understand what our level of service standards, what our level of service would mean for implementation of the general plan. So our traffic model produced both outputs for vehicle miles traveled and level of service. And I talk about this in the staff report and basically just report out that we've identified 13 roadways in our county network that are below or will drop below the current LOS standards identified in the general plan by the year 2040. Now, the way that we make sure that we try to upgrade any roadways to accommodate that level of service is we do it through our county transportation strategic master plan through the Public Works Department. And that's our mechanism to address these improvements for LOS. So what we've done is we've identified 8 of the roadways are currently in that master plan with improvements identified to reduce LOS. The remaining are not currently in there with improvements identified for that. So what that means for us, and this is we're bringing this forward to you, is this is a planning opportunity, and it's also a planning goal where we work with transportation and resource management agency to make sure that as we get new requests for development, we're coordinating with that department to ensure that if that development is going to impact a roadway, those people, and we have it in our policies, have to pay into that, to pay for the pro rata share of improvements, and that roadway is listed in that master plan. So we wanted to bring that to you because that's not going to be brought to you in a CEQA document as has traditionally happened in the past. Next slide. One other item, we just wanted to help you navigate a bit. So our EIR response to comments letters, a lot of those included recommended general plan revisions. And we noted in those response to comments that we would share all that information, which is they're all wrapped up in that response to comments document with the decision makers. But what we did do is we went through those so that we could help you navigate a little bit. And we identified that of the approximately 163 comment letters that are noted in this table, they recommended revisions to the general plan. So we broke it out by element and by policy or topic area, just so you could get a sense from the community and navigate those a little better of, what the interest was for general plan recommended revisions. But those items, again, they are wrapped up in the response to comments because those letters were part of that EIR, but they were cross-cutting, and that's the linkage we wanted to share with you today. So I'm now going to turn over the presentation to our consultants with Ascent Environmental, and I need to turn this over to Andrew, I'm blanking on his last name. Martin, I'm sorry, Andrew Martin from Ascent Environmental, if we can turn over the Zoom to him.
Hi, good morning, commissioners and everyone. Can you see and hear me okay? All right.
This is Chair White. A little louder would be better.
You got it. Thank you. All right. Well, again, good morning. I'm Andrew Martin with Ascent, and as Susan mentioned, we're part of the consultant team for the general plan and prepared the EIR four-year plan in coordination with staff. Now, because the recommended actions before you today include several related to the EIR and that are required by the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, I'm going to be providing you with a summary of the EIR and then explain its relationship to these CEQA required actions included in your recommendation today. Now, let's start on the next slide by reviewing the EIR process that got us to this point. Officially, the EIR started in January of 2019 with the notice of preparation and scoping meeting, where the county received comments on the scope of the EIR, which then informed preparation of the draft. That draft was then published in January of this year for a 45-day public review and comment period. As Susan alluded to, the county received over quite a bit of comments, over 300 comment letters on the EIR during the review period, containing over approximately 1,600 individual comments. After a close of the review period, we prepared responses to all written comments received during that time. And those were published earlier this month, as noted here, and they're included in Chapter 2 of the final EIR. The final also includes revisions to the draft made in response to public comments and some clarifying edits to the EIR made by staff. And importantly, the final EIR does not contain any significant new information, meaning the EIR does not meet CEQA requirements for recirculation for additional public review. And so that brings us up to this hearing and the actions before you today, which include recommending that the Board of Supervisors certify the EIR meets CEQA requirements and adopting CEQA findings, a statement of overriding considerations, and a mitigation monitoring program, which we'll get into before I'm done here. And now on the next slide, let's talk about the contents of the EIR that we've prepared. Now, first, it's a program EIR, which is commonly prepared for general plans. And that's because the 2040 general plan is a large project and its implementation involves many different actions. They have similar environmental effects that can be mitigated in similar ways that will occur over a long period of time, over 20 years. Now, the program EIR for a general plan, it's going to be by its very nature more general than a project level EIR for a specific project or development proposal. But those site-specific issues that do happen at the project level will still be addressed during the future CEQA review for projects that implement the general.
Andrew,
Yes,
this is Chair White. We need you to be able to speak louder. I know you can hear yourself, but it's difficult here. Is there an accommodation you can make there to project louder?
I will do my best. How's this?
It's marginally better. Are you speaking as loud as you can?
It does feel like I'm speaking very loud on my end.
I think it's better. So thank you. Please continue.
Okay, no, thank you. I appreciate the feedback. I apologize. Now, as I was saying, in regards to the program EIR, let's see here where I left off. I want to note here that the program of activities evaluated in your EIR, those are the collection of policies and programs that make up the 2040 general plan. So it's everything, including development under the land use plan. Also note that, and Susan mentioned this briefly, because the 2040 general plan is envisioned as a self-mitigating policy document, the EIR mitigation measures are crafted in the format of new or revised policies and implementation programs for inclusion in the plan itself. Now on the next slide here, let's talk a little bit about the analysis in the EIR. In summary, the EIR generally analyzes the physical environmental conditions that would occur in 2040 as a result of implementing the general plan, and then compares those conditions to existing environmental conditions. And keep in mind, in this analysis, the EIR is looking at physical changes from the whole program of activities that could result from plan implementation. Some key assumptions for analyzing future conditions are the growth projections identified by the board for the plan and build out or the development potential of the land use designations. The existing conditions are generally January 2019 when the notice of preparation was published, and they are as described in the general plan background report, which is provided in the draft EIR as Appendix B. Now let's go to the next slide. And so to determine whether that amount of environmental change between existing conditions and future conditions in 2040 is significant, the EIR uses thresholds of significance based on the county's guidelines for complying with CEQA. So the initial study assessment guidelines, or the ISAG, and the environmental questions provided in the state CEQA guidelines, which were updated a bit more recently than the ISAG. when talking about what's in the EIR approach to identifying significant impacts that will require mitigation measures, I also want to note a couple types of issues that are not part of the EIR scope. So number one, the EIR does not reach conclusions about the significance of existing environmental conditions or identify mitigation measures to improve existing conditions. Number two, it does not consider exposure to environmental hazards to be a significant impact unless the general plan exacerbates the risks from those hazards. And now this is not a judgment on whether there might be important public policy concerns related to these types of issues. It's just that they are not required to provide you with an EIR that is CEQA compliant. Now, with respect to the EIR analysis again, in total, there are 88 thresholds of significance included in the EIR across 17 different environmental topics. And in total, the EIR identifies 30 potentially significant impacts requiring mitigation measures. And if we go to the next slide, we can take a look at how these significant impacts are distributed across the EIR, with the bold type showing you where there are significant impacts and the number telling you how many for that topic. Overall, 4 of those significant impacts can be reduced to less than significant with mitigation. And for the other 26, they would remain significant and unavoidable even where feasible mitigation is applied. Now, regarding the impact conclusions, please note that for many topics, the conclusion, it doesn't necessarily mean outside of a CEQA context that the 2040 general plan lacks benefits related to these environmental resources. I'm going to try to adjust my microphone volume really quick. Okay. Now let's see here. I apologize for the audio difficulties. I'm just going to keep plugging along and try to do my best here. Let's see. Regarding these impact conclusions again, so for these conclusions, I wanted to let you know that for many topics outside of the CEQA context and the EIR, the EIR conclusion does not mean that the general plan lacks benefits or has positive attributes related to these environmental resources. The plan certainly does have many environmental benefits. They're just not the focus of the EIR's analysis. And in many cases, the EIR explains that general plan policies and programs or EIR mitigation measures will be protective of the environment at the future project level. And those project level impacts will be typically less than significant. However, sufficiently detailed information about the entire program is not available at this level of analysis to support such a conclusion. So the impact is considered significant in the program EIR. Now this next slide shows where in the EIR mitigation measures are proposed to avoid or reduce the significant impacts as is legally required by CEQA. And as a reminder, these measures consist of potential new policies and programs for the plan, and in certain cases, potential revisions to board proposed policies and programs. The purpose of these measures is to provide information and mitigation options to the public and the county's decision makers. The EIR does not make legislative changes to the board's proposed draft general plan policies that are being reviewed. And ultimately, the determinations of mitigation measure feasibility are made by decision makers as part of the CEQA findings. Now on the next slide, we can take a look at the potentially feasible alternatives that are analyzed in the EIR that would that are proposed to avoid or substantially lessen the significant impacts of the plan and also meet the basic objectives of the project. And those objectives are the general plan's guiding principles. And in total, there are 4 alternatives analyzed in detail, including the CEQA required no project alternative, under which the 2040 general plan would not be adopted, and 3 other action alternatives. The alternative of not adopting the 2040 plan would avoid significant impacts on petroleum resources, but several impacts would be more severe. Project objectives would not be met, and several important topics would not be addressed in the plan. Alternatives 2 and 3, shown here and on the next slide, feature more compact development patterns and investments to increase walking, biking, and transit use and reduce vehicle miles traveled. And if we move over to the next slide, we can see alternative 4 regarding zero net energy buildings. And under this alternative, the county would achieve this ZNE or zero net energy status for all buildings in the county, existing and future, by 2040. These 3 action alternatives would, to varying degrees, reduce significant impacts of the general plan, but none to less than significant levels. And they would generally be consistent with the project objectives, but less consistent than the 2040 general plan. And same as the mitigation measures, feasibility determinations for the alternatives are ultimately made by decision makers as part of the CEQA findings. On the next slide, let's have a look at the public comments provided on the EIR with a focus on the common themes. This slide here shows you how these common themes were responded to with master responses in the final EIR. In particular, I want to focus in detail on 3 of these. So that's number 1 on greenhouse gas emissions, number 4 related to oil and gas extraction, and then number 5 regarding agricultural conservation easements to address the loss of important farmland. A substantial amount of public comments received centered around these 3 issues. The other 4 are shown here very quickly in our responses clarify the proposed land use designations and key EIR analysis assumptions, explain why the 2020 housing need allocations and future housing element update are not part of the 2040 general plan and are not analyzed in its EIR, describe the EIR's consistency with CEQA requirements for describing the environmental setting, and explain that the EIR does not meet CEQA requirements for recirculation. So first, let's look at the EIR analysis of greenhouse gas emissions on the next slide, which evaluates significance under these 2 thresholds here by comparing future emissions under plan implementation to the counties and the state's reduction targets and goals for greenhouse gas emissions in 2030, 2040, and 2050. The future emissions are based on the county growth forecast. They reflect state and federal actions that reduce emissions in the county, and also reflect policies and implementation programs from the 2040 general plan. Specifically, the EIR provides a quantitative and a qualitative assessment of the approximately 118 policies and 45 programs included in the plan to reduce emissions in every greenhouse gas sector. And now on the next slide, we can take a look at the greenhouse gas results on a chart. Now the black line here shows you the county's targets and goals for reductions. The pink line at the top shows you emissions if no additional actions were taken. And then the green line shows you the effect of state and federal actions on emissions. And then there's the blue line, which shows that under the 2040 general plan, future emissions in the county would be on a downward trajectory, that's compatible with the county's targets and goals, but would not achieve the full level of reductions. And there are a few things I want to note about these results. Number 1, the blue line only reflects the emissions reductions of 7 implementation programs. The draft EIR provides just qualitative analysis of the greenhouse gas reduction benefits of the nearly 40 other programs and more than 100 policies. this qualitative evidence shows that these policies and programs would help the county make additional progress towards the targets, but since the benefits can't be calculated, they aren't reflected here on this chart in the blue line. In general, programs are critical for estimating greenhouse gas reductions because they provide those specific implementation details. However, similarly for the policies, the many programs in the general plan are not quantified in the EIR because they also lack sufficient detail to perform a reliable calculation. Similarly, policies in the general plan lack details needed for quantification, and over 50 policies are not tied to more specific implementation programs. And number two, note that the green line reflects the greenhouse gas benefits of state standards, including California's Clean Car and Zero Emission Vehicle Program. There's the SAFE rule recently adopted by the federal government that would limit the state's ability to enforce those clean car and zero emission vehicle standards. And that would further impair the county's ability to achieve its targets and goals. And then number three, and let's go to the next slide, please. Most of the greenhouse gas policies and programs in your plan, they're focused on future development where the county has authority to enforce regulations, ordinances, and standards. However, because of the county's land use designations and the modest amount of growth forecast by 2040, one result of that is that future development, it accounts for a small share of future greenhouse gas emissions. A much larger share are the result of existing development that's already on the ground today. So as a result, those policies and programs and the EIR mitigation measures targeting that modest amount of future growth, that's not sufficient to achieve the level of reduction required to meet the county's targets. So as a result, getting to those targets means getting substantial reductions from existing development and the activity levels that go along with it. So for example, energy use in existing buildings, how vehicles are used, travel behavior, landfilling of waste, and existing agricultural operations. And while the county does encourage and promote reduction or changes to these activities, and those do contribute to greenhouse gas emission reductions, the county does have limited authority to enforce these kinds of stringent actions in these sectors beyond what's already included in the plan. And last but not least, none of this is to say that compact growth and preservation of agricultural and open space lands are not important tools for meeting greenhouse gas goals. Indeed, they are important, they're critical. But the required analysis of an EIR, comparing these future conditions to a baseline, doesn't really give credit to the greenhouse gas benefits of the long-term land preservation and conservation efforts in the county. On the next slide, let's take a look at the EIR mitigation measures proposed for the significant greenhouse gas impacts. We could go to the next slide, please. We have 4 greenhouse gas measures in total. Number 1 would prohibit natural gas infrastructure in new residential and new commercial development. Number 2, there would be a building energy saving ordinance for industrial buildings. Number 3, and I'll talk a little bit more about this in a second, would remove implementation program COSEE from the general plan regarding the streamlining of greenhouse gas analysis. And then there's number 4, a greenhouse gas reduction policy enhancement program. And then quickly, there are mitigation measures in the EIR to promote reductions in vehicle miles traveled. And those do also have the co-benefit of achieving additional greenhouse gas reductions. Now, with respect to GHG4, this measure addresses the Climate Emergency Council that would be established under program COSCC in the plan. And in this mitigation measure, the council would be tasked with recommending to the Board of Supervisors programs to implement the policies of the plan that do not have associated implementation programs, and also certain other additional future greenhouse gas policies that may be adopted. And the purpose of this measure is for the county to achieve additional quantifiable greenhouse gas emissions reductions to get the county further progress towards achieving its greenhouse gas reduction targets and goals. And then importantly, this measure requires that the council complete its work and that the recommendations that result from it be presented to county decision makers no later than 2025. Let's go to the next slide, please. And because we've been talking about the fact that the general plan would not achieve the county's greenhouse gas reduction targets, and that mitigation measure GHG3 regarding removal of an implementation program from the plan, I think now would be a good time to address staff's recommended revisions to Appendix B on climate change. And all these changes are in the category of internal consistency for the 2040 general plan. Now, as I mentioned, we do not have sufficient information at this time to conclude that the general plan would achieve the county's future greenhouse gas reduction targets. And one result of that is that the general plan would not meet CEQA's voluntary criteria for a, quote, plan for the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And so because of that, throughout the general plan and in Appendix B, there are references to CEQA tiering and streamlining benefits that come along with being such a plan. And although that was earlier on in the general plan process, what was proposed, because the general plan no longer meets these criteria for such a plan and for the associated CEQA tiering and streamlining benefits, staff has proposed removing references to that information from Appendix B, again, for internal consistency. And then similarly, Appendix B also included originally expanded discussion of implementation and monitoring. And that was draft level discussion provided earlier during the public review process on the general plan, and intended to inform the implementation and monitoring aspect of the general plan, because that is one of the other voluntary criteria needed to have this kind of a greenhouse gas reduction plan. And so because, again, the general plan is not going to be in compliance with these criteria for not meeting the target, this additional draft level expanded discussion is proposed for deletion from Appendix B. And then again, although I want to note that although these revisions are being made to Appendix B, these clarifications do not affect the many policies and programs for greenhouse gas reduction that are still included in the general plan, and do not affect the general plan's programs that address implementation and monitoring of greenhouse gas reduction planning. And furthermore, these changes do not affect the county's obligations to still, under CEQA, implement its greenhouse gas mitigation measures, including greenhouse gas 4 that I just mentioned, which provides the additional and expanded responsibilities for the Climate Emergency Council to get additional greenhouse gas reductions. Now, the next slide summarizes public comments related to
Chair
the—
White, please excuse me. Chair White, may I
Commissioner
be
Dukas,
recognized?
go ahead.
I just want to make sure before you go on that we will have a chance to ask questions regarding this, these changes and the bases for them.
Absolutely. All commissioners may interrupt at any time to ask questions. Do you have some questions you want to ask?
Well, I'll hold now, but I want to make sure that that we will have an opportunity to delve deeper into the changes that were made and the bases that they were based on.
Absolutely. You will have that opportunity. We all will.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here. Here's a high-level summary of the comments received on the EIR related to greenhouse gas emissions and then revisions made to the draft EIR. In summary, on the comment side, a lot of comments related to the general plan and requesting that it set lower, more aggressive greenhouse gas reduction targets, that the plan achieve additional greenhouse gas reductions, and also that the plan be prepared in a manner that shows that the future targets will be met. There is a major focus in the comments on achieving greenhouse gas reductions, specifically by addressing emissions from oil and gas extraction. And there are also comments related to the methodologies used for the greenhouse gas inventory and to forecast future emissions. And examples of those are related to, they're technical and related to global warming potential values, the scope of oil and gas emissions included in the analysis, and also the methods and assumptions for calculating oil and gas emissions and solid waste emissions. In response to these comments, and also to make clarifications to the draft, staff has made enhancements and edits to the greenhouse gas mitigation measures since the draft EIR. We have updated greenhouse gas calculations for solid waste and oil and gas emissions, and that's to respond to those issues raised in the comments and to correct errors discovered in those calculations. And note here, please, that the updated calculations, they result in minor overall reductions in greenhouse gas emissions related to what was reported in the draft EIR, and a minor change in the gap in emissions reported in the draft EIR between future emissions and then the county's targets and goals. Let's please go to the next slide and review the proposed findings related to greenhouse gas emissions. And these are included in today's recommended actions. The 2040 general plan would result in potentially significant greenhouse gas impacts. The mitigation measures for greenhouse gases, including those for vehicle miles traveled, CTM 1 through 3, propose to find that those are feasible, that those will be adopted, and that they will substantially lessen, but do not avoid, the significant greenhouse gas impacts. Further, the findings explain that these significant greenhouse gas impacts are outweighed by the benefits that the general plan provides, and also that the changes made to the draft EIR since public review, they do not constitute significant new information. Now, let's have a look at the EIR analysis on the next slide of petroleum resources impacts. And these are evaluated under these two thresholds. And the EIR does that by comparing locations of future development to locations of petroleum resources, and also by evaluating policies in the general plan related to discretionary oil and gas extraction to determine two things. One, would the plan hamper or preclude access to petroleum resources? And two, would the general plan result in the loss of availability of petroleum resources that are of value to the region or the state? And if we go to the next slide, we can take a look at the specific policies that are the focus of this analysis. So we have COS 7.2 regarding setbacks or buffers from new discretionary oil wells and residential dwellings and schools. We have COS 7.7, which would require that new discretionary oil wells use pipelines to convey oil and produce water, and prohibit trucking for that conveyance. And then policy COS 7.8, which would require that gases emitted from all new discretionary oil and gas wells, they be collected and used or removed, and shall not be flared. So restricts flaring except for cases of emergencies or for testing purposes. Now on the next slide, I have the EIR impact conclusions to share with you. For the first impact, the EIR concludes that future development of residential dwellings and schools under the general plan could preclude access to petroleum resources. And also that policy 7.2 would, the increases in setback requirements would be such that future residential development in schools could further preclude expansion of existing oil and gas operations and also drilling of new discretionary wells, thereby hampering or precluding access to that petroleum resources. That's identified as a potentially significant impact, and it remains significant with mitigation, and we'll show you that mitigation in just a moment here. For the next impact, the EIR concludes that the general plan could limit petroleum extraction without placing any physical limitation on location or access. And that's because of policies COS 7.7 and 7.8, because they would mandate infrastructure that may be technologically or economically infeasible to be installed. The EIR notes that the impact of these two policies would likely be concentrated on oil operators located outside a 2-mile radius of major transmission pipelines. But these policies would still render a substantial amount of petroleum resources inaccessible. So this impact would be potentially significant, although the mitigation measures identified in the EIR would reduce these impacts to less than significant. These mitigation measures are shown for you on the next slide. There's measure PR1, which would reduce the impact on petroleum resources, but not to a less than significant level. It does that by reducing the oil well setback distance for schools to 1,500 feet. And this measure would also change the scope of how it's applied to the types of sensitive use structures included here. And then there's PR2, which would change policy COS 7.7 such that trucking would be allowed for oil and produced water at new discretionary oil wells where pipeline conveyance is infeasible. And for PR3, this would edit policy COS 7.8 and would state that flaring or venting would be allowed for new discretionary oil and gas wells where operating without flaring or venting is infeasible. And again, these latter two measures would reduce this impact to less than significant. And then now let's go to the next slide, please, and let's review the summary of comments on this analysis and these issues. There are many comments in support of and in opposition to the general plan policies I've been discussing. Comments in opposition to the EIR's mitigation measures. Several comments requesting phasing out of existing and future oil and gas extraction in the county. Comments related to the underlying motives of the plan's oil and gas policies. Many comments also address technical and other issues related to flaring, pipelines, the buffers and setbacks, directional oil drilling, oil reserves in the county, and also the effects that these general plan policies might have outside of the county. In response to these comments, just some revisions to note. There have added clarifications to the EIR regarding the authorities of the state, specifically CalGEM, and some minor clarifying edits to the analysis and to the text of mitigation measure PR number 1. So the next slide will show us the proposed findings related to petroleum resources and your recommended actions today. And they include some important differences from the EIR analysis. So number 1, the findings find that the petroleum resources impacts under both significance thresholds would be significant and unavoidable impacts. The CEQA findings also conclude, the reason for that significant unavoidable conclusion is that the findings conclude that those mitigation measures that would change the general plan policies, the findings conclude those measures are not feasible and will not be adopted. And then further, your materials describe the benefits of the plan, including the benefits of the oil and gas policies that outweigh these significant and unavoidable impacts, and conclude that the revisions do not constitute significant new information. Furthermore, the findings, they conclude that there are specific economic, legal, social, technological, and other considerations, including human health and the environment, that make the petroleum resources mitigation measures and further mitigation measures infeasible. Lastly here, the benefits I mentioned of the plan that outweigh these impacts are provided for you in the statement of overriding considerations. And because the findings conclude that these mitigation measures are not feasible, these mitigation measures are not included in the proposed mitigation monitoring program before you. Okay, on the next slide, I have the last environmental issue I want to briefly touch on for you today, which is related to agriculture, and specifically the EIR mitigation measure requiring off-site agricultural conservation easements to address the loss of important farmland. Now, specifically, this measure requires that future discretionary projects where they result in loss of important farmland, they're required to establish an off-site agricultural conservation easement on farmland of equal quality at a 2-to-1 mitigation ratio in the draft EIR. And note that projects have to exceed specified thresholds for amount and type of farmland in order to be subject to this measure. Now, public comments on the EIR, there were many, and they focused on the economic feasibility of this measure, and specifically on its how it might affect farm worker housing projects. And now I want to share with you that in response to these, the final EIR and the other materials before you today include the following revisions to this mitigation measure that have been made to address these comments. So number one, the measure now provides an exception for farm worker housing projects. It reduces that mitigation ratio from 2-to-1 to 1-to-1, and it will require a third-party agricultural economic consultant to advise the county during implementation of this measure. And again, those latter two are to address the economic feasibility concerns that were raised in comments. So in conclusion, before I hand it back over to staff on the last slide here, the recommended actions before you today related to the EIR first include certifying that the EIR has been completed in compliance with CEQA. Then there's the CEQA findings, which use the information from the EIR to address all of these significant impacts of the 2040 general plan. And they reach one or more of the permissible conclusions for each significant impact. And so these conclusions or findings are that, number one, changes or alterations have been incorporated into the project to avoid or substantially lessen the significant impact. Such changes are the responsibility of another agency, or that there are specific economic, legal, social, technological, or other considerations that make infeasible mitigation measures or alternatives identified in the EIR. All of the mitigation measures proposed to be included in the project to avoid or substantially lessen the significant impacts are included in your mitigation monitoring program, and that must be adopted in conjunction with the findings. And as a reminder, the mitigation measures we reviewed today, they are all included in the mitigation from the EIR. They're all included in the mitigation monitoring program with the exception of those 3 petroleum resources measures. And then lastly, your statement of overriding considerations, it describes all the benefits of the 2040 general plan and how they would outweigh the unavoidable significant effects of the general plan that are identified in the findings. So with that, I will turn it back over to staff.
Can you do the next slide, actually? Thank you. Again, Susan Curtis, Planning Manager. I will just highlight the actions and staff recommendations that are before you today. We want you to certify the staff report and all of the exhibits, including the 2040 General Plan and the EIR, our findings and the statement of overriding considerations, and indicating that you've considered also all public comments for this process. We are actually asking you to adopt a resolution recommending to the Board of Supervisors that they take the following actions. That the board certify the EIR, including an errata that has been included in your hearing package, and that has all been completed in compliance with CEQA, and that the EIR, which will be, or is presented to the board, is based on information contained in the EIR and public testimony and reflects the county's independent judgment and analysis. We are going to be asking that you recommend adoption of the CEQA findings, the mitigation measures and statement of overriding considerations, and the mitigation monitoring program based upon substantial evidence contained in the record, including the staff report and all public comment and testimony. We're going to ask that you find based on the substantial evidence presented. Now, I did do a revision right here because we just had a placeholder X. Based on sections 3 through X11, apologies, I don't know my Roman numerals, of the staff report, that would be the beginning to the end. And the entire record that the adoption of the 2040 General Plan is in the interest of the public health, safety, and general welfare and good zoning practice. We're going to ask you to repeal the current or existing general plan except for those portions which constitute our certified housing element for the period of 2014 through 2021. We're going to ask you to incorporate Planning Division recommended revisions into the general plan shown in your hearing package. We are going to ask you to also include recommended revisions to the background report. We're going to ask you to recommend approving and adopting the 2040 general plan and the background report as revised. Finally, we are just going to ask you to specify that the clerk of the board maintains and holds the records that constitute the record of proceedings for this action. On one other note, we have been advised by council that there is one policy that we will need to be recommending revision on. We're working on drafting that up, and we'll be able to explain the rationale behind that based on county council's input this morning. And we're going to prepare a slide and a handout for that. But that's the other item we're going to ask you to weigh in on.
Susan, what on this latest proposed policy? When are we going to see that?
We are working on the legislative revision right now in the back, and so we want to have it put up on a slide, so we have to prepare a slide for you.
Okay. Do any of the commissioners have questions of staff or the consultant on the presentation made so far?
I do.
Commissioner Fox, go ahead. You got it.
Commissioner who? That's King. I may be sly as a fox, but the name is King. Thank you. Don't run too far, please,
I'm getting the
Curtis.
Zoom camera.
One question,
Okay.
and it
How do they switch me to the Zoom?
it may be for you or it may be for Andrew. Who actually drafted all of those extensive responses to all of the very significant and insightful comment letters received by the department?
Ascent Environmental, and I will defer to them if you have further questions on that item. And by the way, excuse me, staff did contribute to input on those to make sure that we accurately represented county portions of those comments.
And did Mr. Barnes also participate?
Yes, he did. County Council did as well, and as well as our consultant firm, Minter Harnish and Catalyst Environmental.
Okay, so it was basically a team effort.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner McPhail.
Is this the proper time to go through my notes?
At this point, we're up to questions for staff and the consultant. Following the public comments, we'll have deliberations. you're free to ask any question you want, but I think what we're generally looking for here is questions of staff and the consultant. We will have ample opportunity after the public comments to deliberate everything.
Okay, I think I'll wait.
Okay.
I have one
Commissioner
little question.
Dukas, go ahead.
Thank you. Regarding the policy that is being revised as we speak, can we know the subject matter?
I don't have it in front of me. Yes, it's a conservation and open space policy, and it relates to achieving the greenhouse gas reduction targets. And because, as Andrew had mentioned, we will not have a certifiable cap because we can't achieve those targets with our policy framework. We need to look at that wording to revise it, and we want to double check with our consultants on making sure that we don't create an internal inconsistency in the general plan because of the metrics that have come out of and quantifiability of our policies.
Okay, but the goal is to not change the board-directed policies. Is that correct?
That is correct, and my apologies, I don't have it in front of me. It's being revised, and we'll have to verify with council. One of the things we have to be careful of is that we don't have internal inconsistencies, and that was one of the items that Mr. Barnes noted in that policy, and so that is why we want to do a proposed revision, and we want to verify it with Mr. Barnes and make sure that that removes any internal inconsistency.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do any of the other commissioners, Commissioner King, do you have anything else to ask? Commissioner McPhail? I have no questions of staff. Hopefully you'll be available later if we have questions when we get to deliberations. You will still have your consultant available, is that correct?
Yes, we have our entire consultant team available through the duration of this hearing.
Okay, great. Well, then I understand this concludes the, go ahead.
I just want to mention, we also have our air pollution control district staff. They are available. I apologize, I hadn't mentioned that. So they are monitoring as well to be available to answer questions. If you do have questions, particularly related to that, and given our time frame today, those might be folks that you might want to get to if you ahead of others in the interest of the 5 o'clock hour, if that happens.
Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for your presentation, you and your consultant.
Thank you.
Very, very informative and to the point. This is an appropriate time to take a break, and then we'll proceed with public comments. We have a few speaker cards. We will first take people who are in the meeting room here, and we'll follow up with the people signed up on Zoom. But for now, we'll take a 10-minute break, and we'll convene about 20 minutes after 10. Thank you. Okay, here we are reconvening the Planning Commission meeting after our morning break. And we're going to start the public comment part of this hearing. We have two kinds of presenters, the people who've shown up here at the Government Center to give comments. We have three kinds of presenters. The first are people who've come here to speak in person, and I have speaker cards. We also have people on Zoom who will be called in one at a time, who signed in for Zoom yesterday. And we also have email comments that have been sent to the county, which will be read into the record. And we're going to start with the people who have shown up here in person. I have 3 speaker cards, and I would encourage people to move quickly to the front. The first is Todd Collert. Second will be Ben. Ben, if you could move into position as the batter up, on deck. And the third speaker is Louise Lampara, who I would like you to move into the third spot there. Okay, Todd, go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioner. I'm Todd.
Oh, excuse me. Let me interject. I had previously said we were going to limit speaker time to 3 minutes. Looking at the number of speakers we have here and that have signed up for Zoom, and respecting Commissioner McPhail's request that 3 minutes is inadequate, we're gonna extend that time to 5 minutes. But that may not be firm and hard. I would ask you to be concise. Go ahead, Todd.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Todd Collett from Ventura. The level of effort the county staff and these consultants have been outstanding, as has been the patience of the hearing officers, such as yourselves and the Board of Supervisors. The process is coming to a conclusion soon, and thankfully so. I provided you with several pages of very specific comments that I saw in the attachments, but this morning my comments will be more general in nature. The general plan is a constitutional framework for land use development in the county, but was also thought to be the county's climate action plan. You heard this morning that the consultant said that it really doesn't meet that exact measure for various reasons, which is unfortunate. And my concerns primarily have to do with climate change and the situations that evolved from that, which I think are very important. While COVID pandemic has captured our attention for several months, it's only a precursor to what climate change will inflict on us. The pandemic has upended every facet of our lives and the economy in ways we could never have imagined. It has spawned a whole new vocabulary and radical responses from government, businesses, and individuals. Now that we have taken unprecedented steps to deal with COVID, we should be no less bold in our response to climate change. As with COVID, state and local agencies will have to take up the challenge because we cannot count on the coordinated response from our own federal government. I recommend you take bold action, make recommendations to the supervisors on several fronts. First of all, recommend you endorse the recommendation to investigate the levying of a tax on petroleum products here in the county as a mitigation measure. I understand that the petroleum industry would like to kill this measure even before it's evaluated, but we can't afford to discard any ideas out of hand in that manner. Secondly, I support the creation of a climate emergency council so that it can advance new ideas useful in the fight, which may be outside the scope of the general plan. One such example might be the use of the petroleum industry's expertise to sequester greenhouse gases back underground. Related to some of the discussion earlier by the consultant, the mitigation measures related to flaring and to piping of oil produced water off-site with the exemptions employed would lead to, again, greenhouse gas formation and no offsets for that. And as you heard earlier, there was discussion about level of service on roads and developers contributing in lieu fees towards the payment for improvements to the roads to obviate that. And I would suggest you consider adding to some of the policies that you saw regarding flaring and oil pipelines that if these are not to be followed, that there be in lieu fees assessed according to the greenhouse gases emitted to purchase, in a sense, offsets for those that are emitted because of allowing for flaring and so forth. With regard to the ag conservation easements, I submitted quite a few pages of comments on that. I think it's a great idea, but the economics are certainly a consideration, but also a number of practical applications, definitions of who, what, when, how, and why certain things would be taken. I also suggested you could look at those offset ratios and not settle on just one for one, but have it graduated based on the quality of the land to be preserved or put into easement, so that you might have some loss of prime land and on a 3-to-1 basis replace it with lesser value land, so that on balance, you're still moving and providing flexibility for the farmers while still preserving, useful agricultural land in the county. Lastly, the carbon farming measure that was outlined on page 40 of 54 in the staff's recommended revisions is good, but I think it should also be amended to include a formal declaration that such farms shall be eligible for Land Conservation Act contracts for open space easements unless otherwise prohibited by the state. That would make sure that those lands and the efforts put into that kind of farming is given equal status with, say, what we traditionally think of as commercial agriculture. In conclusion, we've declared war on the COVID-19 virus and act as if we are at war against climate change also. We should act quickly and decisively to marshal all of our available forces to curtail the creeping inevitability of climate change. To address COVID virus, we had to flatten the curve of infections, seeking a vaccine ultimately to protect us. Similarly, we must act to flatten greenhouse gas emissions, flatten that curve as we strive to restabilize the climate. We're at war over this matter, and we shouldn't be simply relying on adaptation, which is kind of like asking for a orderly retreat.
Todd, could you kind of come to a conclusion
Yes.
there?
We're going to war on this, and we shouldn't be mustering our forces for retreat. We should be going into the battle to defeat it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. The next speaker is Ben Oakley, followed by Louise Lampara, followed by Jack Brucker.
Good morning. This is Ben Oakley. I'm with the Western States Petroleum Association and appreciate the opportunity to comment this morning. We'd like to continue our engagement on the general plan update, but we certainly have several ongoing concerns. First, inadequate responses to public comments and revisions to the final EIR. For example, the county acknowledges that general plan policies restricting oil and gas may increase the state's and county's reliance on foreign imports of crude oil, but declines to quantify the resulting impacts of such reliance because it would be speculative. Well, there's nothing speculative about crude oil carbon intensity values that are quantified by the California Air Resources Board. There's nothing speculative about the fact that the California overall average carbon intensity from all sources of crude oil is nearly 3 times higher than the Ventura County average carbon intensity. This is readily available data published by state agencies. A detailed analysis of these policies would reveal that they will increase global GHG emissions and will result in a new significant environmental impact not analyzed in the EIR. Second, we have concerns about significant new information introduced in the final EIR. For example, the oil and gas GHG inventory, as mentioned during the staff report, and forecast were recalculated and result in, and I quote, substantially lower forecast through 2050 compared to the draft EIR estimates. So instead of increasing nearly 40% through 2050, and I'm speaking about the oil and gas sector specifically, the final EIR forecast GHG emissions in this sector to decrease by nearly 60%. Now, contrary to the county's assertion that these revisions are minor and clarify and support the analysis and conclusions in the draft EIR, the revision fundamentally changes the analysis of the role the oil and gas sector plays in meeting the county's 2030 GHG reduction target relative to other sectors. Also, due to the large volume of public comments on the proposed oil and gas policies, the county hired an expert who provided new information the public was unable to comment on. In the letter to the board on the matter, the county stated that the lead consultant who prepared the draft EIR, and I quote, did not include the services of a sub-consultant firm with oil and gas expertise needed to provide technical assistance in completion of the draft EIR. By the county's own account, the general plan team did not have the technical expertise necessary to adequately analyze the proposed oil and gas policies. And finally, the county has given the public less than 2 weeks to review thousands of pages of detailed text and has given the public an unfair choice. Choose between an inferior virtual hearing or attend a public hearing in the midst of a public health crisis. And, you know, if you look around the room, you see that nobody's here on a general plan amendment that's going to affect hundreds of thousands of people. For these reasons, the final EIR does not meet the requirements set forth by CEQA. Not to mention late additions to information the public hasn't been able to comment on. We request that the county remove policies restricting oil and gas and revise and recirculate the final EIR in accordance with California law. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, Louise Lampara, followed by Jack Ruker.
Good morning, Commissioners. Louise Lampera, Ventura County CoLab. I had prepared comments this morning, and I am abandoning those because I must address the notice and due process violation that is currently occurring with this Planning Commission hearing. The county has now gone past the point of dismissing public engagement and comment, and you have now entered the realm of actively thwarting public participation. The public was told by staff that public comments would not start until noon. Look around the room. Over 300 comments on the EIR were submitted. Hundreds of comments have been submitted by email. There should be more than 4 public comments here. People were misled. And 20 minutes ago, staff announced that they haven't even given us all of the language. They haven't even finished writing it. And that they haven't even written it yet. But the Planning Commission is so eager to railroad this through that you're forcing the public to comment without even knowing what we are commenting on. This process has been engineered to thwart public comment and public participation. And it is a clear and flagrant due process and notice violation. Again, I just want to reiterate these points so that they are on the record. This process has gone from disregarding public comment to actively thwarting it. This process has been engineered to avoid meaningful comment. The public is now not even allowed to know what they're commenting on. This commission is so eager to move forward, despite any defects, that it refuses to provide corrections and new language prior to demanding that the public provide comment. And again, this is a clear notice and due process violation. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, Jack Brooker. I want to emphasize in responding to the last comment that the Planning Commission will hear any additional public input that for people who show up here at the Government Center or who email in their comments. Those avenues of public participation are available, will still be available today. Thank you. Go ahead, Jack.
Thank you, Commissioner White. My name is Jack, and I live in Ventura. I'm here today to urge the county to delay advancing the general plan update and take more time to prepare an adequate document. This general plan was prepared before a life-altering pandemic, and it needs to be reevaluated under the scope of our current realities. The GPU contains policies that impact the local oil and gas industry and its 2,000 local employees. Unemployment is at a record high, and over 100,000 individuals have filed unemployment insurance or pandemic assistance claims in this county since the pandemic began. The county must prioritize jobs and protect revenue-generating industries like oil and gas production, which has actually been deemed essential during this crisis. The county should not be advancing a general plan that harms the local workforce. We all know that every job matters as we look ahead to recovery. The county supervisors actually delayed passing a budget this year until the effects of the pandemic are better understood. I urge the Planning Commission and staff to spend more time on the general plan. There is no statutory deadline to finish this document, and a plan of this magnitude deserves thoughtful consideration and a sensitivity to current events. It does not need to be rushed through at a time when there are so many barriers to public participation as a result of a global pandemic that has altered our life and created undue hardships on many. Thank you for your time, and I hope you take my comments into consideration today.
Thank you, Jack. Okay, are there any other speakers who wish to present comments to the Planning Commission? Hearing none, and I want to reemphasize that if anyone does come in while the public hearing is still open, we will pause and listen to their input. So the next group of commenters will be the people who've connected by Zoom. In the days of COVID, Zoom is everywhere and also here. We're going to go one by one. I will announce 3 names so that you can get ready wherever you are. The first name is Kristen Kessler, followed by Jennifer Rivera, followed by Christopher Williamson. Again, we have given you an opportunity for approximately 5 minutes of input. Would ask you to be brief and to the point. With that, let's go to Kristen Kessler.
Chair White,
Yes.
Mrs. Director Ward, if I can interject for a moment, we do have the electronic version of the 2 items that we mentioned earlier that we can put on the screen and show the commission. And that would also then be available to the public and maybe an opportunity for the 3 that you've just heard from who may want to redress that particular item. And Clay is getting it up on the screen right now.
Okay, so let's pause the public input and put up this recently revised policy, COS 10.2. And I will read it. Are you going to put it up there? Okay, I will read it. The original language said, community greenhouse gas emission reduction target for 2030. The county shall achieve a community-wide greenhouse gas emission reduction target of 41% below 2015 levels by 2030. The proposed revision to COS 10.2 says, the county shall work towards achieving a community-wide greenhouse gas emission reduction target of 41% below 2015 levels by 2030. And do you want to comment on the reason for why this was put before us?
Yes, Commissioner White, thank you. The reason that we put this forward is for internal consistency for the general plan and all the elements of the general plan. Our environmental impact report found that our policies and programs do not provide enough greenhouse gas reductions to achieve the emission reduction targets noted in our guiding principle. And also throughout the document. So what we have done is this is an internal consistency cleanup that we apologize we did not present to you in the exhibit for the Planning Division recommended revisions. And again, this was brought to our attention this morning by County Council as an item that would need to be a cross-cutting consistency issue.
Okay, and yes, Commissioner
This is
Adukos.
Nora. May I just suggest that we say work toward achieving and take off the S?
Before we deliberate on anything that's before us today, we're in the middle of a public hearing. So when we get to deliberations, let's talk about that.
Okay.
Is that acceptable?
Thank you.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I'm
Thank
gonna, just so that people can plan ahead who are out there on Zoom. I'm going to read the entire list. Jennifer Rivera, Christopher Williamson, Jane Usher, Tanya Salceda, Beverly Gutierrez, Maria Ventura, Andrea Neal, Sarahi Torres, Andrea Sell, Jan Dietrich, Ron Whitehurst, Kitty Morrell, Wendy Ford, Stephen Nash, Brett Levine, Anna Del Rio Barba, Christopher Young, Larry Cook, Leslie Purcell, Tomas Morales Rebetki, Dr. Stephen Colome, Kent Bullard, Roseanne Witt, Jonathan Ullman, Maritza Avila, Danielle Borja, Anneliese Andele, Jennifer Pezda, Jack Brooker already spoke, Kendall Lewson, Liz Lamar, Rick Castanero, Ben Oakley, Robert Kwong, Jody Brandt. Again, I will call the next speakers coming up, but that's the list from top to bottom. So you hopefully that's helpful in planning your time there. Okay, so back to the first person on the list, Kristen Kessler. Take it away.
I believe the first caller is going to be Jennifer Rivera.
Okay, the next speaker will be, Kristen has not been able to connect or didn't connect, Jennifer Rivera.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Commissioner. Hi, my name is Jennifer Rivera, and I'm speaking on behalf of California Independent Petroleum Association. As a member of this community representing various independent oil and gas producers, we have several concerns with the policies contained in the 2040 General Plan and the flawed analysis of the EIR. We want to particularly highlight the economic impact many of these policies will have on the county and the residents who live here. We would like to remind the commissioners and the county that the county faces serious economic challenges due to COVID-19, which will undeniably bring forward physical environmental changes due to economic and social effects. The unemployment rate in Ventura County is now 13.5%, nearly a 10% jump from pre-pandemic rates. The reality is that a post-COVID-19 county will look very different from when these policies were first proposed and first analyzed and studied. Ventura will most definitely suffer physical adverse changes if these policies are implemented. Just yesterday, Capital Matrix transmitted a report to the board and the CEO noting the impact COVID-19 on county budget to be significant, resulting in reductions in county revenues of approximately $80 million in 2019 and 2020, and 2020-21 combined, and of about $100 million per year starting in 2021 and 2022. These reductions, they included noting that these reductions do not include the additional negative impacts that the county's draft general plan and land use ordinance would have on development, construction, and other investments in Ventura County. It is why it is crucial that the county conduct an economic analysis of the policies included in the 2040 general plan update that will have an economic impact on the lives of county residents before it moves any further. Thank you very much. And I appreciate your time today.
Thank you, Jennifer. The next speaker is Christopher Williamson, followed by Jane Usher and Tanya Salceda. So Christopher Williamson, you're up. Christopher Williamson.
Yes, testing here. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, we hear you.
Am I?
Take it away.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. Chair White. I hope this is an easy comment and an easy fix. I'm referring to Exhibit 17 of your staff report, which are the comments through July 7th, pages 164 to 172. That's a letter that I wrote, and I will just briefly skim the major points of the letter and answer. Well, that's my comment. So this is a request by the residents of University Glen to be listed or incorporated in the general plan, depicted as an existing community or in some other manner, because we're just not on the map. As you all know, Cal State's site authority was formed over 20 years ago to transfer the state hospital to Cal State. If you don't know, there's 272 owner-occupied homes behind the campus, almost 400 apartments, with 2,000 people living back here. But we are not on the map as an existing community or in really in any other way. And as you know, we're located right behind the Cal State. And although we rent our land from the site authority on state land, we are paying taxes to the county and receiving some services from the county. So we have a homeowners advisory council. I'm the president of that. We voted on our June 18th meeting to request that our neighborhood, just the geography of our houses, not the campus, be designated as an existing community or some other manner on the general plan instead of state or federal facility. A state facility, I think, is a holdover from the old hospital. The state facility definition in your general plan does not list residential use. That seems to be an internal problem. I think we meet the definition of an existing community. We have 2,000 people here who the entire community is open to the public. You do not need to be affiliated with Cal State in any way to live here. And like I said, we pay real estate taxes to the county and we receive services from the county. This was very apparent last summer when the board was considering the moratorium on hemp agriculture. We're very close to hemp fields on Potrero Road. And I can tell you personally, the smell at some times would almost make you throw up when the wind was blowing directly on us. The initial map put out by the Ag Commissioner did not include us because we weren't on the general plan map. We were a state facility. And that was corrected, but I had to take some action to correct that. And we don't want this to happen again. In addition to the 2,000 people already living here, the site authority has approved 600 more units. So eventually we're going to have over 3,000 people living here. And it's just in the interest of public safety that we think we should be indicated in the general plan as some kind of an existing residential community when we are basically a small college town in the middle of the county. And finally, the general plan land use map, and I base this on my own 30 years of being a planner, is widely used by agencies and businesses outside the county that are not at all familiar with the site authority, Cal State, or our area. For example, a fire strike team from Northern California, unless they were told we were here, they would not see us on a map as a residential community, even though we're in the wildfire risk area. So we're asking the Planning Commission to direct staff or recommend to staff to find a way to get us on the map. We're also going to ask the CSU Site Authority at its meeting of August 3rd to support this idea and recommend that to the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Linda Parks and is our representative and on the board of the site authority. So in talking to her, we don't want to upset any jurisdictional relationships between the county and the site authority. That's not the idea. It's just be on the map for public safety reasons. So the request is basically to ask the Planning Commission to consider this, perhaps recommend to staff to find a way to do that. And that's my comments. If you go to the letter, again, it's pages 164 to 172. I've got images of the maps currently in the land use element that show us as just a big gray box that says state facility with no indication of there's 2,000 people here, much less students when they come back. But that's not our issue. That's Cal State's. So that's my comments. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Christopher. The next speaker is Jane Usher, Commissioner Educas.
I just wanted to respond. Are you still there, sir?
Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure that he knew that we did receive his letter, and it's in my notes to follow up on. So I just wanted to thank him and assure him that we are aware of the anomaly.
Okay, thank you very much. That's good news.
Okay, thank you for that comment. Next speaker is Jane Usher, followed by Tanya Salceda, followed by Beverly Gutierrez, followed by Maria Ventura. So, Jane Usher, you're up. Paging Jane Usher. Jane, do you hear us?
Hold on. She has to unmute. Can you ask her to unmute?
You need to unmute.
Are you there?
Yes, are you Jane?
Yes, I am. Good
Okay,
morning. Thank
okay,
you.
Jane, you're on the floor. We're listening to you. Please proceed.
Appreciate it. Commissioners, I'm speaking with you on behalf of a broad group of Ventura County landowners and mineral owners. A list, and yes, it is a long list of their names, is provided in my written comments of yesterday. My clients include your founding families. Their histories embrace farming, manufacturing, oil production, commercial and retail operations, responsible development, and an intense generations-long commitment to social justice and local philanthropy. Commissioners, in short, my clients underlie your past and also your future economic and moral vitality and viability. I appreciate your endurance today and this opportunity to address you. My message to you can be summarized as this. My clients and I are highly dissatisfied with the process that has brought us here today on this day of all days during a pandemic. But let me be clear, the work product before you is thousands of pages, yet it is remarkably incomplete. It is poorly conceived. The impacts on this county are not informed or reasoned. The input of hundreds of community commenters has not been integrated into the work. Instead, it has been brushed to the side. It has been ignored. And since the work product before you is uninformed, you cannot possibly be properly or legally informed to take the action currently before you. I pause. I ask you to pause. You have this moment of opportunity to demonstrate leadership and to course correct. In my lifetime, and by the way, I once sat in your shoes as a commissioner. I was president of the Los Angeles City Planning Commission. But let me return to my remarks. My professional regrets are when I have faced a moment such as this and I have failed to act. I'd like to take just a few moments more to point you to a handful of the many places in the work product before you where you are hearing an abundance of words, but not actual reasoned thought. 1, please consider, are your mitigation measures feasible, which they must be? Are they lawful, which they must be? What will their impacts be on the environment? These attributes of your mitigation measures have not been considered. Your new oil well measures and agricultural conservation easement measures are 2 prime examples. 2, how do you know that your goals, policies, and programs are the right ones for this county? Are you aware of their consequences professionally, socially, economically for the county? I remind you, there has been no economic analysis of these goals, policies, and programs, which has been requested on successive occasions and refused. 3, why have key pieces of information been stripped out of your process today and their consideration delayed until after your action? I point to the vested rights discussion, county's own budgetary fiscal analysis, the essential zoning amendments that must accompany this update, and the all-critical housing element. These are intertwined matters, and they will come before you in the next few weeks or months. Their facts will substantially impact the documents before you. You should, and under the law must, wait for them. 4, and lastly, environmental justice. You have reams of documents, but imagine this. You have no document that collects your skimpy, after the fact, environmental justice measures in a single place. They have been scattered, I would suggest buried, throughout the voluminous documents. Those most impacted by them have not been included in your process. Not a single substantive document was provided in Spanish. Your translations were limited to public flyers announcing meetings that were then held in English. This is not good enough.
Excuse me, Jane.
Especially
Excuse me, Jane. This is Chair White. Can you please conclude your remarks?
Yes, I have less than 20 seconds. You have brand new guidance, 2020 guidance from the state on the topic of environmental justice and how to apply it to a general plan. You also have this moment in our history. I conclude by saying we've asked that you continue this hearing to get the necessary missing work done before we reconvene. We have also asked that you recirculate the EIR. Lordy, so much information has been added at the 11th hour. I thank you, Chair White. I thank you all, commissioners, for your time and for your very important service.
Jane, thank you very much for your input. We value it. The next speaker is Tanya Salceda, followed by Beverly Gutierrez, followed by Maria Ventura, followed by Andrea Neal. So Tanya. Tanya, do you hear us?
I'm getting a message that Tanya is no longer on Zoom, so I guess it's Beverly.
Okay, Tanya doesn't seem to be connected on Zoom anymore. Beverly Gutierrez. Beverly, do you hear us?
Hello. Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Can you speak as loudly as possible, please?
Yes, I shall. Is that any better?
Could be even louder.
Okay. Well, I'm practically yelling. So,
Much better. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak on behalf of farmers. We've been in the farm management business since 1956. This will have a huge economic impact on everyone, but in particular our agricultural community. I think that it would be a huge mistake not to evaluate the long-term viability in the ag industry of the economic impact that this is going to have on our ag industry. And I don't know how any decision of this magnitude can be made without considering the economic impact. Ag is suffering. We're full-time trying to recover from this pandemic, and as you know, it's not over. And we just ask that you take the time and provide us the information on how we're going to survive this. So that's all we wanted to say. We thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Beverly. The next speaker is Maria Ventura, followed by Andrea Neal, followed by Sarahi Torres, followed by Andrea Sell. So Maria Ventura, you're up.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, commissioners and county staff. My name is Maria Ventura. I'm a public affairs manager with SoCal Gas, and I appreciate this time to provide some few comments. SoCal Gas urges you to delay certification of the general plan EIR until more public engagement and environmental analysis can be performed. Most concerning is the revised mitigation measure GHG/1. This mitigation measure violates CEQA and does not support the county's significance findings or statement of overriding considerations. We are concerned the county is deferring the potential imposition of any electrification requirements to future discretionary decisions. In addition, the county did not adequately analyze or provide findings on the electricity demand growth and associated impacts from building electrification. It is clear that mitigation measure GHG1 cumulatively contributes to new renewable energy facilities, new bulk transmission, and energy scale battery deployment, all projected to result in a significant increase in electrical cost. The EIR and response to comments also failed to address the substantial evidence of aggressive and exclusionary effects on lower income and historically disadvantaged communities. The EIR fails to provide the public and county decision makers with sufficient information concerning net energy and GHG impacts. The county's failure to disclose these impacts or to consider feasible measures to reduce these impacts violates CEQA. Planning Commission, we strongly recommend you do not certify the EIR today and reevaluate its reliance on an unproven measure that will result in sweeping and unstudied consequences. I appreciate the opportunity to provide these comments. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Maria. The next speaker is Andrea Neal, followed by Sarahi Torres, followed by Andrea Sell, followed by Jan Dietrich, followed by Ron Whitehurst. So Andrea, you're up.
She is also no longer on Zoom.
Okay, she's no longer on Zoom. So the next speaker, Sarahi Torres. Ms. Torres, do you hear us?
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Is this Ms. Torres?
Yes.
Yes, you're up. We hear you. Take it away.
Okay. Good morning, Planning Commission and County staff. My name is Sarai Torres, and I am from Oxnard. I urge the Planning Commission and staff to review and delay the Ventura County 2040 General Plan. As seen in the Government Center, there are almost to none residents but a few. This public hearing is misleading to the public by not providing a translator to the Spanish Mixteco population here in Ventura County, who are over 40% of the population. I urge the Planning Commission to include the Latinx population in these hearings with a translator. The Latinx community makes up a bulk of Ventura County cities, some of which include Oxnard. Our Spanish Mixteco speaking residents are not present in this meeting due to lack of language barrier, but their opinions matter. Their homes will be affected with items such as the mineral petroleum resources. I urge the Planning Commission and staff to reconsider their 2040 general plan by providing a plan in Spanish Mixteco with accurate translations for Latinx community. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to voice my comment.
All right.
Thank you very much for your comment, Sarahi. The next speaker is Andrea Sell, followed by Jan Dietrich, followed by Ron Whitehurst, followed by Kitty Merrill, followed by Wendy Ford, followed by Stephen Nash. So Andrea Sell, you're up. Huh?
Andrea is gone. You can call Jan Dietrich next.
Okay. Andrea is not connected. The next speaker is Jan Dietrich, followed by Ron Whitehurst, Kitty Merrill, Wendy Ford, Stephen Nash, Brett Levine. So Jan Dietrich, you have the floor.
Nope, no Dietrich.
No?
Nope, okay.
Not hearing Jan Dietrich. Next speaker, Ron Whitehurst. Ron, you have the floor. Looking for Ron Whitehurst?
No.
Okay.
Who is next?
Next speaker on Zoom, Kitty Merrill. Kitty Merrill, followed by Wendy Ford, Stephen Nash, Brett Levine. Kitty Merrill.
Let's see. Kitty. She needs to unmute. She needs to unmute.
Kitty, you need to unmute. Kitty, can you unmute your Zoom box there?
I have unmuted.
Okay, now we hear you. Can you speak more loudly, please?
Okay, but you can hear me now.
Yes.
All right, great. Thank you so much for your service. On behalf of the 350 Ventura County Climate Hub, we are happy that 153 people have signed on to our 14-page petition that you should have in your packets. Since your deliberations last year, scientists say we cannot stay below 3 degrees centigrade, even if we were to reach net zero emissions by 2030 without carbon capture technology that scientists are working on how to scale without taking unintended risks. The sooner we get to net zero, the less we will have to rely on carbon capture technology in order to get us back to normal before massive destruction of so many types of life on Earth. Setting goals for net zero by 2050 or 2045 or 2040, it's not telling the truth. As soon as possible means, even if we cut emissions enough to be net zero by 2030, we've still got big problems. Are we, as Greta says, not mature enough to tell it like it is? For the economic vitality of the county, the oil and gas industry has to be phased out. CRC's bankruptcy raises questions about who will pay for properly closing over the over 4,000 wells in the county. We need a higher bond and an insurance program so this doesn't fall on the public. The oil and gas industry forecasts that a 10% local tax on new oil production will reduce oil production by over 1 million barrels a year, lose 690 jobs, and an increasing amount loss of revenues, up to 11 million per year by 2031. It sounds like a lot, but really, it's a small price to pay to accelerate achieving net zero emission. What we need is a VC 2030 climate action plan based on science that achieves greenhouse gas emission reductions 10 years sooner than in this general plan. The extreme social and economic inequalities that contribute to suffering and devastating loss can no longer be ignored. In last month's Sierra magazine, the title was "Racism is Killing the Planet" by Hop Hopkins. Our society treats some people as disposable and some places as sacrifice zones. Society needs to learn new capabilities to see individual people as having unique value. We need to believe in potential and capacity for development and change. It's the lack of development of the capacity to see whole systems that treats society or leads society to treat nature as disposable and Earth as a sacrifice zone. Teaching whole systems or regenerative thinking throughout our lives will get us to the higher goals faster. Thank you for advocating for creation of a climate emergency council. Besides getting to work on obvious measures like the REACH codes for decarbonizing structures, taxing methane, and artificial fertilizers and other strong policy to reduce emissions, the CEC can look at ways to reduce environmental injustice and pollution at the scale necessary for our climate action plan to take over from the climate policy in the general plan in 2022. Thank you.
Kitty, thank you very much for your comment. We appreciate your input. I want a clarification from the clerk. The names you just gave me are, we have on my list Wendy Ford. Is Wendy, that's continuing?
We are showing that Wendy Ford and Steve Nash are no longer on the Zoom.
Okay. Okay, the next speaker is Brett Levine, followed by Tomas Morales Rebecki, followed by Dr. Steve Colome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Brett, yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you all so much for all the positive work that you've been doing. Just want to share my appreciation. Just have a few comments regarding the county action or the county plan. There are a couple things to note. First, the draft general plan does not contain the robust and enforceable policy required for a climate action plan. Just some of the notes in terms of the revision on that section 3 in terms of working towards rather than having that as a verified policy. I really don't think that goes far enough. We need to recognize that, especially in the midst of COVID, that, you know, due to circumstances that may very well be beyond our control, we need to place restrictions on our society, right, in order for the safety of the people. And basically, the exact same scientific consensus surrounds the action we should be taking in terms of climate action. So it takes some bold policy decision making in order to act on that, and that is what I'm asking you to do for this plan. Related to that has to do with and actually this is all kind of related in regards to pesticide exposure, CO2 emissions, toxics from oil wells, and also continued vulnerability to folks that have respiratory issues following this pandemic. So I ask that you place a stronger emphasis on regenerative agriculture as a policy and program to mitigate many of these effects, which include pollution from farms, and as well as provide sources for carbon sequestration, resilience to climate change, and also biodiversity conservation. These are all factors that can be addressed and should be addressed from the public policy of this plan. There is a petition that went around that I signed that I encourage you to read, that I support, and I would just like to say, I guess, that what we should learn from COVID and the reality that we are now living in is that significant change can take place within our society if it is required. And I ask that you have the foresight to recognize what the scientific community is communicating in terms of where climate change is going to be bringing us into the future, and to act on that in strong and bold ways, and not necessarily listen to the short-term monetary incentive of the oil industry, which in many ways is already a sunken cost, but to look towards the future. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brett. We appreciate your comment. The next speaker signed up is Tomas Morales Rebecki. Tomas, do you hear us? Are you unmuted? Do you hear us?
Just bringing them up, so hold on.
Can you hear me?
Is Tomas or Thomas?
Yeah, this is Tomas.
Okay,
Am I coming
Tomas,
in?
we do hear you. Take it away. You have the floor.
All right, thank you all. Thank you all so much for being here today. My name is Tomas Morales Rebecki, and I work for Food and Water Watch and live here in the city of Ventura. It's very disappointing to hear that the EIR is choosing to put access to oil above public health and the safety of our children by dropping setbacks from 2,500 feet to just 1,500 feet for both schools and homes. My family and our two young children, both under 3, live next to the Ventura oil field, and many of our friends and neighbors live within a couple hundred feet of oil wells, or their children attend schools near oil and gas wells, as ours will too soon. This is a very personal issue for me. So, as we know, the majority of oil wells in California and Ventura County are next to communities of color and disadvantaged communities, making this a huge environmental justice issue. As stated before, environmental justice needs to be addressed in the general plan, and this is ignoring one of the biggest environmental justice issues in our area. That is exactly why the Board of Supervisors denied an oil project within 1,700 feet of residents' homes just last year in Ventura, because it was in an area Cal Enviro Screen has identified as a disadvantaged community, and they are already suffering from some of the highest levels of pollution in California. Dozens of community members from that community came in, along with doctors, scientists, and testified about the health impacts they have suffered or seen their patients suffer from, everything from asthma to rare cancers. Also, 2 new studies just released last month found that living near oil and gas wells in California has significant adverse impacts on pregnant mothers and newborns. A study by UC Berkeley found that pregnant women in California who lived within 3,200 feet of oil and gas wells are 40% more likely to give birth to low weight babies. Stanford researchers found that pregnant women living near oil and gas wells in California face a high risk of preterm birth, the leading cause of infant death in the United States. The research shows that risks were highest for Latina and African American women. These are the first 2 studies to use California-specific data to investigate the link between proximity to fossil fuel operations and birth outcomes. They were long overdue because 2 million Californians live within a mile of an active oil well. And the state actually has the highest annual birth rates in the US. And these studies are consistent with numerous studies in other states that found a link between petroleum and proximity to oil and gas wells and poor birth outcomes. Decades of unequal protection and regulatory failure have created sacrifice zones in Ventura County by concentrating the health risks of oil operations in low-income communities and communities of colors, where mothers and children already face disproportionate burdens from multiple pollution sources. Institutional environmental racism have been a pandemic killing communities of color for generations, and now we're facing a new one. The COVID-19 pandemic has shown just how deadly oil industry pollution is and has made the need for protection all more urgent. Multiple studies have found that exposure to higher amounts of air pollution also increase population's vulnerability to the coronavirus. A major study of air pollution and COVID-19 mortality in the US found that exposure to even small increases in fine particulate matter, PM 2.5, was linked to an 8% greater chance of dying from COVID-19. Another study in Europe found that pollution exposed to higher levels of nitrogen dioxide experienced higher rates of mortality during the coronavirus pandemic, and concluded long-term exposure to this pollutant may be one of the most important contributors to fatality caused by COVID-19 virus. We don't need any more studies. The science is clear, and pollution in neighborhood drilling is dangerous for our communities. We need to end this legacy of environmental racism in California, and especially here in Ventura County. Please be on the right side of history and increase the setbacks back to 2,500 feet for both homes and schools. Thank you so much for hearing our comments today.
Tomas, thank you very much for your comment. We appreciate that. The next speaker is Dr. Stephen Colomé, followed by Kent Bullard, Dr. Stephen Colomé, followed by Ana Del Rio Barba, Steve Nash, Roseanne Witt, Maritza Avila. So Dr. Colomé, you have the floor.
Am I heard there?
Yes. Take it away.
Okay, good. Chair White and commissioners, this is a process that I've been following nearly from the beginning. Many of you know me, and I think my participation in this predates some of the commissioners here. I have served on the faculty at UC Irvine and UCLA School of Public Health, and have served as an advisor and consultant to several federal agencies, state and foreign countries. And as a scientist, my role has been to tell the plain and unvarnished truth. I was really hoping to be able to praise the general plan and the EIR today. And with a 5-month hiatus, I had thought we might see a polished general plan and a logical, clearly organized and written EIR that is responsive to the objective technical criticisms that have been identified by reviewers. Unfortunately, I do not have a happy tale to report today. It is just so important to get this right. The general plan for Ventura County is supposed to be a visionary document that guides land use and environmental policies over the next 20 years. What the county and its consultants have prepared is unfortunately embarrassingly inadequate. What you have before you, I'm afraid, is a 20th century plan for a 21st century world, particularly in terms of the climate policies that are here. There's been very little time for the public to review the large amount of new materials that are not particularly well organized or easy to access. It's a bit like a scavenger hunt with a challenging geocoded hints or a ball in a pinball machine trying to make sense of these documents. I prefer to give a detailed technical criticism, but in the time I have today, I can only address a few issues of process. The general plan was begun about 4 years ago, before the recent serious and consequential wildfires in Ventura, and before the concerning report on the consequences of sea level rise on our coastal communities commissioned by the county. Consequently, when this whole process started, there was no sense of urgency regarding climate and opportunities for clean energy jobs on the other side of this. There are process and technical problems also with the emission inventory and with selective and minor adjustments to that inventory that were made in the last few months, while ignoring more significant issues, including the Orwellian dismissal of significant and underestimated methane emissions, quote, because scientists have not agreed on a definition of super emitter, end quote. This is a semantic response to a valid environmental concern. The consultants promised a sensitivity analysis for the methane global warming potential value that has not been conducted. Certainly, the consultants were aware that a proper sensitivity analysis would illuminate the relevance of this greenhouse gas. I and others predicted early in this process that the county would not meet the state greenhouse gas emission goals because of the lack of adequate policies that were being considered. Ascent Environmental kicked that issue downstream and promised a strong plan by the end of the process. Well, we're there now, and there is no cap here. Please carefully read the Shoot-Mahaley statement by Kevin Bundy and Carmen Borg. I ask that you drop any claim to there being a cap in this proposed general plan. It's inexcusable to have missed the state targets and the country's needed contribution to this important local, state, national, and international challenge. As the FEIR is presented, I encourage you to not certify it today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Colomé, for your comments. We appreciate that. The next speaker, Ana Del Rio Barba, followed by Steve Nash, followed by Rose Ann Witt, followed by Maritza Avila.
Good morning, Honorable Commissioner White and honorable members of the Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments concerning the draft 2040 General Plan. As a concerned citizen and member of various community organizations, including being past board member of the Oxnard School District for 12 years, I ask you to reconsider the general plan before approval. In reviewing the proposed recommendations, several issues need to be addressed before moving forward. In particular, the climate that we're in. We are in a global pandemic, and many of the speakers have already brought this to your attention. The recommendations do not address the issues brought on by COVID-19, specifically the effect on the Latino and other minority populations. Each of the tenets of the plan must address how the needs of these communities will be met. Furthermore, the communication and public engagement needs to be readdressed. There needs to be open and accessible dialogue, which means input received through various venues of outreach to as many constituents as possible. Ventura County is a county of over 42% wherein it's Latino descent. This plan sets the stage for the next 20 years. In reviewing the plan, there is no proactive outreach to our Latino organizations and community. Although Ms. Curtis did state, and I quote, that robust, unquote, efforts were made, only 2 workshops in Spanish and Mixteco does not constitute robust outreach. We need to do a better job at this. Moving forward is impeding local communities and ethnic populations to have a voice in the development of these policies. Furthermore, your website does not include the general plan in Spanish. Approval of the general plan must be postponed and rewritten to assure transparency and proper outreach and access to all residents in the county. Residents must have a voice in the development of policies affecting the community for the next 20 years. I applaud Ms. Jane Usher's comments, and please take them to heart. The community needs to be heard, and we need as much input as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my comments. Your consideration and leadership are greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Anna, thank you very much for your input. We appreciate your comments. The next speaker is Steve Nash, followed by Rose Ann Witt, followed by Maritza Avila.
Thank you, Chairman White. This is Steve Nash. Can you hear me?
You bet. Take it away.
Thank you very much. I submitted 2 written comments, so I hope you had a chance to read those. As a former planning commissioner for the city of Oxnard, I certainly feel your pain having to plow through 2,000 plus pages of comments. It's really been something for me to observe the level of public participation. So today I would like to talk about the general plan as an aspirational document. While the main assumption of a general plan is to have a forward-looking document that deals with land use, potential significant impacts and their mitigation measures, it should also address policies and goals that lead us to a more equitable, sustainable, and resilient community. It should inform and guide us for the next several decades. While there is certainly a legal definition of what a general plan must include, I urge you to go further, as we cannot miss this opportunity to fully address the societal and environmental issues that are now confronting us. Issues that when we developed the 2030 general plan for the city of Oxnard, we really had no idea, but they were on the horizon, and that should inform us that we need to be forward looking in how we go about formatting and formulating a general plan. We have borne witness recently of how much we must still do to achieve racial equity in the form of social and environmental justice. These are ideals we should enshrine in our planning documents. The Constitution gives us the ideals. The general plan can give us a roadmap. I understand how this might seem to be overreach, but it's not. I believe you all can grasp the reality that we are at an inflection point for what I consider to be existential threats to our continuation as a modern, functioning society, whether it is climate disruption, zoonotic-induced pandemics, social upheaval, or agricultural practices. The time to change our ways of doing things is now, not tomorrow. Do not hesitate to do the right thing. I believe the public will support a document that is truly forward-looking and inclusive. And I certainly thank you for your time and effort, which I think most of the public has no idea of the time that you must spend on this general plan. And that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. We appreciate your comments. The next speaker, Rose Ann Witt, followed by Maritza Avila. Followed by Ron. Excuse me. Let me continue. I'll come right back to you, Rose. Next speaker after Rose will be Maritza Avila, followed by Ron Whitehurst, followed by Christopher Young, followed by Jan Dietrich. Sorry for interrupting you there, Rose. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm trained in biology, and I've lived in Ventura County 26 years. Ventura already has the fastest warming county in the continental United States. Our average temperature has increased 4.7 degrees. Between now and 2040, it is expected to rise by at least 2 to 3 degrees more along our coast and 3 to 5 degrees more inland. Scientists know that increasingly ferocious wildfire is one of the most apparent consequences of the extreme heat we're seeing. Like many of you, I've lived through 3 wildfires in 3 years. 2017's Thomas Fire, fanned by 13 days of Santa Ana winds, destroyed whole neighborhoods and my sense of security. 2018's Woolsey Fire forced my family to evacuate as the blaze burned within 2 lots of our home. That single fire cost $6 trillion just in property losses. 2019's Easy Fire caused an extreme red flag warning, an unprecedented category of danger. Annual fires leave our families anxious, exhausted, and traumatized every time the Santa Ana winds blow. While I commend the effort crafting our general plan, it is not a climate action plan. It does not ensure carbon and methane emissions are zeroed out with the urgency conveyed by IPCC science. As such, our update must mandate that Climate Emergency Council develop a solid, visionary 2030 plan for systemic, ambitious, effective, and actionable climate mitigation that quickly phases out fossil fuel consumption and production countywide to protect our families from the full dangers of extreme heat and intensifying wildfire risk. To that end, I support in full the petition submitted by Seafrog and 350 Ventura County Climate Hub. Given that homes are schools within this COVID era, a minimum 2,500-foot setback must buffer both homes and schools, as well as hospitals and water supplies from all new and existing oil and gas operations. And as the parent of a young adult with petrochemical triggered asthma who learned too late of the cumulative indoor air pollution risks of cooking and heating with fossil gas, I also support Sierra Club's comment to ban gas connections in all new county construction. Because fossil gas is mostly methane, and methane's global warming potential is 84 times higher than CO2 over 20 years, both carbon and methane must be taxed significantly, and plumes and leaks must be shut down quickly. All new fossil fuel infrastructure and highly dangerous drilling strategies, especially fracking, which is documented to pollute air and drinking water, induce earthquakes, and accelerate climate change impacts, should be banned. Our 2030 climate action plan should also protect our groundwater supply from oil and gas contamination by ending the injection of fossil fuel wastewater into our aquifers and by prohibiting wastewater use for irrigating our crops. Should incentivize regenerative and biodynamic farming to cultivate healthy living soils which store carbon, hold rainwater, increase fertility, reduce chemical pesticide use, and produce nutritious, health-sustaining foods for local people. And because most plastics are now made from fracked fossil gas, we must adopt new rules to minimize and ultimately eliminate plastic and styrofoam production, use, and consumption countywide. Our general plan update remains climate deficient and so requires a comprehensive 2030 climate action plan. Yes, climate action will require retraining of fossil fuel workers whose existing skills will be essential as we scale up clean energy infrastructure and the jobs to build it. A 2030 climate action plan must provide that retraining, just as it must ensure all of us a safe, clean, secure home, free from the health and financial risks of unabated extreme heat and perpetual wildfire. Thank you for listening to my comments. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Maritza. We appreciate your comments and input.
That was Roseanne Witt.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Roseanne. Thank you very much for your comments. We appreciate it. I was reading ahead. The next speaker is Maritza Avila. Maritza, do you hear us?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor.
Good morning, members of the commission and the public at large. My name is Maritza Avila, and I am a proud educator in this county. No matter how the county has tried to paint their community engagement efforts The fact is that the planning staff, the same planning staff that has said that there were Spanish-speaking contacts for the plan, refused to even meet with representatives of the Latino community before this hearing. The exclusion of the Latino community from this process is a blatant example of institutionalized racism. You have left out the voices of the people who comprise 40% of the population of this county. This is shameful. It is not inclusion, and it must be corrected before this document is passed. Please do the right thing and be inclusive of all the voices in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, Maritza. We appreciate your comment. The next speaker is Ron Whitehurst, followed by Christopher Young, followed by Jan Dietrich. So, Ron, you have the floor. Ron Whitehurst.
Hello, this is Ron Whitehurst. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good.
Take it away.
I'm Ron Whitehurst. I'm a pest control advisor with Rincon, Manitoba Insectaries, and I call and support of the proposals from Sea Frog, 350 Ventura, and the Center for Biological Diversity. The Center for Biological Diversity has called to prohibit the use of anticoagulant rodenticides. And I would ask you to consider that this could also relate to all toxic pesticides that harm wildlife, that there's a larger number than just the rodenticides that are in consideration. And I challenged the Ventura County Agricultural Association that is calling for economies of scale in agriculture. The general phrase used is we need to feed the world. But the breakdown of the supply chain with the COVID pandemic disruptions show this to be a very risky business, that if our markets are going to be, quickly evaporate, with being able to ship, container loads of lemons to Japan and Colombia, then that isn't very sustainable. In the time of crisis here, our small local farms have stepped up to feed people in quarantine. And this is a measure of the resiliency that we can build by diversifying and supporting our small farmers. Small farmers feed the world. About 70% of the food eaten in the world is grown on small farms. So big industrial farms only produce and feed about 30% of the population. So big agriculture is not feeding the world now, and we've seen the problems of it desertifying landscapes with the use of chemical fertilizers, chemical pesticides and such, and with the herbicides. And then what happens when the food gets to the other countries? It destroys the markets for products grown on small family farms. So it's not a good policy to promote big agriculture. So we encourage the county to support through their educational programs and through purchasing programs to purchase food from local farmers to develop this market for resiliency and security. The Chapter 11 bankruptcy of the California Resources Corporation illustrates the need for higher performance bonds, that with the decrease in use of fossil fuels and price of fossil fuels, that there will be more of these companies going out of business. And so we need to have some money available to close up the wells and to clean up their mess. I see that that oil workers should not worry about their jobs, that there's lots and lots of work to close down all these wells and to mitigate the damage done to the landscape from 100 years of oil production in our county. And this could be paid with partly with the oil excise tax and increased performance bonds. The use of chemical fertilizers and pesticides has been taken its toll on the soil in our county. So the soil organic matter has decreased from the time when us white folk came here and started cutting down the trees, overgrazing with cattle, and using chemical fertilizers, from maybe 10% down to 1% in a lot of our agricultural areas. So encouraging our farmers to use regenerative organic practices will help to restore the organic matter
Mr.
in the
Whitehurst,
soil.
can you please, this is Commissioner White, will you please conclude your remarks? Thank you.
So encourage the county to use regenerative agriculture and regenerative land practices in all of their lands, and encourage it in the county. Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you, Ron. We appreciate your comments. The next speaker is Christopher Young, followed by Jan Dietrich. Christopher
Okay,
Young.
We good?
hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor, Chris.
Excellent. And as others have said, and I say it with sincerity, I really appreciate all of your work. I can't imagine the magnitude of it. Today, I am representing myself and also the Ventura County Climate Reality Project as its current director. Actually, I want to jump into this by commenting on a comment that was made earlier today by a representative from CoLab. And I just feel these things are important, to bring forward. If I understood this individual clearly, accurately, I thought she clearly accused you all, the commissioners, of intentionally thwarting public participation in this process. And I just want to say that's a fascinating accusation to me. To say that there are difficulties in all of us participating, I would agree, but to frankly and flatly accuse you all in this manner, I don't think is supportable, and I think it's extremely unfortunate. So I believe it's safe to say that critical elements of our community, of our country, and of our world are dangerously unraveling. Examples would be climate change, COVID, racism, money in politics, to name just a few. I also believe that what we need from you, our leaders, is visionary action informed by the seriousness and the fragility of our current situations. In that regard, my hope would be that from you visionary leaders, that we might see, one, greater urgency in climate action. It does appear to me that certainly nationally, I don't see the recognition of how precarious our situation is, how close to the edge of this climate cliff we are. I would also like to see a greater clarity about how we stop emitting greenhouse gases. I would like to see greater attention to environmental injustice. greater attention to public health, safety, and survival rather than short-term economics. That economics thing, I'm sure you all know, is a tricky and a slippery slope. We all need enough to live on and to eat and have a roof over our heads. I think we all understand that, but it's pretty obvious that I think it's obvious in our country, unfortunately, and even in our county. We've had a tendency to sell down the river our very existence and the safety of the environment that we live in for short-term economics. That may not play well. I would also like to see clarity about the interconnectedness of all of our major risks and imbalances. To the degree that leadership doesn't recognize that, I think is a risk to all.
I don't remember his name. Dave?
Yes, Dave.
Finally, I would hope and wish that our leaders are clear, really clearly understand the fact that complex living systems, and that could be a human being, or it could be our planetary ecosystem, but that they can look good, they can look well, they can look healthy one day, and literally collapse or be dead the next. We all know that that's true. It might sound surprising, but it's not. Everyone knows, and everyone, all of us, everyone that can hear my voice right now, knows that somebody they've known in their life looked good one day. Maybe we're out jogging, maybe they were 50 years old, and maybe they died of a heart attack the very next day. We have to be concerned about what that might look like for climate collapse. So again, thank you so much. This is a difficult time, and I'm glad that we have the opportunity to think these kinds of huge challenges out carefully. Thank you.
Christopher, thank you. We appreciate your input here. The next speaker is Jan Dietrich, followed by Leslie Purcell, followed by Kent Bullard, followed by Danielle Borja, followed by Jennifer Pesta, followed by Larry Cook. So Jan, you have the floor.
I have just a second here. Can you hear me?
Yes, take it away.
Thank you a lot, Chair White and Commissioners. Your service on this is huge, and I sincerely appreciate that you gave us so much great policy in the draft general plan. Thanks for your hard work last year in those 3 days of hearings. Of course, I concur as an active member of 350 Ventura County Climate Hub with the comments that are in your packets. That 15 pages of comment has been supported in a petition with over 150 signatures. Our concern there is to suggest in this new rising consciousness about justice that maybe we could look deeper at environmental justice, and there is a lot of good policy there, but need to look deeper. And also done more ambitious climate mitigation policy, and because we're getting here so late in the game, more serious climate adaptation policy. The plan gives good policy in all these, and it's a great start. It's exciting to get started with the Climate Emergency Council that you recommended to the board, and they liked it. So awesome. The plan it's just like a great start, but it is not a climate action plan. And therefore, we look forward to continuing this work, hopefully with the leadership of the new CEC, to set higher goals, a more comprehensive inventory, and a lot more mitigations than have been presented. For example, the REACH code to ban gas connections in new homes as endorsed by the Sierra Club Los Padres chapter should be expanded as an environmental justice program to help homeowners in the disadvantaged communities to replace their gas stoves. The pollution inside the home with a gas stove is more than outside in most areas. I'm very impressed also with the comments by Shoot Mahali and on behalf of Sea Frog and Dr. Colome's remarks today. Nobody's mentioned the California Resource Corporation bankruptcy in today's news. So who is going to, it makes you wonder, it was actually in the news report, who's going to pay for the proper closing of all these wells. The EIR, I would just close my introductory remarks, is not acceptably comprehensive and shouldn't be approved. But and regarding the criticism on public engagement, I can imagine it better, but I agree with Chris Young as nobody's real fault. And I would like to have seen more real agriculture scientists on the Ag Focus Group, particularly. And we can look forward to scientists being more involved throughout the creation of a real climate action plan. My expertise is in public health, agroecology, and biological pest control, and I want to share my thoughts quickly now about the ag element. I'll speak briefly about integrated pest management, regenerative agriculture, the offset for the ag conservation easement, and a little bit about how we can increase the food security element by institutional buying of local food. So with pest management, this must always be referred to as integrated pest management. There's a roadmap for integrated pest management prepared by the state and the university, subheading systems thinking to build better IPM for all Californians. It says that all pest management should be integrated pest management. Secondly, regenerative agriculture is the foundation for successful IPM, integrated pest management, because it's the way to grow healthy plants that resist pests and diseases. It saves growers money when they invest in regenerative practices on the front end that results in much reduced chemical inputs later. Regenerative agriculture is critical for all the agricultural element goals. It's relegated off into a goal statement. It is not even in any policy or program, but it is foundational for resilience, for food security, for ag land protection, for sustainability, and it is mentioned over in a policy in the economic vitality element as an opportunity for green jobs creation. And this segues into
Jan,
this.
Jan, this is Chair White. Will you please conclude your remarks, please?
Okay. It's just that with the ag conservation easement, small farms can work very well with all respect to big farms and how they're preserving our important farmland. Small farms should not be discounted the way they were by the Ventura County Agriculture Association. Thank you very much.
Chair White, I have a question for Ms. Dietrich.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Good afternoon.
Jan, can you still hear?
Yeah, I'm still here. Yeah, it's
Okay,
4 minutes
you have a question from Commissioner Aducas.
This is Commissioner Aducas. I have a question for you. Did you spot that we don't have integrated pest management throughout the EIR? Are there inconsistencies that you spotted?
Well, I'm not sure if it's an inconsistency or a kind of dichotomous thinking, a false dichotomy, but what you see in goal 3 is where the goal is innovative and specialty agriculture. That's where you see the integrated pest management. But when you go over to food security, they just call it pest management, not integrated pest management. So you get this like, what? So we shouldn't use IPM as a part of our food security goal. That I would call it an inconsistency in my mind.
Did you see it anywhere else?
No, I didn't. It was just that, but to me, it's like, I mean, for most people, nobody would notice it, but it really pops for me.
And then on the regenerative agriculture, you stated that there's no program. Do you see that as part of the charge of the climate action, the Climate Emergency Council?
Oh, absolutely. A major, major agenda for that. But I would like to see you recommend to the board to put it into policy, not just as a word in the goal statement, goal 3 statement, and it relegates it to like innovative and specialty rather than it's, I don't know. The whole ag element just seems so parceled out or siloed in a way that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay, thank you for that. And were there any other points? I read all your letters, and thank you so much for your input. Were there anything else that you wanted to address to the commission now?
Yeah, I just want to, in my work over those, especially the last 10 years, all these 20-year-old young people come to us in our business that is about agroecology, wanting to farm and not having access to land. So I would say that ag easement and also that policy about not allowing farming on public land, only community gardens, and the rationale for that from the ag commissioner is a fear of pest invasion. That public land farming can actually be a reservoir of beneficial insects for all the farming in the county. The rationale for recommend that the Ag Commission used to recommend to not include small farming as an opportunity on public land it is a false argument. Thank you.
Okay, we did see that. Thank you again for your comments.
Okay.
Okay, thank you both. The next speaker is Leslie Purcell, followed by Kent Bullard, followed by Danielle Borja, followed by Jennifer Pesta, followed by Larry Cook. So Leslie Purcell, you're up.
Good afternoon. I would like to appreciate the work that's been done on this EIR for the general plan update. There are, of course, still some issues. I would support the setbacks of 2,500 feet from the oil and gas production, and I would support microgrids where we would have clean renewable energy used instead of diesel generators for any emergency situations where the main power grid would go down. If we had these microgrids, that would be helpful. It would give us an opportunity to put local solar on parking lots and rooftops, commercial buildings, municipal county buildings, and again, parking lots are a great opportunity for clean renewable energy. And then we could have our local microgrids. We'd like to enhance carbon sequestration, and this would be in the soils and trees and plants through regenerative agriculture practices, and also would like to stress the importance of native plants in our local area for habitat value and wildlife. I'd like to support the end to flaring of natural gas, particularly in relation to the oil production. There are pollutants released. It increases heat in the atmosphere and is a greenhouse gas and a climate impact that is, except for very real emergencies, should not be allowed. We'd like to transition away from natural gas use in homes and other commercial. We'd like to electrify and use the local generation, if possible, of solar to provide that energy source. I would also like to support what Ron Whitehead said from the use of rodenticides. Anticoagulants in particular is is a terrible practice for wildlife and other secondary and tertiary poisonings. I just learned that someone who I know who lives at the upper end of the Santa Clara River had her pet dog poisoned as a secondary from an anticoagulant rodenticide. And many of the earlier rodenticides were banned, but this secondary round of them apparently equally lethal. So let's see. Also, the report this, and I had recently learned that many younger and newer
Have we lost Leslie?
economics. Yes. Are we done? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Could I say one more thing?
Yes. Will you please conclude your remarks? Thank you.
Okay. In terms of environmental justice and balancing our environment, I would like to suggest that we have a Chumash representative on the Climate Emergency Council. So thank you very much for all your work.
Okay, Leslie, thank you very much. We appreciate your input. The next speaker is Kent Bullard, followed by Danielle Borja, followed by Jennifer Pesta, followed by Larry Cook. So, Kent, you have the floor.
Hello, this is Kent Bullard. I'm representing the Los Padres chapter of the Sierra Club. I'm the transportation chair. I'm going to read a letter from our chair, Katie Davis. Dear Ventura County Planning Commissioner members, the Sierra Club Los Padres chapter strongly supports implementation program HAS-X to prohibit natural gas infrastructures in new residential and new commercial development, which would support a REACH code through amendment to the Ventura County Building Code to be completed by 2023. Final ERR, page 328. We support this program because it is an appropriate and timely response, among other necessary measures, to mitigate climate, health, safety, and housing affordability crises in Ventura County and across the state. First, by adopting this, Ventura County will join a wave of cities and counties across California in declaring that fossil fuels have no place in our homes, commercial buildings, or communities, and we have a right to clean, safe, and affordable energy. Ventura County will not be alone in deciding to phase out gas in new construction. Several dozen cities and counties in California have implemented or are pursuing REACH codes to shift to all electric in new construction. As we have witnessed with rooftop solar and zero net energy policies, city and county leadership is key to raising the ambition of state policymakers. Change starts at the local level, and climate leadership is desperately needed if we are to reduce emissions to comply with climate science. The REACH code will improve air quality and public health for Ventura County residents. All electric new construction will immediately improve indoor air quality for Ventura County residents. On average, Californians spend 68% of their time indoors, making indoor air quality a key determinant of human health. The combustion of gas inside our homes produces harmful indoor air pollution, specifically nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, nitrous oxide, formaldehyde, acetylene, and ultrafine particles. These odorless and undetectable gas combustion pollutants can cause respiratory disease as well as more serious conditions, including death. Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory recently found that air pollution levels in 50 to 70% of homes with gas stoves exceed EPA's definition of clean air. For example, air pollution levels indoors in these homes would be illegal if found outdoors. A recent study found that gas stoves may be responsible for up to 12% of child asthma cases. All new electric construction will also be key to mitigating outdoor pollution in Ventura County. Hazardous air pollution is a particularly acute issue for low-income communities and people of color who are exposed to higher incidences of particulate matter and other harmful pollutants. While most think of trucks, power plants, and industry as the major culprits of air pollution, buildings have for too long been gotten a free pass. Gas combustion appliances lack modern-day pollution controls and are a major source of air pollution, particularly in winter from gas heating. Gas appliances in residential and commercial produce nearly 9 times more nitrous oxide emissions than gas power plants. Nitrogen oxide is a precursor to ozone and particulate matter 2.5, two pollutants that cause asthma, lung cancer, respiratory disease, and premature death. All new construction is an essential step to improving air quality in Ventura County and Southern California as a whole. REACH codes will lower the cost of new construction and support affordable housing. All electric homes can be cheaper to build than gas-heated homes, and they can lower monthly utility bills for Ventura County residents and businesses. Ensuring all new construction is built without gas hookups will help Ventura County developers build more quickly and affordably, as there will be no need for new costly gas infrastructures, an advantage in the ongoing housing crisis. A recent analysis by the statewide utility codes and standards team found that building all electric reduced construction costs an average of $5,000 for single family homes and over $2,000 per unit in multifamily dwellings. Building all electric will also save
Kent,
costs for
this is Chair
Ventura County
White.
residents and
Will you
businesses
please
in the long
conclude your
term as we
remarks?
transition to a carbon neutral economy. Gas distribution pipeline extensions to new homes are expected to become stranded assets well before the end of their useful life as buildings electrify over the coming years. Stopping investment in new gas infrastructures is a fiscally prudent strategy to avoid saddling ratepayers and taxpayers with the cost of maintaining and ultimately decommissioning stranded gas infrastructure.
Okay.
The REACH code will make Ventura County homes and businesses safer and more resilient in the face of climate change. California is experiencing an increasingly occurrence of extreme heat waves, with practically each summer breaking previous held records.
Kent.
Most Ventura County residents, particularly low-income families, do not have air conditioning and are not prepared to adapt to the heat waves, posing new health and safety risks. Air conditioning is an important bonus in replacing gas furnaces with electric heat pump space heaters, as the heat pumps can operate in reverse and provide high-efficiency cooling when needed. Electrification offers greater comfort, safety, and climate resiliency when temperatures peak. Lastly, gas pipelines are vulnerable to methane leakage, overpressurization.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're still in the public hearing process, but we're going to take a break for lunch. Now we will reconvene in what do you want to call it, an hour? Or that sound good for everybody? 1 hour? So we will reconvene about 1:20. I thank everybody who has participated. If there are people who've come to the County Government Center to provide testimony, you will be able to do so by filling out a speaker card. And we want to hear from you, and we will continue to hear from people via Zoom and also through email. We thank everybody. We know it's a little challenging the way communication happens, but it seems to be working, and we appreciate your input. Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene after lunch the Planning Commission meeting of July 16th. we're in the public hearing part of the meeting today. And we've been hearing from people on Zoom, and we have some more people queued up on Zoom that we're going to call on one at a time. And I'm going to read those names so that people can plan ahead.
Chair White, I believe Commissioner Adukas had a question.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Adukas, do you have a question? Commissioner Adukas, can you hear us? Commissioner Adukas, can you hear us?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, and we hear you too. So we're going to reconvene here. How's that? I'm giving him mine.
Okay. Go ahead and continue. I believe you can. There we go.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I lost mine. That's all right. Okay, the Zoom speakers coming up, I'll read them in order so you can plan, getting ready to come. The first is Danielle Borja. The next is Jennifer Pezda. The next is Larry Cook, then Kristen Kessler, then Annalise Anderle, then Jonathan Ullman, then Andrea Sell. So Danielle, you're up. Danielle? We're wanting to hear from Danielle Borja.
I'm here.
Okay, we hear you. So you have the floor. Take it away.
Good afternoon, Chair White and Planning Commissioners. My name is Danielle Borgia, President, CEO of the Greater Conejo Valley Chamber of Commerce. We are living during a time when both our businesses and residents are facing great uncertainty and economic hardship amid the COVID-19 pandemic. While we truly appreciate the time invested by the county developing the general plan to date, there are a number of proposed policies and strategies that would substantially impact the county's business community, the same business community that is currently trying to survive through the pandemic. Here are a few examples. Prohibiting natural gas infrastructure in new residential and new commercial developments. Why the rush to pick just one source of energy? We need to consider a number of different factors when assessing energy options, including reliability, affordability, and preserving customer choice. In the economic vitality section, tourism is listed as one of two sectors that could be expanded. As a chamber that manages a tourism district that includes Thousand Oaks, I commend the county for recognizing the potential of this industry. Currently, however, tourism has been one of the hardest hit industries by the pandemic. While tourism will recover, there will be a long road ahead until group travel and corporate travel again become the norm. 3, evaluating the feasibility of a local tax on new oil and gas operations could result in the reduction of oil and gas jobs, an industry that provides thousands of high-paying jobs for Ventura County. We urge the Planning Commission to provide more time to assess the impact of COVID-19 on our local economy, conduct a thorough economic impact study of the proposed policies, and create a long-term strategy for the general plan that aligns with our current circumstances. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Danielle. We appreciate your comments. The next speaker is Jennifer Pezda, followed by Larry Cook and Kristen Kessler. Jennifer, you have the floor. Looking for Jennifer Pezda. Okay, we're going to skip over Jennifer. The next speaker is Larry Cook. Larry. Larry, can you hear me?
Yes, good afternoon, sir.
Okay, Larry, you have the floor. Please speak loudly.
Thank you. Through the chair, I am Larry Cook, local district commander for the Veterans Service Organization, AMVETS, commenting on behalf of local AMVETS Post 5, Ventura County. We are concerned about several general plan policies, particularly those relating to local energy production. Energy policy is a national security issue. Regulating the local oil industry out of the county will only force us to rely on importing oil from OPEC countries. Local oil and gas industry employs over 2,000 local workers, many of whom are veterans. By jeopardizing these jobs that my fellow veterans rely on, it will create hardships for themselves and their families. Ventura County unemployment records show unemployment rates stand at 13.5%. Combined, we have seen 105,000 filings for unemployment as well as COVID-19 pandemic assistance relief claims since March 1st. Ventura County is now facing a $40 million budget shortfall. The county cannot afford self-inflicted economic harm. In conclusion, please give consideration to the fiscal impacts before moving forward with the general plan. I thank you all for your time, and we hope you take into consideration our views. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Larry. We appreciate your comment. The next speaker will be Kent Bullard. Kent, I think we missed the tail end of your presentation. We'd like to give you a couple of minutes more so you can conclude your remarks. Are you there?
I'm here.
Okay, take it away.
I don't know where you cut off is the problem.
Oh, it's about 5 minutes in.
I was taking notes. The last subject I was able to hear was about requiring all new electric in new construction.
Did you catch that, Kent? We seem to have lost Kent, so let's move on to the next.
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, please continue and conclude your remarks.
Okay. I'll just read the end of the letter. Including the implementation program in the general plan is an appropriate step to do our part in achieving California's climate goals. California Executive Order B5518 sets a goal of achieving statewide carbon neutrality by 2045. Building electrification will play an important role in helping us meet our state ambitious emission reduction goals. The second largest share of Ventura County's greenhouse gas emissions in the inventory comes from the building sector, a majority of which arise from the use of gas appliances. Electricity in Ventura County is rapidly getting cleaner with 100% green power default offered through the Clean Power Alliance. As a result, shifting to electricity power in our buildings dramatically reduces greenhouse gas emissions. The prohibition of new natural gas infrastructure is a critical part of Ventura County's future. By mandating gas-free construction for new buildings, Ventura County will protect the health of its residents the affordability of its housing while implementing the critical climate protections necessary for dramatic greenhouse gas reductions. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. We appreciate your comments. The next speaker is Jennifer Pezda. Jennifer, can you hear me? We're looking for Jennifer Pezda. Okay, well, let's move on to the next speaker. It will be Kristen Kessler, followed by Annalise Anderle and Jonathan Ullman, and finally Andrea Sell. So, Kristen, you have the floor. Looking for Kristen Kessler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can
You
you hear
have the
me?
floor, Kristen.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair White and Commissioners. Thank you for all your hard work on the general plan. I'd like to start out by commenting that methane emissions must be counted as part of greenhouse gas emissions in the plan, since it is a potent greenhouse gas as well as an air pollutant. Second, communities of color need protection from oil and gas drilling in their neighborhoods, so please implement the 25-foot distance of drilling from homes and schools. California is suffering greatly from the effects of climate change, as we have witnessed with horrible fires and extreme heat. Not only does climate change threaten our physical environment, but it erodes our sense of emotional and psychological well-being. For all these reasons and more, we need a robust and aggressive climate plan that creates new jobs and that retrains workers to function in a clean energy economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. We appreciate your comments. The next speaker, Annalise Anderle. Annalise, can you hear me? We're looking for Annalise Anderle.
I just unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. Is this Annalise?
Thank you.
Okay, you have the
Just a little
floor.
background. I worked for the Division of Oil and Gas, which is now CalGen, for over 20 years, 8 of which was in Ventura County. So I have been all over the oil fields here and are familiar with them. Most of them are fields that date to well over 100 years, some 130 years, and they are definitely at the end of their lives. Next, I want to give you a little background, or at least a little understanding of the announcement this morning of California Resources Corporation's bankruptcy announcement. On July 1st, I wrote a little article on Facebook, and it goes this way. California Resources Corporation, or CRC, has close to 1,500 active wells out of a total of 2,300 oil wells in Ventura County. They are very close to having to declare bankruptcy, as a large debt payment is due today, July 1st. This may have a significant effect on CRC's idle well abandonment program if they do declare bankruptcy. Well, they have. And now there's a huge question on how viable they're going to be in handling what is the single largest count of wells of any operator in the county, including larger than ERA. These wells are in Oxnard, South Mountain, all over Ojai, and yes, up along the Sesame and so on. This is not unprecedented. Rincon Island Limited Partnership also went bankrupt, and the state was required to bail them out. And so far, they've abandoned 22 out of 23 wells onshore at state cost. They just unloaded their liabilities on the states. I think it's imperative that the plans incorporate very strict bonding or oversight of wells that are long-term idle. In this case, 35% of their entire 2,300 wells are idle. And there's going to be more idle wells as things go on because they're unproductive. They're just not making money. So I would be very attentive to this, what I consider a disaster. And of all things, it's very untimely that the announcement occurred this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Annalise. We appreciate your comment. Next speaker is Jonathan Ullman, who will be followed by Andrea Sell. Jonathan, do you hear me?
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. My name is Jonathan Ullman. I'm the director of the Los Padres chapter of the Sierra Club. We represent Ventura and Santa Barbara counties. And in Ventura, we have two large groups, the Conejo group and the Ventura group. And we have tens of thousands of members and supporters in the area. I just wanted to say that we, as Kent read, we are very supportive of the REACH code language in the plan. This is something that is definitely necessary for the health of our community, and it's the direction that so many communities have already gone in. San Luis Obispo, the city, just passed on second reading a REACH code about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Ventura County definitely should pursue this. We're learning more about the health impacts of natural gas in our homes, and this is a great way for us to shift to clean, non-fossil fuel electricity. The second point that I'd like to make is that we are very supportive of the 2,500-foot setback. We signed on to the letter that Food and Water Watch is on, and Last Chance Alliance. Unfortunately, the 1,500-foot setback is not going to protect the public. We are seeing that CRC has gone bankrupt now, and this is really this should send a message to Ventura County that that this is not a viable industry anymore for this area, and that it needs to make sure that the wells are cleaned up by the company, and we also need to protect the people. I'm not going to get into all of the details, but the science shows that people, just one point I want to make, people residing within 2,461 feet of an active well measured elevated levels of exposure to PAHs. A study, oil and gas, found high levels of chemicals with potential to cause hematological and neurotoxicity impacts out to 2,500 feet. There's a direct threat to schools and homes, and 2,500-foot setback is the least we could do. Thank you. I appreciate your time, and I just hope that we build a clean energy economy, and that we get off our reliance on fossil fuels. It is not about, the person from the chamber who said that this was fossil fuels were important to the economic prosperity of this community. This is not true. We are building a new economy, and we need a just transition to that economy. Thank you very much.
Okay, Jonathan, thank you very much. We appreciate your comments. The next Zoom speaker is Andrea Sell. Andrea, do you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you have the floor.
Thanks. It sounds like there's some feedback. Is somebody not on mute, or is that not something you guys do? Okay, that sounds good. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I have two main points. My first point is that I noticed in the documents that were posted, a lot of the community data comes from 2017. And I think this may now be outdated, probably because the General Planning Commission was pushed a little bit, extended a little bit from when they were originally going to be doing these meetings. So I would urge the committee to at least collect some updated information from the community. So something that isn't 3 years old now. My second point is recently I was surprised to find out that a lot in my planned residential development area is zoned for high density. This would allow developers to build a 4-story, 120 unit building on a small 2-acre plot. And based on low income rules for the state, they are able to ask for height and density overages. So I would urge you to look at the remaining high density locations in Ventura and make sure that those are still appropriate for the area. I know this 2-acre lot in the middle of my neighborhood is not appropriate for high density. We don't have high density anywhere around it. And I don't know if that was a mistake from the general plan before, but I wonder if there are still spots like that in the plan. And while there may not be anything I can do for this giant building in my my cul-de-sac, that might be for other buildings or other neighborhoods. So I would urge you to look at those high density areas and reevaluate if those high density areas are still appropriate for the location, given the buildings that have gone up around them. Okay, I think that is it. I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. We appreciate your comment. Are there any other Zoom participants? We had Jennifer Pezda. Jennifer, are you out there?
I'm having, we have a couple people on Zoom, but they have not requested to speak. We're checking right now.
Okay, so we're going to check to see if there are any others on Zoom. I want to make an announcement that we're still available for people to come forward within the chambers here to speak. So anyone who wants to fill out a speaker card, I will call, you bring it forward, and then we will call you to speak. Not yet, but are there any other people who would like to speak? Okay.
There are no more Zoom speakers at this time.
Okay, no more Zoom speakers. I do have one speaker card. Margot McLaughlin, please come forward. I would say leave it on and see how it works.
Okay.
We've been doing it all day long just fine.
All right. Sorry, just I have a dry throat and it's giving me less air, so I'll try to do this. Commissioner White and the rest of you, I want to commend you for all the work that you've done to get this plan up and running and trying to take everything into consideration. I don't believe that it's been an easy job. However, I've attended attended a lot of your meetings, a lot of the county supervisor meetings, a lot of CoLab meetings, Women in Ag, GSA, and MBOG meetings, and have tried to inform myself as much as possible about the general plan. Our family has been farmers here for almost 200 years. I'm third generation. We own McLaughlin Ranch at the corner of Olivas and Harbor. I ended up taking my father's place on the board about 10, 12 years ago. Never knew I was going to need to learn so much about water and dirt. I didn't know there was that much. Because of the fact that I was born here, most of my family lives here. I'm very interested in what's going on and have been learning more and more. As an ex-teacher, looking at your poster coming in here, you have three main topics or blurbs that you have put out there that you thought were most important in communicating to the public. They're learn, share, and engage, and I have not seen that happen. So much of your material has come out so late, nobody has either gotten it, realized that there was going to be a meeting in a very short period of time, and you have a great deal of people in this community that would not even understand some of the language that's in there. We also have a huge bilingual population in Ventura. I believe nothing was put out in Spanish. So I don't feel that you did a very good job of helping people learn about what was going on. I have a lot of respect for this group because in one of the meetings, one of you was willing to stand up and say, I don't want to vote on this thing today. I don't know enough about it. I didn't even know we were going to talk about it. And that made me realize you voted and you did step back and take the time to look at it. And I think that really needs to happen with what's going on with the general plan and the EIR. There are many things in there people are unaware of. The last group that came out I don't even know if it's months or weeks because of COVID, with the new 300 items that were in there. Our ranch is one of the places where we just found out that they want to put a walking path and a bike path on Olivas. That's a terrible place to do that. You've got a golf course on one side that's using pesticides to keep the grass green. You have our people that plant on the other side. I can't see that you would want people and children going up and down a street like that, where there's not only that, it's a one-lane street, pesticides, you've got farming, you've got the golf course. It's not an ideal place. We had another ranch at another time on Gonzales Road, which the back part was taken for the golf course that you have now there. It was flooded within 2 years afterwards. So we've not had good relations with property and land, and no one had ever even breached us with the fact that they were considering doing that. So I don't think that as far as learn, share, and engaging, it's been done. I've engaged myself because I have chosen to drive up here, attend a lot of meetings. We now have 27 people that own McLaughlin Ranch because we only have one second generation couple that is still alive. We intended to farm here forever, but with the things that are happening with water, soar, it's making it impossible. We are fortunate enough that we lease to an outside person that is able to do it. The GSA fees were, $40,000 for some of the farmers last year, and there's many people that aren't aware of the water fees and pumping fees that are being put on farmers. If you look at the cycle of all of this, we're thinking, well, it's just the farmers. We're also stuck in SOAR. Our land is in SOAR and Coastal Commission. We're going to be tied up forever. We can't even put packing houses. We can't do anything to create more jobs. That would be a great thing if we could do that. But the fact that there are many people that are I've read one of the water studies here. It's shown that farms are using 60% of the water, only residential 40%. When the city needs the water, I don't understand why some land isn't let go at some point out of SOAR. I think SOAR is a great, beautiful green thing, but it may not be the best economic strategy for Ventura and Ventura County. It saddens me that we are trying to do all of these things. I think the intent is good, but how can people be living someplace and they don't even know that it's going on? That time has not been given. I can't even imagine that you read or had the time to read all of the materials that came out 10 days ago, 12 days ago with that 3-day weekend. There's just no way that everybody could have gotten through it and understand what its impact is going to be. Economically, whatever you do to a farmer is going to turn around and it's going to hit your community and it's going to hit you, because food is just going to get more expensive. With everything that is put on a farm, it's more and more expensive to farm, and you have to look at the two differences between farmers that are farmers and trying to feed their families and live, and then yes, I know that there are other companies that are farming. but I'd like you to look at that 360. I would like you to look at your own language of learn, share, and engage and try to do that better. And I hope that you will step back and take more time to work on the EIR for the general plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. We appreciate your input.
I didn't ask if you had any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anybody else who wants to testify, either Zoom or in person? It looks like not, so I know we have some email comments that will be read into the record. So I will turn this over to Megan. Okay, Megan, take it away.
All right, so far, Commissioner White, I have 13 emails. I will, some of them are more than 250 words, and I don't want to limit them, so I'll read until maybe 5 minutes are up, or how would you like me to handle those?
Well, let's just see how it goes, and we'll keep track of time as you go.
Okay, bear with me. Let me bring the first one up, and here we go. All right, this one comes in from James Danza. And it's...
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Yes, I'll try. Can't read the email then. Friends of Santa Clarita River submits the following comments. Climate change. We are in a climate energy. Therefore, the county must make swift and stronger action and include larger reductions to greenhouse gases at a rapid pace. As indicated in numerous sections of the document, climate change has significant impact on our community. The plan states new policies are included to monitor and make adaptive improvements to public facilities and services. Policy PFS-1.2 and review the proposed location of new essential public facilities. Reliance on hard infrastructure should be minimized to achieve the policy goal. Instead, a watershed-wide management approach is needed to reduce peak stream flows, increase infiltration, reduce rapid runoff from development, conserve runoff water through groundwater filtration and detention, all with methods that enhance the natural environment and ecosystem function. The document should clarify that adapting to climate change and resilience should not be at the cost of other environmental impacts. Climate change and rivers. The cycle of building then protect to floodplains must end. Two recent examples are: one, River Park, where homes were built, then a floodplain is on the verge of being drawn by FEMA. Two, Fillmore, where homes were threatened by Sespe Creek flooding, then a flood levee height increase was required. Good county-wide policy requires that homes are not built next to rivers and are out of not only a known floodplain, but a future floodplain designation. This starts with strong county guidance to cities, the local agency formation commission, and county territory that restricts the development in river or stream corridors. There are numerous events where rivers have flooded areas despite engineering controls. This is often due to limits, engineering capability, budgetary decisions to provide only limited control, and unpredictable storm events. The last element, unpredictability, needs to be considered in the context of climate change. He does show a graph, which I cannot read. Therefore, it is imperative that a substantial buffer zone is provided to all rivers and streams to form a corridor of protection. Flooding. Page 124 of the 2040 General Plan, CEQA findings and statements of overriding consideration states, through policies PFS-6.3 and PFS-6.4, the county will monitor projected climate change impacts and coordinate with local, regional, state, and federal agencies to identify existing and potential protected impacts and develop strategies to maintain and improve flood control facilities. New policies are included to monitor and make adaptive improvements to public facilities and services. Policy PFS-1.2, and review the proposed location of new essential public facilities. The term flood control is outdated. First and foremost, we need to recognize that streams are natural resources, part of the natural landscape of the county and not a drainage facility. Water is a resource for humans and ecosystems. To meet many of the water and flood-related goals, all water should be treated as a resource to meet the needs of the environment and the community. Regarding the section, impact 4.10-13 be located in a mapped area of flood hazards. The policy goal to improve flood control facilities must align with other policy goals to reduce flood potential, conserve water, and provide the public aesthetic qualities and recreation opportunities. Multi-purpose flood control projects can help achieve this. A holistic approach is needed to ensure each project includes multi-purposes. Currently, many projects are single-purpose and are mitigated at off-site rather than ensuring each project meets all of the policy goals. The plan update includes reference to 100-year floodplain FEMA maps, which are largely out of date. We recommend that other standards are used for planning purposes, such as 200-year maps, to ensure river floodplain land use is protective of the river and its resources, remains open space where beneficial, and enable water conservation, ecosystems, functions, and wildlife passage. Also, the uncertainties of climate change, a more restrictive approach is warranted.
Excuse me, Megan, where are we at on time now?
We are way past. I've already done my 5 minutes.
Okay, so let's, I suggest we cut it off. We've limited everyone else to 5 minutes. So
Okay.
let's go on to the next one,
All
please.
right. So this next one comes from, let me just make my email larger here. There we go. This next one comes from Ping Fang. And bear with me, I'm going to call his up and start that. Okay. Ping Fang. Thank you, Commissioner White, commissioners, and staff for giving me a chance for commenting. See my reasons for each suggestion in my full written comment. The following is the shortened version. For COS-8.5, decarbonize countywide electricity supplies. Add, in the event that utility providers cannot provide enough diverse energy supply, the county shall look at the economic viable options, including CPA, or generating its own renewable energy to reduce the county carbon-based electricity supply mix. Number 2, COS-8.10, battery energy storage systems. The county shall, he crosses out encourage and replaces it with prioritize, battery energy storage system as an option for optimizing the management of electricity generated by renewable resources. Number 3, COS-P, study to demonstrate energy and greenhouse gas, GHG, savings references COS-L, which is missing from the document along with COS-J2L. Add, the county shall work with businesses identified or operated in program COS-Q and or the utility operators to study or demonstrate the viability of any scale up usage and integration of a renewable energy system. For example, those under policy COS 8.8, 8.10, and EV-4.4. Number 4, AG-F, enhanced access to locally and organic grown products. The county shall conduct a study to identify barriers to local and organic farm stands and take action to remove these barriers. Item number 5, CTM-6.5, electric vehicle charging stations. please add, the county shall prioritize private-public partnership to vehicle charging facilities in order to support the increased use of electric vehicles throughout the county. Number 6, PFS-2.8, electric vehicle charging stations infrastructure. Please add, the county shall prioritize private-public partnership to vehicle charging facility in order to support the increase of use. That seems to be, okay, excuse me. Vehicle, let me just start, I apologize. Add, the county shall prioritize private-public partnership to vehicle charging facility in order to support the increased use of electric vehicles throughout the county. Number 7, the last item, PFS-5.5, agricultural waste reuse. Add, the county shall make composting available to encourage gardening. Thank you, Ping from Thousand Oaks. All right. The next letter I received was from Barbara Layton. Hold on, let me get back to Barbara. Okay. Dear Planning Commission, I signed the general plan response petition of 350.org Ventura County. While all areas of concern are important, I want to make special note that we would not be faced with climate catastrophe if environmental justice was a guiding principle for the powerful. We would have to plan carefully if there were not disposable people, communities, air, oceans, and landscapes that are designated, officially or by default, for waste and pollution. The basic concept that we are part of an interdependent loop should be recognized for future planning. We need to focus on things like regenerative agriculture and care for one another because everything is connected. Humanity is one part of an amazing ecological system which we depend on for survival. Sincerely, Barbara Layton. Okay. The next letter was received from David and Rebecca Gilbertson. It reads, thank you for your public service and all the work that has gone into preparing the VC 2040 General and Climate Plan. We appreciate the opportunity to provide input. We support CFROG's recommendations and urge the Planning Commission to include their recommendations in Ventura County's 2040 plan. A January 19th, 2020 VC Star article cited that the Earth just wrapped up its second warmest year on record and its warmest decade. The past 5 years have been the warmest of the last 140 years. In Ventura County, we are also experiencing extreme heat and consequently devastating wildfires during the past decade. Ventura County already ranks as the fastest warming county in the continental United States. A climate action plan needs to be more clear about how we will stop emitting GHGs and bring people together to build resilience and adapt to the changes ahead. More than anything, we need a common vision to ensure equality, safety, and security for everyone. Equality and accountability are the first steps to stopping dangerous emissions and preparing a healthy future. The new Climate Emergency Council, CEC, can guide us to look deeper at rooting out institutional racism and environmental injustice and unnecessary pollution that compromises the health of many people. Clearly, urgent action is required for the VC 2040 General and Climate Action Plan needs to identify specific actions and measures to ensure a safe and economically viable future for everyone. Respectfully, David and Rebecca Gilbertson. Okay, next letter is from Stephen Nash, who states, well, the main assumption of a general plan is to have a forward-looking document that deals with land use, potential significant impacts, and their mitigation measures. It should also address policies and goals that lead us to a more equitable, sustainable, and resilient community. It should inform and guide us for the next several decades. While there is a legal definition of what a general plan must include, I urge you to go further, as we cannot miss this opportunity to fully address and societal and environmental issues that are now confronting us. We have borne witness recently of how much we must still do to achieve racial equality in the form of social and environmental justice. These are ideals we should enshrine in our planning documents. The Constitution gives us the ideals. The general plan gives us the roadmap. As a former planning commissioner for the city of Oxnard, I understand how this might seem to be overreach. It's not. I believe you all can grasp the reality that we are at an inflection point for what I consider to be the existential threats of our continuation as a modern functioning society. Whether it is climate disruption, zoonotic-induced pandemics, social upheaval, or agricultural practices, the time to change our ways of doing things is now. Do not hesitate to do the right thing. I believe the public will support a document that is truly forward-looking and incisive. Thank you for your time and effort. Steve Nash. Okay.
You're doing a good job.
Thank you. I might need just a sip of water. Hold
Megan,
on.
I can go ahead. Why don't I do my three?
That would be
Give
great.
her a
Thank
break.
you.
We'll team this. Thank you, Chair White, Commissioners. I do have 3 comment letters to read in as well. The first one is from David Grau with the Ventura County Taxpayers Association. Let's make sure my Zoom is on. Sorry about that. Dear Planning Commission,
the Ventura.
Never mind, that's going to be fine. The Ventura County Taxpayers Association expresses our deep concern regarding the county general plan update and the recent lack of transparency in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic. As reported in the VC Star, VCTA believes that public input on government matters suffered during the lockdown, as comments from the public could only be made in writing or through Zoom and phone calls, not in person during that time. In August 2019, the planning director submitted a letter to the Board of Supervisors. This letter stated the public would have at least 5 more opportunities in 2020 to provide input and comments on the general plan update. However, only 1 Planning Commission hearing on the general plan update has been scheduled. The general plan update has taken nearly 3 years to complete and will set countywide policy for the next 20 years. It is inappropriate to try to finalize such an important document after 1 public meeting. For the sake of transparency, more public hearings on this matter are needed. Taxpayers want to feel confident that government is representing and defending their interests. Rushing the general plan update process will be a blow to transparency in local government and would further erode public trust. Thank you for your considerations. David Drow, President of VCTA. Another letter that I have was submitted by Jack Brewer, but it's on behalf of Yvonne Carr. Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Yvonne, and I live in Oxnard. I am writing to you regarding the general plan update. I am a concerned, loyal owner who depends on the success of the local oil and gas industry. Royalty payments are crucial to income of my family and those of over 12 million others throughout the United States. It allows me to supplement the limited income I get from Social Security, allowing me to enjoy retirement here in Ventura County. Attempts to use the general plan to regulate Ventura County's oil and gas industry out of the county endangers our local economy, local jobs, tax revenues, and source of income to everyday people like me. Given the economic downturn and budget shortfalls Ventura County currently faces, now is not the time to reject the oil and gas industry. Please take this into consideration as you shape the future of Ventura County. The last letter I have is actually one letter, but it's also been signed and sent in by 30 different individuals. So I will first read in who the letter are from. We have Timothy Redondo, Shane Boston, Art Avalos, Brian Kozman, Bree Kasselbach, Chris Bueling, Casey Quinn, Daniel Ball, Daniel Morelli, Frank Vanos, Francisco Maya, Geraldo Chavez, Jerry Chavez Jr., John Carbarol, Jerry Feinberg, Jesse Martinez, Jordan Starr, Mike Keeling, Nicholas Betancourt, Nick Davis, Omar Martinez, Russell Bibi, Robert Genove, Rudy Zamora Jr., Tony Cabral, Tony Calderon, Thomas Hernandez, and Will Stewart. And the letter reads, hello, my name is one of the 30.
One of the 30.
I'm a member of,
I'm a member of.
apologies for that. Let me start over again. Hello, my name is one of the 30. I am a member of UA Local 484 in Ventura County. Ventura County is amid an economic crisis because of the COVID pandemic. Local unemployment is higher now than at any point during the 2008 recession. Over 100,000 people have filed for unemployment insurance in this county alone. Union workers are an essential part of our local economy. Union members are proud to do our part by providing vital services and maintaining the supply chain during times of crisis. The economic consequences of the COVID pandemic has shown that every job is important right now, and I believe the general plan update could affect this. Unfortunately, there are many policies in the draft general plan update that ignore this. Throughout the general plan, there are policies and programs that will restrict local building projects, particularly in the energy and agricultural sectors. While I welcome efforts to be more sustainable and conserve land, I cannot support policies that hinder job growth and leave union members with little choice but to accept work in, quotes, green fields that pay less than traditional blue-collar jobs. I am urging you to consider delaying the county general plan update, giving more time to evaluate and amend policies that may harm local workers and the local economy. Ventura County cannot afford to lose more jobs now. Sincerely, then one of the 30 individuals. Thank you, Megan.
All right, I received a letter from Stephanie Caldwell. I am writing on behalf of the Ventura Chamber of Commerce to urge the county to delay approval of the general plan until the impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on the 2021 budget have been assessed. The county must prioritize jobs and protect revenue-generating industries like oil and gas production, which has been deemed essential during this crisis. In this time of unprecedented financial uncertainty, county leaders must consider the economic impacts of the general plan policies before moving forward. Additionally, public participation is the cornerstone of good policy. Until this point, the general plan process has provided many opportunities for public input. Now, this critical component is missing as a result of the hardships caused by the pandemic and stay-at-home guidelines. In a time of unprecedented financial uncertainty, county leaders must consider the economic impacts of the general plan policies before moving forward. Please delay the general plan until the public can appropriately participate in the process. Signed, Stephanie Caldwell, President and CEO of Ventura Chamber of Commerce. The next letter is received from Pat Brown. Honorable council members, why would our government representatives want to be on the back end of history and innovation? The terms integrated pest management, or IPMs, is not a boutique or hippy-dippy process used within outcast organic farmers and new-aged gardeners. If farmers in tiny towns of the Midwest can demonstrate significant profitability, he provides links in his email, on all fronts of change by actually working with nature, including IPM, cover cropping, and seed timing, then it behooves the general plan, including usage of IPM in the forefront before the pesticides use words. Governments are trusted because they are the ones to lead us with sound, evidence-based information in concrete language. The usage of plain old farming terms in the past destructive marketing of big corporation pesticides and fossil fuel fertilizers is like praying for the locusts to go away. Prayer is not much use unless action is done with IPM to set the predators loose to reduce the bad critters first. Separate church and state. Use your words better. Put IPM terms first in every place within the general plan lexicon. The farmers already know what it is, and the false idolatry of convenience of the conventional is being cast down. The county will be smarter for it, and if the general plan leads the charge with the right words. Thank you, Pat Brown, RN, Bachelor's in Animal Sciences with Tropical Agricultural University of Hawaii in Manoa. Okay, the next one I received is from Dylan Rojas. To whom it may concern, my name is Dylan Hernandez Rojas. I am from Oxnard, and I am in opposition to passing the 2040 general plan. Not only did it ignore the input of the Latino community and the Mexican Mixteco speaking communities, but it does not take into consideration the economic, social issues risen due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The passing of this plan is embarrassing and quite simply irresponsible for the county. Even having this hearing in the middle of the pandemic severely limits the voices of the working class, especially essential workers who have a very limited opportunity to attend these hearings, not to mention people with compromised immune systems who are unable to attend. So with that said, I hope the county chooses to rewrite the plan and consider all the voices of the county. Thank you for your time. Best regards, Dylan Hernandez Rojas. All right, let me get to, I have another letter from Nancy Lindholm. The Oxnard Chamber of Commerce respectfully asks the Ventura County Planning Commission to delay action on the draft environmental impact report for the proposed 2040 general plan. We believe it is time to consider the economic impacts of the general plan as well as the environmental impacts. Many of the policies in the proposed general plan are disproportionately impact vulnerable populations that were not consulted during the public process. In the wake of the global pandemic, drastic changes to the county's economic landscapes threatened these residents. By protecting our region's economic vitality, we can protect the way of life every Ventura County residents deserve. In a time of unprecedented financial uncertainty, county leaders must consider the economic impacts of the general plan policies before moving forward. Thank you for your consideration of our requests. Nancy Lindholm, President and CEO of Oxnard Chamber of Commerce. Let's see. I have a couple more. This letter comes from Dulce Setterfield. As you have a policy in the agriculture element for transition of ag equipment, let's ensure there's a complementary policy to transition lawn and landscape care equipment to mitigate GHG emissions, foul odors, and noise. AG-blank, electric or renewable powered agricultural equipment. The county shall encourage and support the transition of electric powered or renewable powered or low emission agricultural equipment. Signed, Dulce Setterfield, condominium dweller in the Ventura County of Port Hueneme. This is my last letter. It comes from Christopher Ball. Dear Planning Commissioners, along with the over 158 people who have signed the 350 Ventura County Climate Hub comments, I am particularly concerned about environmental justice and development of policy and a program to promote regenerative agriculture and make sure that all pesticide management is called integrated pest management. We should not be satisfied with the general plan as a climate action plan. We envision more urgency regarding adaptation and ensuring more resilience as well as mitigation. We need measurable policy with benchmarks. We want quality public engagement leading to transformative change by first ensuring inclusiveness, then educating, and then seeing what people think. We want to pull back the rug and uncover all our emissions. How can we stop them if we don't know? But everything starts with equality. The general plan is a good start for the environmental justice. It gives us some work to do, and the new Climate and Emergency Council can guide us to look deeper at rooting out institutional racism and environmental injustice and unnecessary pollution that compromises the health of many people. They will lead us to make a solid climate action plan. As you think about what is needed, we are also striving to understand how to ensure equal safety and security for everyone. Let's create a real climate action plan with scientists and dialogue with marginalized people in the community. We want to take everyone and everything into account to make a plan to stop dangerous emissions and prepare for the future. Signed, Chris Ball. I believe that is all I have. I'll just take another quick look, make sure I haven't missed anybody. And I am, I'm sorry, I did miss one. So this one comes from Shanna Farley Judkins. She's a principal planner with the City of Moore Park. She has 1, 2, 3. She has several letters in here.
Too much.
Yeah, there's like about 6 pages in here. Yes. Yes, Commissioner McPhail?
Does she have a conclusion? Can you tell at the last page?
Let's see. The comments submitted, requested, it talks about several, no.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it will definitely be included in our.
Why don't you start reading and we'll go through 5 minutes minimum and
All right.
hear her out.
Sounds good. Can you keep track of my 5 minutes for me?
Okay.
All right. Honorable Ventura County Planning Commission, thank you for the opportunity to provide comments regarding the County of Ventura's draft 2040 general plan, background report, and associated program environmental impact report. On February 27, 2020, the City of Moore Park submitted the attached comments regarding the draft EIR, the general plan, and the background report in review of the county's responses to comments. And attached to staff report as item exhibit 2.2E, letter A8. The City of Moore Park finds that the EIR and general plan does not sufficiently address the concerns raised by the city regarding traffic and noise resulting from development in the unincorporated areas of Ventura County anticipated in the general plan. The comments submitted by the City of Moore Park on February 27, 2020 requested modifications to the EIR as well as specific sections of the general plan and the background report. Unfortunately, the responses provided only concerned the EIR, and the comments regarding the companion documents were not addressed. Therefore, we would request that the Planning Commission consider the comments provided in the attached letter and update the general plan, background report, as well as the EIR to address this feedback prior to consideration of this project by the Board of Supervisors. Our response to the FEIR discussion regarding several of these comments is provided below and clarifies the need of the discussion to extend beyond the FEIR into the general plan. At this point, they talk about traffic noise modeling, level of service, noise thresholds of significance, policy has-9.3, terminology and transparency, and hauling impacts. I can read any of those if you're interested, or, and it just says,
I believe that we have this, all of these issues were submitted to us for our consideration. They're in our packet.
That's what it appears to say in the sentence that says, in review of the county's response attached to the staff report as item 2.2E, letter A8. I'm guessing so.
Okay, it sounds like we already have that letter in the package in the record. Is that what we're thinking?
That's what it sounds like.
Okay, any other emails?
I believe I have addressed. There is another one from Jan Dietrich. She also spoke this morning on Zoom, and she also provided a comment letter. Would you like me to read her comment letter?
I don't think that's necessary.
All right. It will be included, and I can see no further letters received since I've been speaking. I'm finished.
Dave, do you have any more to read?
No, I do not, Chair.
Okay, wow. Well, it sounds like that we have gotten through the public testimony, and that included in-person speakers, included people on Zoom, which is a new reality that we've all been living with for the last 4 months. It seems I'm very impressed that that staff has been able to set up the system where people can through Zoom bring testimony to the Planning Commission, and also the ability to send emails which can be read into the record. I feel very good that we have lots of public participation today. Do you have something to say, Megan?
Thank you, Chair White. I do have 2 letters in here that have come in, if I may read them.
Yeah, please do.
All right. So this one comes from the Young Republicans. Planning Commissioners, the Ventura County Young Republicans urge you to delay passage of the county's general plan update until the public can appropriately engage in the process. Public participation is the cornerstone of good policy. Until this point, the general plan process has provided many opportunities for the public input on this matter. However, this crucial component is missing as a result of the stay home. In a previous letter to the Board of Supervisors, the planning director stated that the public would be given at least 5 more opportunities to provide comment on the general plan update. However, only 1 hearing has been scheduled with the Planning Commission. There are over 300 new policies in the general plan update, so it's hard to believe that 1 single hearing is adequate for this process. The Board of Supervisors delayed passing a budget citing financial uncertainty caused by the pandemic. We believe that the Planning Commission should follow this precedent and delay the general plan update. This will allow more public engagement and give county leaders more time to address the fiscal and economic challenges we face now. Thank you for your consideration. Signed, the Ventura County Young Republicans.
Again, that was in our packet, and we read that last night.
Okay. This last one that was submitted, these are all emails that were submitted through our PCC comments. Okay. It says, Dear Planning Commissioners, I have some concerns regarding how the proposed general plan would impact the health of Ventura County residents. In order to protect the health and safety of all of our residents, and especially our children, I urge you to consider the following. Setback distances from oil and gas production activities to homes, schools, and daycare centers should be a minimum of 2,500 feet. Living in proximity to oil and gas production facilities has been linked to both preterm and low birth weight babies. The health of our citizens comes first. Policy COS-7.2 should be revised to ensure a 2,500-foot buffer from all sensitive uses, and that EIR's proposal to reduce buffer distances should be rejected. Oil and gas production in Ventura County must be phased out within 5 to 10 years in order to significantly lower carbon-based emissions. We urge the county to seek business development in the clean energy sector. With your direction, green jobs can be a boost to our economy. They are already the fastest growing sector in the USA. While oil and gas production are declining, please think of what's best for our planet. Sincerely, Jane Truecoat from Ventura. I'm done again. Thank you.
We're going to take a 5-minute break. Commissioner Educas, do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now, but it looked like you resumed and I had no sound.
Okay, we just 2 minutes ago resumed, so you hear me now?
Yes, could you please start over? It looked like the staff was beginning to make sure.
Okay, it is now about 2:55, and we're going to resume the public hearing. We have some additional emails that have been received from the public to the county, and Susan is going to read those, including repeating the one you already started.
Yes.
Carry on.
Thank you. This email is from Emma Bailey. The county should contract immediately with a team like those employed by the city and county of Los Angeles in order to produce a robust plan capable of meeting the greenhouse gas emission reduction goals. Buffers should be increased from currently proposed 1,500 feet to 2,500 feet. Maintain policy COS 7.7 as recommended by the Board of Supervisors so that all newly permitted discretionary oil wells are required to convey oil and produced water via pipelines, remove them for sale or proper disposal instead of flaring or venting. Flaring should be allowed only in cases of emergency or for testing purposes. Revise the climate action plan and corresponding policies in the general plan to achieve measurable enforceable reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. The county should adopt the strongest possible measures to ensure the greenhouse gas emissions are curbed to protect quality and ensure a safe, sustainable future for all county residents. The 2040 general plan must include a strong defense of 5-pound air emissions limit for the Ojai Valley. All projects subject to CEQA review must include an evaluation of the totality of air emissions in order to understand and mitigate the impacts to local air quality. Next letter is from, sorry, I have to make sure we haven't read these in the record already. Indivisible Ventura. Dear Ms. Curtis, I urge you to increase the setbacks for oil and gas wells back to at least 2,500 feet from schools and homes as originally stated in the draft general plan. 2 new studies released last month found that living near oil and gas wells in California has significant adverse impacts on pregnant mothers and newborn babies. A study by UC Berkeley found that 40% of women in California who lived within 3,200 feet of active oil and gas wells are 40% more likely to give birth to low birth weight babies. Stanford researchers found that pregnant women living near oil and gas wells in California face a high risk of preterm birth, the leading cause of infant death in the United States. Their research also shows the risks were highest for Latina and African American women. These are the first 2 studies to use California's specific data to investigate the link between proximity to fossil fuel operations and birth outcomes. They were long overdue because 2 million Californians live within a mile of an active well, and the state has the most annual births of any U.S. state. The studies are consistent with numerous studies in other states that likewise found a link between proximity to oil and gas drilling and poor birth outcomes. Decades of unequal protections and regulatory failures have created sacrifice zones across the state in Ventura County by concentrating the high risks of oil operations in low-income communities and communities of color, where mothers and children face disproportionate burdens from multiple pollution sources. The requirement for a 2,500-foot setback should not just apply to new wells, but also to the over 3,000 existing active wells out of 3,800 that are closer than 2,500 feet from currently defined sensitive sites, and to over 1,500 out of 2,250 idle wells that are closer than 2,500 feet to sensitive sites. We demand you protect our communities from neighborhood drilling and enforce the 2,500-foot setback from all new and existing oil and gas wells in proximity to schools and homes. Sincerely, Indivisible Ventura. Okay. Next letter. Sorry. Just checking. Okay. Next letter is going to be from Stephen Foley. And this appears to be the exact same email form letter. And yes, it is. If I can read that into the record, but this is the same contents of Indivisible Ventura letter.
I think it's adequate to just state the name and the reference to the letter.
Yes, Stephen Foley and Invisible Ventura have submitted the same form letter. Okay. The next item is from Patricia Gonzalez. She says, Dear Clerk of the Board, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors is planning to vote on an energy ordinance that would effectively ban natural gas from new homes and buildings. This move could result in higher costs and reduce energy reliability. As a resident of Ventura County, I deserve the opportunity to make my voice heard in person before such an impactful policy change. I'm asking the Board of Supervisors to please delay this important vote until our economic and health crisis is over, because residents of Ventura County cannot afford the ordinance changes. Sincerely, Patricia Gonzalez. The next letter is from Diane Bertoy. This says, please keep noise ordinance 4142, and then provides a email link to that ordinance on the RMA website. That's Resource Management Agency. Please make Camp Ramaha follow this ordinance so that they may enjoy the sounds of nature with our windows open. And please protect the dark sky so that we may have nighttime to see the stars and planets. This will protect beauty and peace in our lovely Ventura County and unincorporated Ventura County in the Ojai Valley as well. Thank you, Diane Bertroy. Okay. Next letter is from John DeSala. This letter, let me review, is the same contents of the form letter from both Indivisible Ventura and from Stephen Foley. And that again is from John DeSala. Okay. Bear with me. Okay, this next letter is from Tom Signer, S-E-I-G-N-E-R. It says, Dear Ms. Curtis, there needs to be a significant change with respect to fossil fuel producers in Ventura County. I'm a businessman and understand the need for continued revenue, but global warming and climate change trump all other issues. Denying any new drilling and closing down existing wells must be at the top of the list in the general plan. We can't kick the climate change ball down the road. Thanks for all you do, Tom Signer. This next item is from Monica Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez has indicated, hello, attached are emails received by the clerk of the board, and this is from our own clerk of the board. And I can verify if these were already submitted into the record in a moment. Can we come up with, perhaps? Okay. I've been informed that this email was shared with your planning commission last night with these attached letters. The email is dated Wednesday, July 15th at 4:47 p.m. And I can count the number of letters. Is that it? Am I okay? Do you need me to read them? And I will say, I can tell you they're all form letters with the same subject line, and they all have the same contents of the form letter that has been submitted by Indivisible Ventura and several other parties in this list of letters I have read.
That seems adequate. It's the same letter. Thank you.
Commissioner King, did you want to speak?
Was that the one that was sent to us at 7:45 last night or whatever? Thank you.
Okay. The next item is from Suzanne, excuse me, let me get the spelling on that. Suzanne Mene, M-E-N-N-E. That is also the same form letter that was submitted by Invisible Ventura with the same contents. And I have one more. Bear with me, let me find this. No. Okay, and this last one, and let's see, it's from Deborah Nielsen. And this is the same form letter again that was submitted by Indivisible Ventura, as well as several others named in this grouping. And those are the items I have that were new, submitted to me yesterday after 3:30. Thank you.
Okay, so are we all in agreement then that we have read? Megan, do you have one more to read, or?
Thank you. But Susan Curtis just read mine that I received, so I think I'm good. I'll just double check. I want to jump the gun. I did have a follow-up from the City of Moore Park from Shanna Farley Judkins. It's quite short. Can I just read that into the record?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Hi, our intention is not to have the whole letter read into the record. Rather, can you read the following? The City of Moore Park has prepared a letter dated July 15th, 2020, which was submitted to the county via email. We ask that the Planning Commission consider the City of Moore Park's letter, which addresses concerns regarding traffic and noise impacts and general plan policies regarding such concerns. The city finds that the county's response to our prior comments submitted on February 27th, 2020, did not sufficiently address the concerns in either the EIR or the general plan, nor were any changes made to clarify or rectify such concerns. We appreciate the opportunity to address the Planning Commission and working with the County of Ventura. Thank you, Shanna.
Okay, thank you. Director Ward, do we have any other items we want to introduce into the public record?
Thank you, Chair. We have one item that doesn't appear to be a letter, but are exhibits, and Ms. Curtis will identify those for you.
Okay.
Thank you. I have an email from Luis Lampara with CoLab. She has requested that we submit 4 exhibits into the record as part of the CoLab written comments for agenda item 6, case PL 17-0141. I have the 4 exhibits. The title is CoLab Exhibit Email, CoLab Exhibit Rejected Emails, CoLab Exhibit Excerpt BR Chapter 4, and CoLab Exhibit Excerpt Community Engagement Summary, which we will submit to the hearing secretary.
Okay, I have a question.
Again,
County Council, do we need to read these into the record, or are we okay to just take a submission?
we got them last night.
You did? Okay.
They're in Exhibit C.
I'm sorry, so these are lengthy documents?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, I mean,
They're in Exhibit C.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Commissioner Idukas?
I apologize, but they are in Exhibit C. We received them last night, and I stayed up until 1 o'clock reading them all.
Okay, yeah, I mean, you don't need to read them in the record again.
Okay, great. Okay, let's all get heads nodding. Are we done with reading emails and communications?
Yes, Chair, thank you.
Okay, and seeing that we've received all the in-person public testimony by Zoom, and read the emails received recently, I think that we can, without objection, close the public hearing. The next item on the agenda would be Planning Commission deliberations, and I would like to open the deliberations by moving adoption of a proposed motion. I know that Dave, the Director Ward, has indicated that they prefer, county planning prefers that we do live edits so that the specific language of Planning Commission motions is put up on the screen, and the other commissioners have opportunities to edit and revise or delete. And as a starting point, I drafted a proposed motion that, as I see it, I worked on it again through today during the break to incorporate the policy COS 10.2, the proposed language change that came to us. I incorporated that in there. So this is my thinking. I have given that to Clay to please put up on the screen so that we can look at it. If necessary, I would be happy to read it so that others could consider it, and maybe I'll get a second on my motion and we're head towards a decision. Is that big enough for everybody to read?
Chair White, we can show the screen and split side by side. I do want to make sure that if this motion has support by other commissioners, that we will fold in this into the live resolution document that we have. We want to make sure that our base text is still there. So Clay will be able to show you side by side on the screens So you can see that as where your items would be inserted as far as a revised motion.
Okay, I will say this in responding to what you just said is yesterday we got a revised proposed motion resolution, language for resolution updated. And I took that language and put into this document and modified it. So I have addressed as much as possible that I can agree with, at any rate, the language in the draft resolution that staff provided.
Commissioner White, can you please give the exhibit you're referring to that was submitted? Because I don't recall that we actually submitted a revised resolution in the updates we provided recently.
Exhibit 18.
Yeah, it's the July 13. That is the revisions to recommended actions. So
Yes, those
he's
are revisions
correct.
to the staff report. And I believe, are you referring to the actual resolution? That's a different exhibit in the packet. I just want to clarify that for you.
My understanding is that Exhibit 18, it's right here, which incorporates language for proposed for a proposed resolution for us to adopt, is the latest. I wrote on here, latest resolution. I took that language and then modified it. So I'm kind of consistent with what you've done there.
Exhibit 18 is revisions to the staff report.
Yeah. So
if I believe you're referring to the resolution that's attached to the staff report. I just want to clarify that. Perhaps council can help me with that exhibit number.
You want to see it?
Staff's recommendations, I believe, is what the chair is referring to.
Okay, so we certainly will need to do a draft resolution. We understand that going forward. If we get a second to my motion and 3 or 4 votes, it could move forward. The first page of this is not a draft resolution, but the second and third pages is. If you could scroll down, Clay, just to show that. Can you go to the next page, Clay?
Yes, I'd be happy to. If the chair or the commissioners would like to give me direction, I'll be happy to navigate.
I can read it.
Okay.
Okay, here. Okay, Clay's got it up there now. This is the proposed, my proposed language of the resolution based on the draft that you presented, staff presented, modified to incorporate the things that concern me. Is that understood? So, do you want me to read this?
Yes, Chair White, I would encourage you to do that.
Okay, let's go back to the first page, please, then,
Yes.
Clay, and I'll
Yes, sir.
read through it.
Okay.
Okay, the first page says proposed planning commission motion. Item one, the planning commission has reviewed the staff report and all the exhibits, including the draft EIR, and has considered all comments received during the public comment process, including those received in today's hearing. That's item 1 there. Item 2, we sincerely thank staff and the consultant for the enormous amount of time and energy spent over the last 5 years in developing the update to the general plan, and we sincerely thank all the individuals and organizations that reviewed these documents and provided input and comment. Item 3, the Planning Commission, with these clarifying comments, recommends that the GPU General Plan Update and EIR move on to the Board of Supervisors without delay for the board's deliberations and decisions. We judge the EIR to contain adequate information for the board to make informed decisions regarding the 2040 general plan. 4, we acknowledge as a point of reference the draft general plan policies and programs adopted by the Board of Supervisors last September 2019, many of which were recommended by our Planning Commission last summer, about a year ago now, right now. 5, we have concluded that some of the policies and programs adopted by the Board of Supervisors last September have been proposed in the documents before us today to be changed in ways that may conflict with the board's decisions made last September. Also, there appear to be errors that need correction. The Planning Commission recommends that before adopting the 2040 general plan, the Board of Supervisors take another look at these proposed changes and errors since they appear to conflict with the board's prior decisions. We further recommend that the Board of Supervisors exercise its powers of declaring statements of overriding consideration as appropriate to ensure that the ultimately adopted policies and programs reflect their intent. Those policies and programs proposed for change in the documents before us or which contain errors include, but are not limited to, A, policy COS 7.2, which is, that's the buffers from oil wells. B, policy COS 7.7, which is an oil and gas policy regarding trucking. C, policy COS 7.8, which is the policy adopted by the board on flaring. COS 10.2, which is what we received earlier today. The proposed revisions regarding achieving or working towards achieving community greenhouse gas emissions and the guiding principles that's related to that. E, program COS S, which is the Reach Code Electrification of Buildings program. The next one is CAP policies, Climate Action Plan policies, programs, and guiding principles, the entire package of that. Next, any policies where feasibility qualification have been added to the language since September 2019. Next, whether to allow RA zone in the ECU agriculture designation. And finally, ensure consistency in land use maps and tables for the following area plans: El Rio, North Ventura Avenue, Ojai Valley, and Piru. And then item 6, proposed motion states, in addition to the foregoing comments, Planning Commission takes the following action. And then you see that it's the resolution, and it's the resolution pretty much word for word what was presented in Exhibit 18 to us, with the modifications that I included in the first page that I just read. Repeating the policies, programs, and errors that have been identified that I suggest we recommend that the Board of Supervisors take another look at. I can read this thing in its entirety, but basically that's it. And so I would look for a second to the motion so that we could discuss and deliberate this and see if we can move forward.
Chair White?
Commissioner Educas.
For purposes of discussion, I will second the motion, but I'd also like the opportunity to ask staff some questions before we deliberate on this. There's some questions that I have.
I'm fine with that. I mean, I think all of us up here are free to speak their minds and ask questions. So you want to do that right now?
Yeah. Before we so this motion will be on the table, but I just noticed that people who are viewing this via Zoom cannot see the entire document that's being shared.
Are you saying you do not see it?
Everyone who is on Zoom is not able to see the entire document that's being shared.
Do you see it?
I cannot see the entire document that's being shared. It cuts off at B.
Yes.
Okay, do we need to do something so that Commissioner Dukas can see it?
Chair White and Commissioner Dukas, it's just a matter of us scrolling on the screen. You had stopped. If you want to continue, we can show you the rest of the draft motion. But we would have to scroll. Can you scroll, Clay?
Yeah, absolutely. And if the commission would advise me when they'd like me to continue, I'd be happy to do so.
Well, I just want to be sure that Commissioner Dukas can read it and that each of the other two commissioners here can read it.
And the public as well needs to be able to because this is new, it's imperative that everyone who is watching via Zoom see what's being considered. So if there's a way to share this so that it can be seen by all.
Okay, may I suggest that we go back to the top. Clay, will you please go back to the first page at the top? The proposed motion has 6 items that I read. So everybody who wants to read those, you can now see 4 of those complete. Take your time to read those. Commissioner Dukas, have you had time to read the first 4?
Yes, I have.
Okay, let's scroll down to where we see 5 and 6. Very good. So let's take the time to read 5 and 6. Have all commissioners read through the first page of this proposed motion? Okay.
I have, however, simply references under 5A through J. I couldn't accept that as it is. We would have to discuss each one in detail and see each one in detail
Oh,
for me to support that.
I'm fine with that, that kind of granularity. Okay, Commissioner Educas, have you satisfactorily read through the first page?
I cannot tell if I've read through the, I've gotten through 5I, and
And-
then 6 cuts off.
Okay, can you scroll down a little bit more? Now, do you see it? Basically refers to the proposed resolution.
If we could scroll so that the people who are viewing via Zoom could see more of the document that we are considering. There's a motion on the floor.
I'm sorry, you want to do what? We
It's
just
been
showed
done.
we just showed you and the other people on Zoom the first page.
Chair White,
Yeah.
White, it was done. The person could hear me and appropriately scrolled. I don't know if you can see the Zoom screen, but now we're back up to number 2, adopt a resolution.
Yeah, this is now on the second page. If you could scroll up a little bit, Clay, you'd show number 1 of the second page. Nearly all of this language is the boilerplate that we get from the county that we see in every certification and adoption of resolutions, recommending adoption of resolutions by the board.
Sure, but for purposes of transparency, we want to make sure that everyone can see what's going on.
Yes, I understand.
And I think that we can scroll down past 2B. And those are the same that you just named on the first page, having to do with the buffer zones, the trucking, the flaring, the language that was submitted today saying that we're going to work toward, not towards, toward, and reach codes, the climate action plan policies, feasibility, the ECU rural agricultural and land use area plans. Those are all the same as the first page, right?
Correct, yes, they're repeated twice in the resolution, one under adopt CEQA findings, and again in incorporate planning division recommended revisions.
Okay,
It's repeated
and what's
three
the next
three
page now?
times. I'm sorry, I missed your question.
I'm ready for the next page now. And let's see the end of it. So basically, to restate your motion, Chair White, if I could, for a starting point, we have these issues that have appeared to change since board direction last September. And so that's what these call outs are. Am I understanding your motion?
Yeah, the logic of this, the list of policies and programs in general that differ, that conflict with the board's actions, the board's decisions that they made last September when they adopted the draft general plan. In the documents before us today, those items, those policies, four policies and the program COS 7 and the CAP and any others where feasibility qualification have been added since the board adopted policies and programs. And the suggestion of the motion is that these are things that we have identified that conflict with the board's decisions made in adopting the draft general plan last September, and recommending that they take another look at these. I'm not suggesting that we that we take action on those. I'm suggesting that the Board of Supervisors take another look at these because they conflict with the prior board decisions. I know that our input on the general plan was extensive. It happened a year ago, and we made many policy and program recommendations to the Board of Supervisors, and many of those were taken up and adopted by the board. The board deleted some, they added some, but they made decisions on putting together a draft general plan update. These items, in my opinion, and I think they're obvious, as written in the documents before us, and we can go into details as Commissioner King wants to do, I think, and that's fine, conflict with what the board did, and they ought to look at it again. They're the deciders on the general plan.
Chair White, Commissioners, I think of the list that you have up, maybe Clay, if you can bring the screen down to the A through I, so it first shows in the first page, I think. There they are. So the ones where you've identified specific policies, we can bring up from the staff's planning commission recommended revisions for you to see where those edits were made and which ones that you and the full commission may disagree with or suggest that be something different. I think that's where we want to be clear as we fold that into the draft that you have on the screen. And to see those specifically, we prepared that in that document to be available for you all to look at the specific policies, where they've been changed. We also included the rationale statement next to it in the column to explain, was this a CEQA change, which means we have the consultants here if there's a question about it. Was it a staff change based upon an evaluation of a state law? We can clarify that for you. And then we can fold in to your draft motion that specific change, alteration, or if you're rejecting it and saying go back to the original general plan from September of 2019, we can show that as well.
If I could interrupt you, the motion is not to judge these policies as modified by the environmental document or by the staff. These are identified as observations of policies and programs that have changed, if implemented, if adopted by the board, have changed from what the board did in September. And we've already had our input a year ago as to what should be on these policies, and we recommended a policy on flaring, and we recommended a policy on a program on electrification of buildings. We recommended policies and programs for a climate action plan. Things are proposed to change in this document. I don't feel like we're in a position to do a whole nother round of recommendations for the general plan. We already did that. We did that last year. And what I am pointing out here is, hey, in the environmental document and the recommended revisions made by staff to the general plan, these things are identified as different from what the board adopted last September. And my suggestion, and I think it's obvious, we're not the deciders on these policies and programs. We've had our input last year. The Board of Supervisors is the decider, and the motion here is to recommend they take another look at these items. I don't want to get into approving or disapproving each of the things that are in the EIR. We've already had our input as to what should be in policies and programs.
Chairman
So I
Wright.
want to take action on the motion. If the other commissioners want to change the motion, we could certainly do that if we have a consensus. Commissioner McPhail would like to speak.
I'm going to totally disagree with you. We're here to review the draft EIR and what is in it. Whether we did it back in September of 19 is neither here nor there. This is a different document than we looked at in December of 19. It's also a little bit different than the document we looked at in June 20th. So I have some concerns, and I feel I have the right to express those concerns on certain parts of the draft EIR. And I cannot support your motion because I think you're trying to cram it down our throat, and I don't appreciate that, because we have a right to express our concerns, and I will express my concerns when it's my turn to talk.
Certainly, I encourage you to do so, as you've just done. This is a framework for a motion. It can be rejected, it can be modified, it can be added to, deleted from. It's on the floor, so let's talk about it. Commissioner King.
Thank you. A couple of issues. First of all, I tend to agree with Commissioner McPhail that, let me rephrase that. I agree with Commissioner McPhail that we're really not here to go back and defend the actions of the board or to go back and look at what we did when we made our recommendations to the board. My understanding, and I've never been through this process before, and I'm the newcomer on the street, my understanding was that we were to go over that draft EIR, all of the comments, all of the recommendations in the EIR, those things that made it to the final EIR, that basically, most of the changes incorporated there were incorporated to, number one, minimize impacts where possible to lessen significant, or in some ways to just minimize impacts. And also, there were a lot of comments that helped to clarify and improve the background report, which needed a lot of work on greenhouse gases and emissions that agencies and individual recommendations improved, to respond to a lot of the issues raised. I was frankly schooled as I read all of the comments and all of the consultants' responses to all of those comments. That's what I thought we were going to do here. We were going to take what the EIR, the changes, the final EIR, and the staff recommendations, we were going to roll those up and see what we agreed with and what we didn't agree with. And frankly, your motion is not one that, in fact, I didn't second it. I don't necessarily agree with it. I think it might be getting a little ahead of ourselves. Although a lot of the issues that you have up there are issues I think are legitimately to be discussed. We can do that in deliberations without having a motion on the floor.
The reason I put it on the wall there is because I understand from with talking with Director Ward that, and I agree with it, that rather than have Megan listen to the kind of crazy motions that we sometimes make and try to write them up, that it's better to actually put the words on the screen, do live edits. Clay's able to change words, right?
Absolutely.
We could change any word on this document and to make it the way we want. It's just a starting point. I do want to emphasize one statement that's made in there. We judge the EIR to contain adequate information for the board to make informed decisions regarding the general plan. I think that's important to recognize. The EIR, we've had people say, oh, we should do more in the EIR, it's not enough. But in my opinion, there's enough information contained in there that the board can adequately do their job of deciding what to do. The details of mitigation of impacts, however, some of them, in my opinion, were done in ways, and maybe there's rationalizations for doing it, appear to me to undercut and undo or potentially undo the policies adopted by the board. And so I don't feel good about agreeing to them. And that's why I'm suggesting we need to send these back to the board, make sure that they take flaring. Flaring, the policy was for new oil and gas wells. If you can't pipe it away or use it or otherwise dispose of, it could be injected underground, for example, you shall not flare. It was a very simple, specific policy, very similar to what's been in the zoning ordinance for many years that said should not flare, changed one word from should to shall. The board made that decision that flaring of gas is no longer, will no longer be allowed in the county for a new oil well. In the EIR, that was identified as an impact, an environmental impact, the loss of a resource, and the proposed mitigation of that impact is to allow a process that would allow flaring. And from a black and white policy that says shall not flare to one that may flare is in conflict with what the board did. I don't agree with that mitigation measure. Maybe to throw it out there in an EIR is required by state law to propose a mitigation. The Board of Supervisors has the ability to, with a statement of overriding considerations, say, regardless of, we recognize that there's an impact on accessing petroleum resources, but the benefits of reduced air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions and other reasons, we override that, and the board has the authority to do that. So the board could, despite what's in the EIR, go back to what they adopted in September. In my opinion, if I were on the board, that's what I would do. But I'm not, and all I can do is suggest that they take another look at that. If the board says, okay, we'll agree with this mitigation measure, and that if the drillers say, oh no, it's not feasible, we have to burn the gas, the board may want to go along with that, but I don't think so. And so I think we need to give it back to them.
Okay,
I'm sorry, Commissioner White, may I interject for a second?
Sure.
Right now, during this conversation, what's happening in the public is they're only seeing this document and aren't able to see this conversation. With your permission, can I take the document down and we put the boardroom up so that people can see the conversation that you are having at the dais?
would you make sure that's okay with Commissioner Educas?
She's the one requesting it.
It's fine by me. Are you okay with that,
Okay.
Commissioner McPhail?
At the time you feel necessary, if you could please let Clay know to go ahead and reshare the document.
I mean, we could put it back up at any time, right?
We cannot do both, though.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay.
That's correct.
But I'm fine. I think we're at a point of talking about this, and
So,
Chair
White,
Mr. Barnes.
helpful to have the policy that you're relating to for the commission to show it by page or on the screen. We have statement of overriding considerations that have been prepared that are actually allowing, if you provide that comment and recommendation to the board, we are overriding items that were analyzed, the technical analysis in the EIR. But we're talking without looking at those items, which is what staff's exhibit was intended to do, was to provide you on the screen the exact policies in which you saw the EIR, what the EIR was proposing to do, and then you saw what staff was recommending based upon the use of a overriding consideration. So I do think the tool of that document was important to help show you the policy and the rationale statement next to it, which you may disagree with, which is fine. But then we have a framework in which to articulate what your motions may be on specific items in the general plan as a revision that may have come out of the EIR, or other items you may have to add to the list.
Okay, I was referring to, I wish I knew the name of the document, but that kind of, it was a staff recommendation, was it not?
Yes,
Okay, I was referring to that as what, because of all of the time I spent, reading all this stuff and trying to understand how we got where we are. That was my understanding. That kind of lays out the argument, and the commission could disagree with that. However, Commissioner White, I have to tell you honestly, you're clearly expressing your opinion, and you have a right to do that, but I'm not sure you got 2 other votes for your opinion, and we haven't hardly been able to talk about it. I bring it up, and the first thing you do is reiterate everything. So that's all I'm saying.
Chairman White.
Let me respond to that. I'm fine to do what Dave suggests and put up on the screen the documents that talk about the details of the original policies and the proposed mitigation to mitigate environmental impacts and discuss it. I'm reluctant to go through and vote on those one by one. That's why I put together the motion that we pass this back to the board.
If I may, I feel like we're somewhat speaking past each other, and Director Ward has a good suggestion, but just to be crystal clear, Chair White, your motion, as I understand it, wants to basically revert to policies and programs that the board recommended to be processed last year, which is fine, I get that. But what what Director Ward didn't just come out and say, and I think it's important to say, is that some of those policies are not recommended for change even after the EIR process. For instance, and we can go through each one, but COS 7.2, COS 7.7, and COS 7.8, all of those are recommended for approval in their original form by the board. Staff is not recommending that any of those change based on the EIR document. Staff is recommending, like you are apparently, that each of those mitigation measures to lessen impacts that could be created by those board policies be lessened. Staff is recommending that those mitigation measures not be adopted. And so I think it's important to, be working from the same page because, like I said, some of what you want to be in the final document, staff's already recommending that they're there. So I think that's why it would be helpful to go through the list and to have staff explain how everything fits together. And I completely understand, there's so many moving pieces, it's super confusing, but again, staff's not recommending some of the things that I think you're thinking that staff's recommending.
Okay, I'm fine to go through them one by one. I didn't read it that way. Commissioner Adukas.
Directed to County Council again. So the 3 things that we're talking about, 7.2, 7.7, 7.8, they're the same as PR 1, 2, and 3?
No, they're not. And that's a good question. And this is confusing. And it's been a point of confusion for a lot of people for a while. And so the way CEQA works is that the Planning Division, working closely with consultants, looked at those policies and all other proposed policies in the draft general plan, and we conducted CEQA analysis on the potential environmental impacts of those policies. And so for policies that we found could have a potentially significant impact, we were obligated under CEQA to come up with mitigation measures to lessen the potential impacts. And so that's what the CEQA process is for. That's what we did. And so the PR mitigation measures that you, Commissioner Idukas, were referring to were identified as potential mitigation measures to lessen the impacts of those policies, specifically policies COS 7.2, COS 7.7, and COS 7.8. But as part of the CEQA process, the Planning Division, working with our consultants, realize and appreciate the fact that those policies have beneficial environmental and public health impacts as well. And so if you'll take a look at the exhibit, it's called Statement of Overriding Considerations, the proposed CEQA findings basically acknowledge that those board-approved draft policies will have potentially significant or significant impacts, and acknowledge that there are potential mitigation measures to lessen those impacts. But at the end of the day, the Statement of Overriding Considerations that's recommended for approval by the board finds that the policies, again, as originally approved by the board, have benefits that outweigh any potential environmental impacts that they would create. And so again, staff is recommending that those policies as originally approved in draft form by the board be carried forward. We're not recommending that the mitigation measures that would alter those policies be adopted by the board.
Okay,
I think you're.
let me respond to that.
Chair White, may I
Can you
continue
hold
to
on
have
a
the floor,
second,
please?
Commissioner Dukas?
Thank you.
At the suggestion of
Chair White, may I have the floor, please?
can you hold on just a second?
Chair
Director
White,
Ward
may I
suggests.
continue to hold the floor?
Can you hold on just a second? Yes? Director Ward suggested that we look at the wording of these specific policies and mitigations. And I suggest we do one and look at the example and see the words that Mr. Barnes just said are in there, that the staff is recommending the original policy. Let's do flaring. Can we put flaring
Chair
up?
White,
Yes,
I
now
want to
you have
follow
the
up
floor.
on my questions to County Council.
Go ahead, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think that we're running away here, and I as the person who seconded the motion, I'd like things to go a little slower and to allow this deliberative process, this discussion, and this questions of staff period to be fully realized. And so what I was wanting to say to County Council was to thank him for his clarification on how we are speaking past each other and how 7.2, 7.7, 7.8, and PR 1, 2, and 3 were related because there was significant input from the public in their comments and confusion. So I think that you could say with that explanation that those 3 items are satisfactorily considered. The confusion was that we were opting for mitigation measures that undid board policy. That doesn't appear to be the case as far as I can understand. And so those 3 items from your motion could be struck.
Perhaps so. And if we could do an example, let's do the COS 7.8, please, and
Mr. Chair.
And put it up.
Mr. Chair.
Just a sec. Could we get that up?
Mr. Chair. I have a concern. That's piecemealing it. If why don't we do whatever they have, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, because otherwise we'll be piecemealing this thing and we'll be here all night long. If we go in order, will get done a heck of a lot faster, and maybe we might even make a conscious, right decision.
Okay. Okay, now I've been informed the meeting went offline, so what does that do for us?
If we could take a quick break while our IT department checks into it, but right now the public cannot view the meeting. It is being recorded, so sometime it can be viewed.
Yes, Chair White, can we please take a 5-minute recess and see if we can?
Yes, we'll take a recess as long as we need the IT people to help figure this out.
Okay, Ron.
Okay, it's about 4:15, and we understand that we're now back online with the Planning Commission meeting. And so we'll continue our deliberations, and I'm understanding that staff is going to put up an example of policy and mitigation and statements of overriding consideration, and the bottom line recommendation that staff is making to the board.
Thank you, Chair White. That's correct. So I'm going to, and Clay's going to assist us here with on the screen before everyone. So we're going to take you first to the statement of overriding considerations. And this is page 116 of exhibit, sorry, let me get the number. Here, my screen just went down. Apologize. That is exhibit. I'm looking for the overrides.
Which exhibit are you on?
Just a second. I'm trying to. Yes, the overriding findings. 2.3. Okay. And with 2.3, yes.
Finding a 2.3.
You should be able to get it on your big screen.
2.2 M?
No, 2.3, not 2.2, 2.3. It's called the CEQA findings statement of overriding.
2.3.
Exhibit 2.3? Is that what we're discussing?
Here, click on this and say view documents. Yes, just click on that.
It's 2.3.
View document.
What page again, Dave?
116.
Scroll down to 2.3. Even better on the big screen.
Okay. Okay. You point it up too. 116.
Which page?
Section 15. Page 116.
Which page?
Page 116.
Okay.
No, I just have, I'm looking at the hard copy. Okay, so the statement of overriding considerations, this section, a lengthy section of findings, are the ones that describe where we have the significant and unavoidable impacts that you see there on page 116. It walks you through each of the impact sections and listing under each of those, such as the air quality or biological resources. It lists what the impacts that were identified in the EIR. You continue on to page 117. And it also has the topic that you were just discussing a minute ago, which was the mineral and petroleum resources. So this front section lists all those impacts that we are identifying are unavoidable, significant and unavoidable. Then you could,
I'm not finding it, Director Ward.
okay, let me get it onto the screen. It may be best for us to just have it on the screen.
Page 116 has something very different than what you read.
Okay.
The documents that are available through the agenda link coincide with what Director Ward is saying. Are you sure you're on the right exhibit?
No.
That is correct.
It's 2.3.
Exhibit 2.3.
Phil, go back to the document.
Hi. Just do the PDF. Yes, let's just do the PDF.
Okay, scroll down.
What's the subsection?
2.3.
Well, if we get here, I want to
Yeah, I
look
was
there.
just,
Yeah.
right?
There you go.
Well, it doesn't,
Oh, it didn't do it.
page 116.
That didn't do it. Did it on mine.
The document footer is 116. The PDF page number is 117. It says at the very top, section 15, statement of overriding considerations. We have Clay is pulling it up on the screen.
Yeah, 117.
Okay. Okay. Okay, you're on the page. Okay, all right. So this is the section of the draft findings that are before your board to provide recommendations onto the Board of Supervisors. So the statement of overriding considerations starts by listing out for the first 3 pages are the significant and unavoidable impacts under each impact classification, such as air quality, biological resources, greenhouse gas emissions, mineral and petroleum resources, which is what you were just speaking about a few moments ago. And it lists out each individual impact that was analyzed in the EIR, and even looking at feasible mitigation measures was determined that these were still significant and unavoidable impacts. Page 118 moves into the ability to use the overriding consideration, and it talks and it shows to you that it establishes and provides a legal compliant framework to guide future development in a logical manner. So these are the findings. It's findings 1 through 14. And each of those findings, which we use the guiding principles as one of the foundations to establish these overriding considerations. And we talk about preserves community character, provides affordable and equitable housing, promotes a balanced, efficient, coordinated, multimodal transportation network. So each of these related back to one of the guiding principles. But if you go to the very end on the subject you were just talking about, number 14 was promotes air quality and public health and safety. Within that paragraph, we identify which of the policies that were originally directed by the Board of Supervisors in September of 2019, and it contains those policies. So CS 7.2 that talks about will require new discretionary oil wells to be located a minimum of 1,500 feet from residential dwellings and 2,500 feet from any school. That is the language of the draft policy from September 2019. So we are retaining that through the statement of overriding considerations to determine that that mitigation measure, as studied and analyzed in the EIR, is not being recommended in these findings.
So PR1, PR2, PR3 are gone. So, which affects 7.2, 7.7, 7.8. Is that correct?
That's correct. And just technically, they're not gone. And actually, if you go higher up in the document, you can see they were kind of set forth. But then even higher up, we said, oh yeah, these mitigation measures would mitigate, but we're going to override them because the benefits of the original policies outweigh the mitigation. So they're not gone. They're there. And it's important to say that because it's important to note that your commission and the board should consider those. But, you know, as commissioner or as chair White recognizes, it's ultimately up to your commission and the board to decide which version to adopt. And so what we're saying is we're not recommending that the PR mitigation measures be adopted. We're recommending the original policies be adopted.
Okay, can I just?
Yeah,
go ahead. I want to make sure I'm clear. Because I thought that's where we were. That's when I saw 7.2, 7.7, 7.8. Said, why do we have a problem with those? The way it wound up was they're still there.
Yes.
And there was, and I understand the tension between oil and gas industry saying, well, wait a second, you're going to restrict our ability to access the oil reserves we've already, leased underground. And yet the folks that are concerned about greenhouse gas emissions and the environment are saying, hey, we've got to be bold. We've got to say, no, we're going to put an end to this. But just to be clear, because it never comes up, this only applies to new wells, does not apply to existing wells. So we're not putting any oil company out of business on its face right now. Is that correct?
Correct. Each of the policies, CO has 7.2, 7.7, and 7.8. Each of those only applies to new discretionary wells.
Okay, I'm fine with that.
You done?
Yeah.
Okay, Jeff, I'd like to ask you a question. You said higher up in the document, it says that we're not recommending PR1, PR2, PR3. We're recommending the original policies as written. Where does it say that? Because I never found that in reading through the thousands of pages. Now, I don't deny that it might be there, but I would like to see it and read it. Can somebody help me with that? Where do we say that those three policies are recommended by staff to go forward as the board adopted them?
And maybe Chair White, what you're recognizing is what I was reading in that section 14. You and the commission may want to phrase that differently, but that is what staff's intention was with that language, because we're citing those policies as being part of meeting the objective, promotes air quality and public health and safety. So that might be a good suggested edit for us to clarify within that finding, that specification.
Now, Mr. Barnes suggested that higher up in the document, there's some other statement that says
There
more
is.
clearly.
Page 50.
And I'm looking for it, and yes, that's a good idea to clarify. And this even more confusion is kind of being added because it's almost as though the board's original policies are being recommended by implication almost, because I'm sure your commissioners saw the exhibit to the staff report, which suggested changes to the prior version of the general plan. The COS policies we've been discussing, no changes were proposed to those. If staff was proposing those policies change, that would have been reflected there, but there's nothing with regard to those policies. So basically, that says by negative implication, which I realize is confusing, the original policies are being recommended for approval. I'm just scrolling through the findings document right now.
It's page 53.
Perfect.
53 through 57 is the section on the oil well distancing criteria.
Uh-huh.
And then COS 7.7 and 7.8. And in that, it describes the changes that were analyzed in the EIR, and then describes the findings on which those would still be significant and unavoidable.
Okay,
May I
I
ask a
read,
question?
I'm looking at mitigation measure
PR.
PR2, limited conveyance of oil and produced water, basically has the feasibility qualification added, and so does 7.8. May, if the proponent demonstrates that it's infeasible. But it's not saying there, these are, it says right there, the county shall include the following revised policy in the 2040 general plan. And so I saw that and I go, wow, wait a minute, they're recommending that they, that the original COS 7.2, 7.7, 7.8 be changed. Now, if that's not the case, it needs to really specifically be stated. And if it is stated that way, I'm happy to remove these from my proposed motion. But I don't see it in there. I see the contrary.
And just to clarify that language, and I acknowledge it's confusing. That was the county shall language is basically cut and pasted from the EIR, and it's confusing, and I've always kind of observed that.
So,
well, maybe if we can find a place to clearly state that despite these possible mitigation measures being implemented, that the county staff is recommending that the original policies be retained as adopted by the board last September. Can we add that statement somewhere?
yes, I think as you go on to other topics, we will work with our consultant team, who are here by Zoom as well, and we will look to make adjustments under number 14, page 125, to clarify that and be specific. So I'm going to reach out to Susan, and the consultants are listening to us as well, see if they can add modified language, and then we'll show that to you as you progress on some of the other topics.
On the same subject, may I ask a question?
Yes, you have the floor.
Okay, there was language further up in the document on I think it was page 53, and then there was a proposed change based on a request, I think by WISPA, that the word wells be changed to gas, oil and gas exploration. Would that change make a difference in this policy that we're, getting fleshed out here with regard to the setbacks?
Who's that question directed to?
Either Susan Curtis or Clay or Director Ward. I'm sorry. Appropriate staff that can answer it. It was one of the requests from our comment letters that they requested that wells be changed to oil and gas exploration.
Commissioner White, I can answer that question if you'll allow me.
Yes, go ahead, Susan.
I believe Commissioner Dukas, and I can verify it in the record, you're referring to a response to comment where an individual indicated that we had inserted the incorrect language in reference to the non-coastal zoning ordinance for some allowed uses. So we corrected that to be consistent with what's our current language in the non-coastal zoning ordinance, where it does talk about I believe, exploration and production. What I can do is I can look for that while we're working on this session so that I can get that full language to share with your commission if you would like.
Thank you.
Okay, so where do we leave this? We're going to come up with some language to clarify the intent of the recommendation from staff.
Can I just make one interjection?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
That phrase, as the board adopted, I don't think we need it. The board knows what they adopted. It just makes it sound loaded.
Sounds what?
Loaded. The board may have adopted it, but wasn't adopted 5-0.
Well, and actually, I mean, that's, if we're going to get to that level of detail, it's technically not accurate, and I mean no disrespect, but adoption is a final general plan. I think the more technically correct thing to say was the board approved for further processing, because adoption is the final.
Yeah, I could accept that.
What about directed?
That would be fine too, as long as adopt isn't used.
Directed is shorter.
So I'm going to suggest we've got the consultants working on revising that text. That's part of the overriding consideration findings. I'd like to bring you back to the staff's recommended changes to the general plan programs and policies. That's a document that Clay can bring up, and it is also which exhibit is that, Clay?
2.8, I believe.
Which one?
I believe it's exhibit 2.8.
2.8. And this is the one that provides you each of the recommended changes to a particular policy or program that either came out of part of the public comment, came out of staff clarification, came out of reference to state law from another state agency that may have provided us item that we needed to address. And we see if there are items in that document. I think there may be things related to the climate action plan, and we can ask our consultants to explain part of the rationale why some of those items were recommended for removal. So Clay's pulling it up. So this is a compendium. If you've had a chance to read through it, you will have seen by certain areas where you show the exact red line, strike through, or blue text. And we have items related to the climate action plan, and then we have other sections as well. So if you want particular questions about that, or you want us to go through those,
I do have some specific questions about that. If you scroll down to the bottom,
okay.
Commissioner White, which portion of the general plan are you referencing?
The same document you're referring us to, 2.8. Okay, let's look. Page 48. Okay, this 48 and 49, and let's scroll down to 49. These 2 pages comment on proposed revisions by staff to the general plan, and on page 49, item Z really caught my attention, so let's talk about it. I'm understanding that staff is recommending that there no longer be public reporting on greenhouse gas strategy progress. And why would we want to do that? I don't think the board, I won't use the word adopted, the board approved doing that. I don't think we did in the Planning Commission either. Director Ward, you and I spoke about this particular section the other day. How do we rationalize eliminating all these sections of the Climate Action Plan programs?
Thank you, Chair White. And I'm going to ask Andrew Martin from the Ascent team to be part of the Zoom so he can help follow up. Part of our rationale statement about this section that has it stricken was about consistency with the EIR, results of the EIR, which indicated that we were not going to achieve a certified climate action plan. And so adjustments are being made here to rectify that and do the consistency between this portion of the general plan, the EIR findings, and the element sections of the general plan. And I would like Andrew to help follow up on that for me, if you can turn him on.
If I could just interject one point here, I'm understanding that we've been presented with the proposed revision to the greenhouse gas emission reduction target. The formally said we shall achieve the adopted targets. The new language is work towards achieving the targets. And I understand that difference, and I'm not necessarily opposed to making that change, but even making that change, you still need a robust climate action plan that has elements like public reporting. Changing those words from work towards achieving from achieve doesn't eliminate the need to have public reporting.
Thank you, Chair White. And the Climate Emergency Council, as one of the mitigation measures coming out of the EIR, identified that process as a new advisory board to be created by our Board of Supervisors that would function to review different methods by which to reduce our GHG, and it listed out a range of items that could be studied. It also gave a directive to complete that process within the first 5 years in order to come back to the Board of Supervisors with additional recommendations that could be implemented as part of the ongoing implementation of our climate action plan. So it was trying to recognize that we aren't going to achieve the targets of 2030, 2040. We're acknowledging that we can't achieve the target, but we are trending the line down on GHG, and we wanted to recognize that this portion, Appendix B, as originally proposed, was that we were achieving. Our analysis that we aren't going to be able to achieve the target, but we wanted to fold in that Climate Emergency Council as being the key advisory board for the community to engage with and to be advising the Board of Supervisors. And so that's where we were envisioning the communication level with the community, as well as to the Board of Supervisors and across the other county agencies as well.
Okay, is that stated in the wording of the CEC, that there will be a greenhouse gas strategy implementation, which is item X, this program X, that there will be a greenhouse gas strategy monitoring, that's program Y, that there will be public reporting on the strategy progress? We still have a strategy.
Okay.
Are those things in there? I don't think they are.
So let's get Andrew Martin on the Zoom. He can help assist us. He should already be on Zoom.
I'm here, just unmuting. I believe, and maybe staff can help me get this correct, that the exhibit on the screen now is only showing revisions to Appendix B, and that we need to go to a different exhibit to see the rest of Appendix B, and there, and also in the general plan elements, we should still see the relevant implementation programs.
If I can interject as well, I think what Andrew's trying to point out is that what we did, and the reason this shows up in Appendix B as a removal, but it does not show as a removal in other elements of the general plan, is if you recall, Appendix B is supposed to collect all of the climate action plan related policies to a single location so that they're easily viewable. We found an internal inconsistency between what was listed in Appendix B and what was listed in the elements. And so we deferred to the language that was available within the elements rather than that which was expanded upon in Appendix B, I believe in the anticipation of a certified climate action plan. And so that was why this appears as a removal, but those programs still exist in the language that the board initially reviewed in September and August.
If they remain, why are they shown to be removed as a revision to the general plan?
I can address that if that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I think, frankly, the formatting here in this striked out text is confusing. And so elsewhere in Appendix B and in the general plan elements, there are the relevant implementation programs regarding implementation and monitoring remain and are not part of these recommended revisions. What was included earlier on in the process in Appendix B that is now struck out was draft level discussion of additional details clarifying what's in those separately provided implementation programs. And I believe what Clay was just mentioning was that as part of this final process, we observed that the board approved version of the implementation programs talking about these very same things here. There were some internal inconsistencies between this draft discussion struck out here and the actual approved programs shown elsewhere in the general plan. And so the intent here, again, was to remove that internal inconsistency that's in this discussion, but not at all change or remove the actual implementation programs that remain part of the plan.
Andrew, are you saying it's redundant? These XYZ programs are redundant and they're contained somewhere else in the document? If they are,
yes.
Can you direct us to where they're shown? Because I haven't seen them in there. Certainly for a reasonable climate action plan, whether you're promising to meet standards or you're trying to meet targets, you still need a strategy, you need to monitor the strategy, and you need to report to the public on your progress on the strategy. So are those somewhere else? XYZ? And
yes, they are.
If so, could you show us where they are?
I'm trying to pull that information up right now, and if staff could assist me in using the correct exhibit numbers, or perhaps others on the line could do that.
My observation, Andrea, is that I don't think it's in there, and I would be happy to be proven wrong, and I'll cross that off my list of things to send on to the board. But I don't think by eliminating X, Y, and Z, you can justify it by saying it's somewhere else, because I haven't seen it. But prove me wrong, please.
Mr. Chair, this is Rick Rust. If you look at your exhibit 25E as an elephant, that contains Appendix B. In there, you'll see implementation Z on page B19.
Okay,
And
once
that
again,
remains
what exhibit are you looking at?
2.5.E is an elephant.
Exhibit 2.5,
Point E.
2.5.E, okay?
And the implementation Z you're talking about is on page B19.
Uh-huh.
It's only that first paragraph, though, beginning with the word additionally, with the bullet points. Was this something, I mean, this is not in the Appendix B, the Climate Action Plan exhibit that's posted online.
Okay, but this is it now.
Okay,
You're
Andrew,
looking
I
at
do
with-
see the XYZ are still in there in this document, but the exhibit 2.8, staff is recommending that X, Y, and Z go away.
In Appendix B, but not in the actual element.
Okay, so they're still going to be there then.
Yes, and if we can write that up also as part of a directive, just to make clear that is the direction and cite the right chapter.
We need to make sure they understand the language is different. If the strikeout in Appendix B is inconsistent language with what's in the element.
Because what's on the screen shows this. Yeah.
I just want to reiterate, I have two computer screens in front of me, and the proposed revisions to the draft on Z only go down to the first paragraph where it begins additionally. That is not contained on the exhibit that's Exhibit B, that's Appendix B, the Climate Action Plan. All of that strikeout is not in the document, Appendix B.
Okay, are we feeling good that X, Y, and Z are still in the general plan?
Not entirely, because there's a bunch of language that's proposed to be deleted from the document, but the document doesn't have it.
So, Chair White, let's take a 5-minute break so we can get the right item above the screen and the right staff person or consultants to clarify. I understand your point, so we need to just get the right reference here for you and to be clear so that maybe we can cite that as part of a direction from your commission on this point. So can we take a 5-minute recess?
Yes, and by the way, please note, I had a concern about program COS-S, which is the building electrification. That was another one where the mitigation looked to undo it or potentially could undo it. And do we maybe need some clarification saying the original COS-S is still intact, recommended to stay intact? It's just like COS 727778. It's one of those.
Okay, we'll look that up too.
Okay, we will take a break until we can figure this out.
Could you give me, what time?
Well, I would like to predict how quickly they could do it. I'm not sure. Let's go 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to reconvene the hearing. It's about 5 minutes after 5 on the 16th. I guess we're waiting for a report. We're still waiting. So Megan, even though you want to continue, I don't think we're quite ready. We're waiting on Dave to resolve this with Andrew, I think. Yeah, let's go back into a recess, pause the meeting until Dave's ready. Okay, we're going to reconvene. It's about 8 minutes after 5, and we'll get a report from the planning director now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair White, Commissioners. So we've got 2 exhibits to show you in comparison. This will be Clay to pull those up for you. And we're going to have Andrew Martin from Ascent by phone to explain the changes and the rationale for why, and get your comments about what we're proposing. So you can turn to Andrew on Zoom, turn him on.
Okay, I think, am I all set to go?
Just speak as loud as you can, Andrew. Thank you.
I will do that. As Clay pulls up the 2 side-by-side exhibits here, the main piece of context for why staff is proposing these internal consistency edits and revisions is that the general plan as it is currently proposed does not meet the requirements for a CEQA qualified greenhouse gas reduction plan. And one of the required elements, if it were a qualified GHG reduction plan, would be to have specified information related to information and monitoring. And back at the public review stage, or an earlier stage of the general plan, the county was still on the path of having that qualified cap. And so as a result, on pages, I believe it's B21 and B22 of Appendix B, there is the language from programs X, Y, and Z and additional details to support decision-making about those implementation and monitoring requirements. And what staff has proposed at this time, again, because it's not a qualified cap, it doesn't meet those requirements, is removing from B21 and B22 those additional discussion details and redundancy from Appendix B. However, the actual programs X, Y, and Z, COS X, Y, and Z, are unaffected by the proposed revisions. And those, let me just check here, that can be verified by taking a look at, also in Appendix B, at pages B55 and B56. Additionally, programs COS X, Y, and Z can also be viewed as part of the conservation element of the general plan, and those remain there as well. And then lastly, regarding the additional discussion details in Appendix B that have been proposed for deletion, one observation is that with the EIR mitigation measure GHG4 regarding the duties of the Climate Emergency Council, that might be one place to further describe implementation and monitoring that the commission might desire happen as part of general plan implementation.
Andrew, this is Chairman White. Okay, I'm looking at B55 and I see their policy program, X, strategy implementation, Y, strategy monitoring, next page, Z, public reporting. It goes on, inventory updates, strategy amendments, climate emergency council, budget and staffing. Are all those things still in there? All these things
That is correct.
remain? I'm sorry, Andrew, I didn't hear. Do all those things remain?
That is correct.
So in the document 2.8, where X, Y, and Z, for example, are lined out, what are they referring to?
I believe what happened there where it's lined out is the exact text of these programs you were just mentioning was copy and pasted in a redundant location, and additional details were provided. And so those strikeout revisions you're looking at here in red they're both striking out the redundant listing of the text of the program, and they are striking out additional draft discussion details that were never included in the body of the programs themselves.
Commissioner White, if I can add. So I think to expand on what Andrew's indicating, when he said this language was not included in the body of the program itself, that's the reference that's being referred to as on page B21 in the appendix. There's the discussion of these expanded concepts within programs to meet a certified cap. But on page B55 and 56, you have the table of the actual programs that are much more truncated from the actual elements. And those are the programs that are in the elements and are also in that particular table. So what's before you today is that these programs, that are these expanded conceptual programs for the GHG strategy that are listed in the discussions previous to the table that reflects the actual programs, again, that are more truncated in the actual elements. Andrew, please weigh in on anything to expand on that if it's helpful.
I agree with that.
Okay, well, that went over my head. I didn't quite understand that. So on page B20, where it's the conservation open space element that deals with climate, I see in there they're streamlining, and I'm understanding that streamlining is going away, and I get that. I don't disagree with that. But the rest of it, I just don't see the red lines. Where is that? Where are we deleting from with the red lines that staff's recommending in document 2-8? What's the reference back?
Chair White, I think Clay was highlighting within the actual document. He was just using his cursor, I think, to show what is being stricken that was proposed in our Planning Commission recommended changes to the policies and programs.
And
the rationale for doing that is back that we would not have a certified cap. Certified climate action plan. Sorry, certified climate action plan.
Okay, I understand the difference between a certified cap and a trying to get there, work towards achieving kind of cap. But I would maintain that for both kinds of caps, you would still have these programs. And to do it right, you would need them. So I'm not in favor of eliminating them, and I don't see that you need to do that. There's nothing that, because the cap won't be a certified cap, that you can't do public notification, for example. Why can't you undo the red lines through that and retain, don't delete that language? Why do you need to do that?
Can I make a
Commissioner King.
I think.
Chair White, if I could, this is Rick again. What I wanted to highlight is right now, if you looked at like COSZ, that's actually in the document 4 times. It's in the conservation open space element. It's on page B19. It's on page B21, and it's on page B55. All they've done is taken out one of those 3 occasions, the one that had extensive discussion on it. And as Andrew mentioned, the way of implementing it will be decided by the emergency council. But
Which one is
does
it
not
coming?
go away.
Which one, Andrew, is it being deleted from?
It will remain in the conservation open space element. It will remain on page B19. It will remain in the table at the end of the document, which is 55, I think.
55 and 56.
Yeah.
And where won't it remain then?
It'll be taken off of B22.
Taken off what?
Page B22. So instead of saying it 4 times, we're going to just say it 3 times.
Can I just ask a question, Chairman White?
Yes. King, you have the floor.
Okay. The whole point of Appendix B is to take all the disparate goals, policies, programs that were scattered throughout the general plan and collect those in one place in Appendix B, and that would be our climate action plan. That's why we have the icons all through the general plan. I think what I'm hearing, but I'm not sure because I'm not the CEQA expert, is that there are rules about what can be certified in a climate action plan, and one of them is you just can't copy something from one place, something from another place, if you add some stuff to one of those places and not the other. Is that what I'm hearing? So we must have added something to XYZ in the Appendix B in the climate action plan that we didn't add in the COS elements of the general plan. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, that's correct.
Well, wouldn't the solution be to go back and put all the things we added in Appendix B into the XYZ back in the general plan? Wouldn't that also solve the problem and eliminate the problem with certification of the climate action plan?
I think I would have to defer to our consultant team to that. So Andrew Martin would probably be the right person to respond to that.
This is Phil. Certification of the climate action plan, I believe, requires attaining the actual targets established by the state. And where we're at with this proposal is it doesn't promise to do that. So that's
okay.
That's the difference.
Chair.
I'd like to defer to our consultant team to discuss the language that is listed on the screen right now with the strike-throughs compared to the language in the elements for these programs, and please indicate if we have the same language in both sections or what your observations and understanding are.
I'd be happy to do that. The struck out language here, the whole purpose is to remove the inconsistency with what's intended to be the same exact language for the same exact programs in other locations of both Appendix B and other locations of the general plan. And so the strikeouts here are simply intended to remove that inconsistency. And in both, as Rick mentioned, the other places of Appendix B, including pages B55 and B56, also in the conservation element itself, I believe on page 6-26 and give or take a page, these implementation programs would live on and stay there and would be part of the plan and would not be affected by these revisions that you're looking at right now.
Okay, I'm hearing that I shouldn't worry about these red line throughs, that it's still in there, even though it's getting cut out of here. It's in there 3 other times. There are some wording differences. I don't think you answered that correctly. Did you? Could you explain the wording differences between this and what's in the other parts?
I can do that. I apologize for not explaining that before. Yes, that is one reason to make the revisions, is that the red line discussions that were just on the screen, those are part of Appendix B and were not consistent with the board approved implementation program language for these very same programs in the general plan. And unfortunately, this inconsistent language lived on here in Appendix B and has inconsistencies with the approved language of these programs in your plan. And so the purpose, again, of these revisions is to take away that inconsistency, but preserve the board-approved version of these programs.
Okay, but the board also approved the Appendix B, the Climate Action Plan. So they approved that language you're suggesting be struck out. Did they not?
I would need some help from others on whether the board approved the language of Appendix B.
Chair White, let me suggest something. When looking at COSX, which is basically directing that the county shall be implementing the policies and programs, COSY, which is the monitoring that you brought up about ensuring are we monitoring, and then COSZ is about public reporting. I'm going to look at all 3 to see if we can add components of each into mitigation measure GHG4, which is the one about implementing programs for greenhouse gas reductions policy enhancement program. This is where the Climate Emergency Council is created, established over a 5-year time horizon, lists all the different suggested implementation strategies that would be studied by the new board, advisory board created, and add in here monitoring and reporting to the public, because I think that's what you've highlighted several times as what you're seeing that is being lost. So if we can add to the mitigation measure, and I'm reaching out to assent on that in that regard, then I think at least within the 5-year period, and the goal of that 5-year period is to bring all the recommendations back to the Board of Supervisors, but we add in some public reporting as part of that and monitoring where we've been in those the first 5 years, and we incorporate that. I think that's getting at your intent. The strike through of the 2 different sections between Appendix B and the element is where I think we're all going around on both sides of those. It would still be removed from the Appendix B. It still exists in the elements, as I think Rick and Andrew have described. But to add confidence about the reporting and monitoring and input out to the public, I think is what I'm hearing you feel is not, it's being lost. If we capture it in the mitigation measure, then it's still happening. The vehicle by which that would be the council, the Climate Emergency Council. Is that getting at your intent?
Well, I guess my intent, Director Ward, is that the county be working towards an effective climate action plan. That if there are things in the words of the general plan that describe it and how it should be done, we need to get it right. And we need to get it right now, not 5 years from now. We need to anticipate. That's what I'm concerned about. If in fact all these things are in the plan somewhere, and yes, you can make Appendix B consistent with those that have all these elements, that makes me feel a lot better about it. So that's your suggestion to do that?
I'm throwing it out as a strategy. If that's trying to get at your intent, there'd be two adjustments. One to the mitigation measure, which relates to the count. Let me say this wrong. I apologize. The count. Thank you. The CEC. And then the edits would occur to Appendix B. I'm looking to Susan to make sure, Appendix B. And then what is retained is in the elements themselves, correct? Yep. That's what I'm suggesting.
Okay, and in addition on COS 7.2, 7.7, 7.8, you're going to come up with some words that say, yeah, we're really going to do it like the board approved?
Yes. And I'm going to suggest maybe in your dinner break, we can pull that together and show that to you, depending on where we're going on the rest of your items you want to address.
The other one that's like 7.2, 7.7, and 7.8 is COS-S.
Yes. Okay.
Commissioner White, I have a request from Commissioner Adukas that we take the share screen off so she can view the conversation that's going on, and then when it's appropriate that we're referring back to the document, that we put that back up. It's at your discretion. If you can just.
Okay.
All right. And then just let us know when you want to put that back up.
Okay.
Thank you. So go ahead. Thank you, Clay. And let me move this off. There we go. Okay.
Okay, let me point out on my proposed motion, item 5F, any other policies where feasibility qualification have been added since September. Are there any others besides the proposed mitigation for the oil and gas policies? Anywhere in the plan where that, I call it feasibility qualification, where you say, well, if the applicant makes the case that it's not feasible to implement a policy, that it shouldn't apply to him, he may not have to do it. Are there any other policies where through the mitigation analysis that this feasibility language has been added? I know that it was added for the 4 ABCD. Are there any others? I didn't spot any others, but I'm concerned that if it was used anywhere, it could be used elsewhere. Does the consultant know that?
I think it's both. If it related back to a policy and program, Susan, then it would show in one of our recommended revisions if it included adding feasibility. So I have to look at that.
If there aren't any others besides these 4 which we're going to deal with, then I can get rid of that concern.
Can I piggyback on that before you get rid of it?
Absolutely, you have the floor.
I would just like to say that can we have feasibility defined once instead of in each individual instance?
Another question related to that. What's the genesis of the feasibility language?
Maybe I'll take a crack at answering that. It depends on on the mitigation measure, if you're talking about the mitigation measures PR, I think PR 1 through 3, the genesis for adding feasibility there and the whole mitigation concept there, which again, we're not recommending be implemented, but the thought there was to maintain the status quo, because under the existing non-coastal zoning ordinance, flaring is can be allowed if it's basically if the operator shows it's infeasible not to. And so I can speak to that, the reason why feasibility was inserted there.
So that was your language suggestion, or?
Well, I mean, it was a team effort. We had to come up with potential mitigation for the significant impacts we identified. So that was through the CEQA process. And
So for a mitigation measure, you need to define what feasible means. And that's what that paragraph is about.
Oh, right. Exactly. And I mean, feasible is already a defined term in CEQA. And so in the context of a mitigation measure, arguably we would need to state that, but we wanted to be clear. And in that definition of feasibility, another important concept that we were sure to add was the feasibility determination needs to be based on substantial evidence. So someone couldn't just say, oh, well, I can't do it. It's like, no, you have to show us why you can't do it. But, you know, like I said before, those mitigation measures for the flaring and trucking and setbacks, they're not being implemented. So it's, I don't want to say it's beside the point, because I'm explaining why we did what we did.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to find out. And my question was, are there any other policies in the general plan that have been modified by the addition of this feasibility language? And because in my mind, when you throw in feasibility, now I know that a lot of the policies we recommended last summer, we used that language. We said when feasible. Many times, I remember Commissioner McPhail presenting a lot of the ag-related things, if feasible, and I agreed and went along with those. However, if the board adopts or approves policies that are strict, shall not flare, then mitigation is a way to undo it. And so that's my concern. Are there any other approved policies that were, I'll call it weakened by the addition of that language, or are we only talking about these 4? I only spotted 4.
So we can bring you up to each instant case. Clay will bring that up. It's in that same table that gives you the rationale, and it will show you the edits. So the first one is Exhibit 2.8, and we will try to show it on the screen here. Item number 35 is the first one. And if you have the page number, Susan, for
21 of 54, please. And it's line item 35. And it's a new program, organic waste recycling at county facilities. And I can speak to this program. It's new. The reason staff recommended this.
Which page is that? Excuse me.
Page 21 on Exhibit 2.8. It's the Planning Division recommended revisions.
Yeah, let me get there. Okay, I'm there. Organic waste recycling.
On the right-hand column, we have a rationale that we've provided. So this was a new implementation program needed to implement a policy that currently exists in the 2040 General Plan for requiring recycling receptacles and biodegradable materials and products. I'd like to read the policy. It'll help me explain. The county shall provide recycling and composting receptacles and use of biodegradable or recycled material products at county facilities and events where feasible. This program is needed to evaluate the feasibility of using these materials at county events and facilities. Therefore, we wrote a policy, the county shall evaluate the feasibility of establishing organic and waste recycling programs at county facilities and sponsored county events. The reason we said the feasibility is because this original policy indicates where feasible. The policy did not have an implementation program. We identified that as a gap. All policies need some implementation mechanism. And for that reason, we've recommended this program in that language.
Okay, that's not exactly what I was asking about. If we could pull up the flaring policy and look at it.
Well, I think we need to keep the exhibits correct. Commissioner White, if you'll allow me, I think what we're doing is there's two different exhibits we're referring to. The mitigation measures for flaring, that occurs in the environmental impact report. So the exhibit before you that I'm referencing are the Planning Division recommended revisions to the 2040 general plan. And we do have 5 instances where the term feasible comes into play. Now, I believe you're referring to a different exhibit, and just to help the folks on Zoom, we'd like to, if we can tack between the exhibits, that might help those trying to keep track with us.
If we could just look at the language in the flaring mitigation, I understand it's in the environmental document. I just want to point to the language there.
We will look up that exhibit to announce it in the mitigation and monitoring program. Just give us a moment.
Susan, I don't think it's, they're not going to be there because they're not, those mitigation measures aren't recommended.
Then. So the mitigation you're referring to doesn't exist in our mitigation and monitoring program because it's not being it's been determined to be infeasible. So we would go to the draft environmental impact report to look at the analysis that presented that. I believe that's what the document is we would have to look at.
Okay, here's my concern is I just want to be sure that the board approved policies and programs are not weakened by the addition of feasibility language that wasn't already in there. And if you're telling me that it's not in there, then I'm going to be happy.
Mr. Chairman, it's no different than what we approved last summer. I don't understand why we're dragging this thing out. If you have trouble with the wording, let's take a break or come back tomorrow or something. But there's 3 of us that would like to make some comments also.
I would urge you to go ahead and comment.
No, go ahead and finish. You started.
Could I interject right now?
Commissioner Adukas.
This is directed to County Council. If he could just explain briefly again what the purpose of our hearing is today, what we need to do with the final EIR and the analysis that was done and how it relates to the actions that staff is recommending we take today.
Okay, so big picture, your commission's job is to review the final EIR and the draft final general plan, make sure that the EIR, in your opinion, is sufficient and whether, needs any changes or you question any information or findings in the EIR related documents. So you're reviewing that and you're making a recommendation to the board on the EIR. And then same goes for the draft general plan. You're looking at the text of the draft general plan, including as the staff has recommended it be revised, and you're providing your recommendation to the board on that document as well. So that's big picture. So basically what we're...
That's helpful. Now, it's not our role
to go into the EIR and make changes based on what our preferences are. The EIR had a public comment period, and there were responses to it, and then it was finalized, and separate and apart from that were our findings about significance and statements of overriding consideration. But these deep dives into the mitigation measures that are proposed, and that's not what we need to concern ourselves with.
Well, I mean, I guess you raised 2 points there, and I'm glad that you're asking. You know, the first point is, your first question or point was, well, your suggestion was it's not our job to chime in on the adequacy of the EIR, and I would say it is your job.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
That there was analysis done, and so we need to find whether or not it's adequate or sufficient.
Correct. Yeah, that's the bottom line.
Does it have to be perfect?
No, that's not the rule.
Thank you.
But I mean, I think your point on the mitigation measure is perhaps a good one. That's, you know, we're not recommending this mitigation, the mitigation measures regarding oil and gas be approved. So, you know, at this point, there's probably not a whole lot of point in trying to wordsmith those.
I'm in the proposed resolution that staff presented. Says we adopt a resolution recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. Certify the EIR, basically, is A. B, adopt CEQA findings, mitigation measures, and statements of overriding consideration. Now, I look at that and I remember reading the mitigation measures for the oil and gas policies that say the county shall adopt the following mitigation measures. So I wouldn't be able to vote for adopt CEQA findings mitigation measures because I don't agree with them. So how do we handle that?
Are you saying you don't, again, we're not recommending that the mitigation measures regarding oil and gas be approved by the board? And so,
why are we adopting them?
We're not adopting them. The shall language, I tried to explain before, the shall language was basically cut and pasted to the way the mitigation measures were potential mitigation measures, it's important to say, were presented in the EIR. You know, again, we're not recommending that the board adopt those. So the bottom line on those mitigation measures is you're in agreement with what staff's recommendation will be to the board. You know, but if, so that, I guess I'll leave it at that.
Commissioner McPhail.
Okay, I have several questions and some comments to make. And this is to staff. Several people testified that they understood there's supposed to be 4 more hearings either by this body or somebody else. Is that correct?
Commissioner McPhail, is that reference to 5 additional public engagements that I referenced last August, I believe August or September, addressed the first one being when we published the EIR. That would be a public engagement process. And then I did describe, depending on the ability to get through the documents for the Planning Commission review and also with Board of Supervisors, those could be 1 or 2 hearings. But it was really based upon the ability to progress through the documents, depending on the amount of public engagement and the deliberations. So I did. That's where I came up with the 5. 1 for the EIR, 2 potentially with the Planning Commission, 2 potentially with the Board of Supervisors.
So for us, this is the second one.
Well, this today is your hearing today. If you're able to complete everything, then that is your 1 hearing and your recommendations to the Board of Supervisors.
So in theory, we could have 1 more.
We were designed to assist you if you needed additional time to do your deliberations. Correct.
Oh, okay. Tomorrow.
Yeah, originally we had, 2 days scheduled in a row. And we tried not to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we said we don't want to do it in 2 days. We want to do it in 1 day. We want to get this done today, and I think we're going to be able to.
Let me ask County Council a quick question here. So a lot of my notes that I have and all the comments that were made, I've got 4 pages of them. They're nebulous today.
I'm sorry, what's your question? What's nebulous?
My concerns after going through the final draft and the comments that were made today, if I understood correctly, it doesn't matter because it's not what we're supposed to be doing today. Making suggestions for changes or whatever.
I'm still not hearing your question.
My question is, the 26 people that spoke and the 29 emails that we got, we're not supposed to take anything that those people said during our deliberations and concerns or whatever that they may have, and maybe concerns that we may have as the commission?
No, I mean, no, you are. I mean, that's why we have a public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. And I wasn't, you absolutely should take those into account. And if any of the comments generated questions in your mind, then please, ask us. And as we've been doing for the last hour, it's really helpful to clarify. There's so many moving pieces, what everything means, and making sure that we get it right. That's why we're here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, for staff to make this hopefully easier for you all, most of my comments, or some of them anyway, come from the executive summary because it was faster to go through it, number one. 2.2, between 2015 and 2040, only 1,281 additional housing units. I found that to be somewhat unrealistic and too conservative, especially after the gentleman from the Channel Islands community informed us that they are actually a community, and if they do have 2,000 more individuals, assuming 4 people per home, that's 500 homes right there. So that needs to be looked at again. And that community needs to be included in the maps.
And Commissioner McPhail, it would be helpful, and if you don't know, that's okay, to help us identify the actual exhibit. I know we have a lot, I apologize, or at least the document. I think you're referring to the executive summary or the EIR?
Yes. Okay, impact 4.8-1, mitigation GHG-1, has-X or 10, prohibit natural gas infrastructure. It's a nice idea, but the problem is until we reach 100% renewable energy, people are going to need natural gas. And for 2 reasons, at least. One, with our history of wildfires in the last 5 years, and Edison cutting off our power for 2, 3, 4 days, which I've experienced, I like having a gas stove so I can cook something. And when all of Santa Paula is out of power, we can't go to McDonald's or Carl's Jr.'s or whatever and find something to eat. It doesn't happen. So I think that part should be modified to say when and if we reach 100% renewable energy. And I doubt that will happen before 2040.
Can I just gather some clarification? I believe what you'd like us to do is revise the environmental impact report, or is it revise the proposed 2040 general plan policy?
Both.
So maybe I can ask from council some direction on do we revise the impact report, or is it the policy that is the subject of the revision?
I mean, first we have to figure out if the planning commission wants to do this. I think it's the policy itself, but then we would have to look at ramifications for the EIR, because I know that's a mitigation measure. And so I think maybe the most productive way of going about this is to let each commissioner make their comments and see what the consensus is on changes. And then at that point, it would probably be the most productive if when there was a consensus and we could see how everything fit together and what documents would need to be revised.
And so I think in terms of helping us track to document this, because we're all trying to take notes, is if you can identify the policy number, for instance, COS, 6.2, whatever it might be, that actually will help us a lot, so that when we need to perhaps bring these up on the screen, we can find them. So I think that would be super helpful.
And I guess just to finish my thought, now I'm more convinced it would be changing the policy, and it would be basically finding infeasible the mitigation measure as drafted. And so that's my sense on that one.
Okay, most of these are in 2.2.
Exhibit 2.2, do you know what number on 2.2, sir?
I'm getting there.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, it's in the summary 4.16-1, the next one.
What exhibit is that?
It's in the summary.
Could you tell me the exhibit number, please?
4.16-1.
I'm sorry, I'm not able to get on the same page. I've got a list of documents that are referred to by their exhibit numbers. That's what the public has as well.
If this will help, I think it's Exhibit 7.
Yeah.
Thank you, you're my hero.
Okay. It's under exceed VMT vehicle miles travel thresholds. With the amount of people that travel into the county every day and out of the county every day for work, I'm not so sure those thresholds are accurate enough. Then under agriculture policy ED-2.4, buffers for ag land, change ag department to the ag commissioner to be consistent. It's the only place in the document where you put ag department, not ag commissioner.
So that would be the economic vitality element, policy 2.4.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay, policy 3.6.2.3, any loss of ag land is significantly unavoidable, not potentially significant. When only 9.1% of the total ground in the county is in ag, anytime you lose prime ag, it's significant. It's not potentially significant.
Commissioner McPhail, I think you're referring to an impact determination. Would that be accurate?
Yeah.
And I'll defer to council on that, how we handle that.
Yeah, so I guess just to take a step back, so for every, so we're talking about CEQA and the EIR, and so to determine whether an impact to a resource area is significant or not, which is an important threshold, we have to come up with or use thresholds of significance. And so in terms of the loss of ag soils impact, we worked from our existing initial study assessment guidelines and actually our initial general plan, which has thresholds for soil loss. And you're probably, or maybe you're aware of it, thresholds for soil loss that would constitute a significant impact. And so those have, for prime ag soils, and I'm sorry, I might get the nomenclature a little bit wrong, but it's basically 5 acres. So that's what we are working from. And so it would be a pretty big change if we were going to use a different threshold there. And that would be a big deviation from what we've been doing for a long time. And so conceptually, I understand where you're coming from, but if we're going to, the rest of the commission wanted to take you up on that, we would have to go back to the drawing board, and I'm not even sure how we would go about it in terms of applying a different threshold, because that would be different than what we've always done.
No, that one for me is more like a pet peeve.
Okay. And I hear, and I'm not, again, I'm not trying to discount any of your concerns. They're completely valid. I'm just trying to figure out how everything fits together and advise you on that.
Yeah, no, thank you. Okay, AG-X or 10, ag conservation elements, easements, I mean. There's no mitigation measure except purchase easements when they convert ag land. It doesn't say where, how, or when they can do the easements, because all the ag land that they can plant for all intents and purposes is planted right now. And you can't buy easements for grazing land and say it's equal even at 2.1 ratio to the ag land, the regular soils. So I have a problem with that one. It's not very feasible.
And I'm trying to understand so I guess just to clarify, there's 2 mitigation measures. The first mitigation measure says if you're going to, if your project's going to have an impact on ag soils, then the first thing you need to do is try to avoid the impact and structure a project differently to avoid that loss. And then the agricultural conservation easement mitigation measure says even if you tried to avoid or minimize a loss, but you're still taking out, over the threshold for loss of ag soils, then you need to acquire conservation easement. Conservation easements can and should be placed on active ag farmland as long as it's like for like. And so you just need a different farm basically, and perhaps even on the same farm, assuming it's big enough, you need to encumber land basically with an easement saying that it's going to stay in ag production. So you don't have to create new farmland, I guess.
I understand that.
Okay.
But it's been brought up before, and it's never flown. And because those who are farming and with LCAs and save open space and all the other stuff, that's not a mitigation measure.
Agricultural conservation easement is not?
Because it's already tied up. Most of it is already tied up between SOAR and LCA contracts.
Right, that's an interesting point. And as we kind of responded to commenters on this issue, we agree with you, and that's one of the reasons why so few projects have a significant impact, because you have to do ag on that property anyways. And I think the point you would raise, I guess my response there would be if the property is already tied up, then in my mind at least, and maybe I'm missing something, it shouldn't be very hard to put another layer of protection over the property. I think what you're saying, and I'm sorry, I don't want to put words into your mouth, but is your concern that the ag conservation easements aren't protecting new farmland because it's already protected, therefore it's not a real mitigation measure? That's a completely valid point. And that's why we conclude, even with the agricultural conservation easements, the impact is still significant and unavoidable. But that's the best we could do. It's a common practice, but you're right, at the end of the day, even with those ag conservation easements, you're still losing ag soils, and I think that's your point.
Yeah.
And that's what's reflected in the EIR.
Yeah, you explained it better than I did. Thank you. Under air quality, ROG and NOx, in Ojai, it's 5 pounds per day. The rest of the county is 25 pounds per day. And I think I asked this question last summer, and I forgot what the explanation was. Because why is Ojai treated differently than the rest of the county? And don't tell me just because Ojai is special.
You want me to answer that?
I want staff to answer it. I know what your answer is.
Do we have APCD on the line?
Let me see if they're still there. They might not be.
I'm not going to try to answer it because I don't do air quality planning.
I think they were going to quit at 5.
Lakey appears to be, so if we could have Linda open him up.
I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here and I'm trying to activate. Oh, hi everyone. This is Lagatasopoulos, the Air Pollution Control Officer with the APCD. It's a very good question that you're asking. It was a policy that was adopted almost 32 years ago, back in '89, by the Air Pollution Control Board. And it predates me, frankly. It predates my predecessor, and I think his predecessor. So I don't think I can give you the exact reasoning why, but it was a policy that was adopted by the Air Pollution Control Board and was reflected in the air quality assessment guidance document since then.
Well, if nobody
And
knows.
I believe, and I'm going to go as speculate, I believe it reflects the desire of the Ojai community to have a much more stringent significance level at 5 pounds per day compared to the 25 pounds per day that the rest of the county was subject to.
Well, I just find it somewhat discriminatory. Okay.
It's basically morphology though, right? It's based on its geography. that
Well,
it's a bowl.
Ojai's in a hole.
Exactly.
There's a lot of
It is a bowl, and with respect to the ozone pollution, the geography is more conducive in generating ozone. So I believe that was the impetus in going after a more stringent standard. Now it turns out, you fast forward 30 years, the Ojai community has already met the ozone standard, but nevertheless, that more stringent CEQA significant threshold of 5 pounds per day still remains in the document.
Then my suggestion to APCD is look at other areas in the county like Las Posas Valley, places like that that are pretty much surrounded by hills, and the pollution stays in there also. Okay, thank you very much, appreciate it. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna forget policy COS-7.4. But just a comment on it, electrically powered equipment, 100% renewable energy. It's a great goal, but we'll never make it before 2040 or even 2030. And that's another one where it needs to be rewritten or reworded or whatever to state that it is a goal, not necessarily a policy. We've killed 7.7, so I won't even talk about that. Policy AG 5.3, electric irrigation pumps, standby charges should be eliminated or reduced. The reason growers pay that standby charge is so when they need to run pumps or wind machines, the electricity's there. You take that away from them, and Edison has no requirement to be able to furnish electricity to them on an immediately basis. Okay. Sorry I'm taking up so much of your time, but I do have some concerns. Under Energy Policy CTM-3.7, bicycle trail along Santa Paula Ventura branch line, that needs to be further researched because the Transportation Commission does not own that right-of-way. They own parts of it, but most of that right-of-way is owned by growers. And if the line is ever abandoned, according to the leases or the agreements, that right-of-way reverts back to the grower. So that needs to be researched.
Commissioner McPhail, I think to help the audience, I think we need to try to be as specific as possible so they can follow along on which element and which policy you're looking to revise.
Well, it's under the, where am I? It's under the energy element policy CTM-3.7, bicycle trail along railroad right-of-ways.
Commissioner McPhail, so if we're using just the general plan policies, not staff's recommended revisions table, we should be bringing up that specific policy so we can note it, understand what the suggested change is. Because right now we're not tracking to which exact policy in the general plan that you're recommending need to be revised.
Well, I apologize for that, but when it talks about the Santa Paula Ventura branch line, it should be completely taken out.
Okay. I'm just trying to get back to the right page of the actual general plan so staff is following you. We were hoping to do the live edits so that way we can be specific as to which changes or highlight which sections because you might not necessarily have a full commission recommendation yet about it, but we'd want to be noting it as we're in the document so that we can help you facilitate a final motion when the commission's ready.
If I
If I
could,
could
he's on page
interject here, I
4-29.
believe this bike path was something proposed by the Board of Supervisors in September.
Yes.
And approved by them. I kind of feel like our chance to recommend general plan policies was last summer, and you know, I don't feel inclined to be doing that again. Or is staff looking for us to recommend new policies?
Well, I'm going to disagree with you, Commissioner White, because otherwise I feel like I've wasted my whole day being here if we can't make comments on policies that are in the general plan for 2040. If we can't do that, then everybody that spoke, everybody that's listening out there, they have wasted a total day. Now, I know you want this thing to pass, and you may get the votes. I don't know. But I feel I have a right to bring up the subjects I want to bring up, because that's why we're here.
I agree. I'm just wondering, is staff looking for us to be recommending new policies or policy changes?
That's within the purview of your review.
Okay. Thank you.
I mentioned this last summer. It's under the climate change, COS-8.4, the Clean Power Alliance. I just have a problem with people selling electricity more than what it would cost them in the first place, because they've got to pay the overhead for the Clean Power Alliance when they get the same power from Edison. It bugs the tar out of me.
So Commissioner McVeigh, we have it on the screen. What is your suggested edit?
Well, it talks about them being a source of a utility, and they're not really a utility. They're a pass-through from Edison. They're not really a utility.
So what would you like? We have it on the screen. What are you seeking the change to be?
I think they should be taken out.
So you're suggesting remove COS 8.4?
No, the Clean Power Alliance as a utility. It's not a utility. Edison's the only utility besides Southern California gas that we have. Clean Power Alliance is only a pass-through. They are not a utility. And they shouldn't be a signatory to any legal entity created by the county. Even though the county's part of it, I understand that. There's a lot of people that have signed up, but it's not a utility. If the power pole goes down or the transformer blows up, they're not going to be the ones replacing it. So I guess I am saying eliminate COS-8-4.
And for the record, yeah, we'll just add that that's from the conservation and open space element that's being referred to.
Yes. Same conservation and open space policy COS-10.2 and 10.3. I don't have a particular problem with them, except for the fact that we will not meet any of the goals realistically unless all the cities buy in. And as far as I know, that hasn't happened yet. Because without the cities, with most of the population and most of the cars and the traffic and everything else, unless they buy in, we're not going to meet these goals. It's impossible.
So Commissioner McPhail, your recommendation would be to?
My recommendation would be to, it can stay in there, but there needs to be a sentence in there that says that the cities must buy into the 2015, the 61% below the 2015, and 80% below the 2015 by 2050, and the 61% by 2040. Because without the city's involvement, we're never going to make it, because that's where the pollution comes from, most of it.
Commissioner McPhail, our authority for this general plan, though, would only cover the unincorporated.
I understand that, Dave, but there's got to be something in there, because a lot of these goals, or whatever you want to call them, targets, aren't going to be met unless some of the cities or all the cities buy into them. And there needs to be something in there that says the cities also need to, we suggest, or something that request that the cities also buy into it, agree to it, whatever.
And maybe just a point of clarification. I totally understand your point. Maybe this is a question for the consultants. My understanding in terms of these GHG reduction goals is we're just talking about the unincorporated county share. And so the numbers, so basically the way this is set up, we're not looking at the county as a whole that includes the cities. We're just looking at our share. Director Ward, do you know if that's accurate?
Yes, it is just our share. That's correct. But I think, Commissioner McPhail, you're asking about the coordination with the cities to also be achieving their own GHG reductions. There are several cities that are undergoing general plan updates as well, including the city of Ventura, city of Thousand Oaks. I think Santa Paula has just completed theirs. I'm not sure where Oxnard is. Theirs was done not too long ago. So they all have objectives to still meet the state, try to achieve the state targets. You could recommend us to include a program that talks about coordination with the cities, if that's something you want to seek. But as far as the authority of the one you see on the screen, that really would be just to the county unincorporated.
Yeah, I understand that, Dave, but it's coordination is fine, whatever wording you want to use, but I live in Santa Paula, and unless we have east or northeast winds every day, anytime from 10 o'clock in the morning to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we get a wonderful west sea breeze. And with that sea breeze, things come from Oxnard, Ventura. So, I mean, when you're taking your samples, they're not just going to be air samples from Santa Paula or Fillmore or whatever. They're going to be samples from air and stuff that's blown in from the coast. That's my point. Okay, under the element greenhouse gases, -1, under mitigation measures, I don't think it's feasible until the county can reach 100% renewable, and that probably won't happen in 2040 or to 2050. So it's a great idea, but I don't think it's attainable, not in this economic in time. And my concluding comments, I mentioned before my 4 pages of notes from the speakers and the letters today. The vast majority are asking us to delay this document because of COVID, economics, and other things. But reviewing EIRs for 40 years, I know it's a program, a program EIR. But there needs to be some economic discussion in the EIR on how we're going to accomplish this. Because there's a number of things in there, and I'm not the only one that has brought them up, that are economically expensive. When you talk about 100% renewable energy, all electric homes, they're more expensive. Housing's already exceptionally expensive in this county. And that's why there's 2, 3 families living in a house, because they can't even afford to rent one, much less buy one. So I think there needs to be some economic analysis on all of these different policies and programs in it. And I think we need to take a step back and look at this thing and say, it's not really a complete EIR. It's lacking economic analysis, social, racial analysis, because I know it mentions disadvantaged, but there's just a lot of people who would like for us to delay it, and I agree with them. And that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner McPhail. Any other commissioners want to bring anything up? I think are we still waiting to get some clarification from staff on some wording changes? Is that right, Director Ward, or not?
We did work on one item, which resulted back on the statement of overriding considerations and the mitigation measures. I do have language for that. I'm not sure Clay does to put it on the screen for you. Let me see. Maybe Linda in the back might be able to share my Zoom, and maybe I can put it on the screen. Second here. Okay.
Is it the one from Jessica that you're trying to open up?
Yes.
You have to start your video before you can share your screen.
That's,
Well, that's what Linda just told me.
no, I've been sharing mine, but I can share it for mine. I just don't know where in the document to go to.
Here we go.
Sure.
So. So I'm showing on the screen, if you can see that, Chair White and Commissioners, this was to add in the language under the mitigation measures where we talk about PR1. This is the one that was talking about the setbacks, and the the red underlined text is showing you the clarification, I believe, that you were referencing. So as a result, Policy COS 7-2 would be included in the 2040 general plan with setback requirements as previously identified by the board for evaluation. This shows similarly under the next one. So here we had the limited conveyance for oil and produced water and limited gas collection, use, and disposal. And under these two, which was mitigation measures PR2 and PR3, we've inserted the similar language here that says as a result, for policy COS 7.1 and COS 7.8 would be included in the 2040 general plan with the limits on conveyance of crude oil and produced water and on flaring as previously identified by the board for evaluation.
It does, but I'm just wondering, and maybe this is a question for the consultant, because what got you justifiably confused was, Dave, if you could scroll up a little bit.
Yep.
Okay, yeah, perfect. If you look above, and it's the same issue with all three mitigation measures, and this maybe is a global change we should consider. Above the revised policy, COS 7.8, it says the county shall include the following. Another clarification, and I realize that language is from the EIR itself, but I'm just wondering if it would be less confusing and more appropriate if we swapped out could with shall, to avoid confusion that we're saying the county shall, basically going to use this mitigation measure.
Would you like me to respond to that?
Yeah, Andrew, thank you.
Yeah, happy to. As you mentioned, Jeff, the text here for mitigation measures, PR2 and PR3 is taken verbatim from the EIR. And these findings are presenting the mitigation measures described in the EIR before then reaching conclusions about them. So that's why they're worded the way that they are. And then in the paragraph there below, it's making the findings that these measures are infeasible and then explaining why. However, if you would like it to be amended to say could or to make other revisions, I think we could consider doing that. What we would need to do is make those edits in all the places where the mitigation measures are mentioned.
Chairman White?
Commissioner Dukas.
I believe that these issues have been fully explored and could just be don't adopt these changes, don't change shall to could. It seems like the issue was discussed and the worry isn't real.
Maybe so. I like the language that staff has come up with, and I also like the language that County Council has suggested, changing shall to could, and then it makes it doesn't make it ambiguous.
Or I guess another idea, Andrew, maybe this is more palatable. The lead-in language that includes shall, that's not actually the mitigation measure as best I can tell. So maybe the fix in these findings is just to delete the lead-in language.
Yeah, I think we can take a look at doing that if that's what's desired.
At least for these three, to avoid that confusion.
Okay.
So at a minimum, we can look into that and make sure that will work as a further clarification.
Okay, I like that, and it makes me feel a lot better to where I'm not wanting to be so demanding here as I was in the beginning. And so you've done that in each of the three oil and gas policies And you could do the last suggestion made by county council?
Yes,
Okay.
for those three. Mhm.
And we need to, I guess at some point, we need to put that in the form of a motion, right, to make that happen?
Yes, as we start to see if there's any other items that you are seeking as a commission, we'd want to take a break to make sure we've got all the pieces here together and we can show on the screen and go back through it as far as just listing them out as what might be a draft motion for you. You still actually have your motion originally was still on the table. It didn't go away.
That's right.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, and so if we could put my original draft motion up there, I would like to talk about it before we eat dinner. I guess we're gonna, is there consensus we want to go eat dinner? I'm willing to go without breaking for dinner, but do you need the time to make these changes?
We will need to take some level of a break just to make sure we've got all these things pulled together. So whether that's a dinner break or whether you want to just take a separate break to do that, but we will need that time for us to huddle and prepare that to put on the screen.
Okay, so knowing that, it sounds like we will need to take a break, a substantial
Hold on.
break. Could you put my original proposed motion up there, Clay?
I can do that. I believe Commissioner Adukas is trying to get in, and I would need Dave to give up his shared screen.
Hold on a second, Commissioner Adukas.
Chair White,
Yes, go ahead.
I don't think we're there yet with crafting a motion. I haven't heard Commissioner King's questions or comments, and I haven't made mine either. So again, I think we're like galloping ahead. Could we finish our questions of staff before we task them with making changes to a motion that is on it's on the table, but it was for purposes of discussion.
Okay, I've heard acknowledgement from staff that these things, some of these things identified were issues that needed to be corrected, whether we made a motion or not. I'm happy to go through this list, A through I, and change my motion, simplify the motion if these policies are all as originally adopted by the board, approved by the board, that the climate action plan is as approved by the board, that there's not an issue on feasibility qualification anywhere else. All of those things could go away in my motion, and the concerns about sending things back to the board to look at again could go away. I am remaining with H and I, and these things are a little more obscure, maybe, whether to allow RA zone in the ECU ag designations, and pointing out inconsistencies in some maps and tables, which these two items have been pointed out to me are not my creations. Could I get a response from staff on items H and I as to whether these are substantive issues that need to go to the board?
As far as I and the area plans, the area plans are not part of the scope of work of the general plan update. For H, I think either Susan might have the information on that one. Hold on.
H is a result of the RA zoning has not been changed for the 2040 general plan, not been proposed any zone changes. But the existing community land use designation, we actually applied the uses and gave them those names for those uses in the existing community designation, because previously it could apply to agricultural, open space, commercial, industrial, or residential within any existing community boundary. So we retained the existing community boundary, but we applied naming to the actual use. So for instance, ECU stands for existing community dash agriculture. So that's referring to an agricultural land use that is currently within an existing community boundary and has an existing RA underlying zone designation. So the use has not changed in the 2040 general plan, but what we've done is created a naming system within existing communities that now matches what is actually done on that property. And that exists now with that potential agricultural designation in that RA zone. I would have to look at a parcel to see what that is a reference to, but we have changed no zone designations or land use designations for parcels as part of the general plan update in terms of a new use.
So we don't think that that's a need to be part of the general plan.
Okay, so if I let go of H and I and you're quickly satisfying me on A through G, then I can let all of these go and drastically simplify my proposed motion. I just want to announce that if we're going to do a break.
Yeah.
Commissioner King.
I just want to ask about D, because we got these revisions. How do we address that?
Which revisions? Yeah,
This is working
I think we would expect to put that in a motion to add
Okay.
those.
Just want to make sure that doesn't get overlooked.
I want to make sure that it's English and you drop that S.
You mean American English as opposed to British English?
Yeah, because I am a proud American.
I looked that up on Google, and you're right. And if we're going to make that change,
I know.
we use towards because it's used in 10.3, the one just below it. So we should probably change that towards to toward as well.
It was wrong as well. And I have 6 pages of emails to staff that I'd like to follow up with, and then notes that I took from the speakers. And I'm still deferring to Commissioner King because he's brave enough to go in and attend in person.
Commissioner Educas, I can tell you this, there will be hell to pay when I get home.
Well, I want to defer to Chair Commissioner King to make sure that I interject a lot, and he's been patiently waiting his turn. So I'm trying to be sensitive.
Well, may I suggest that a motion that we might be able to get 3 or 4 votes from would include our statement that the EIR is sufficient, that we pass the EIR and the general plan on to the board for their action, that we adopt the language changes that staff has come up with on the oil and gas policies to confirm that they're there. And then COS 10.2, as Commissioner King pointed out, that seems like the basis of a motion that we ought to be able to make. Commissioner McPhail has proposed some specific revisions to policies in the general plan. I would certainly be willing to take those up and vote on them.
I think procedurally that you need to go through your second before you do that.
Say again?
Procedurally, you need to check with the person who seconded your motion.
Yeah, I'm just talking generically here.
Is the motion on the
haven't
floor or no?
restated the motion. I'm only talking about what could be a motion that might pass.
So did you withdraw your motion? I'm in support of the changes that you made, and then if that motion is still on the floor.
Okay. Yeah, let me restate it, and if maybe you want to put my motion up there again, Clay.
Okay.
Please.
Can do.
Hey, and just again, as you pull this up and we get the framework, I'm still going to request that we take a break for us to get it all referenced in the right places, all of that. I want to be clear. So if you can frame it out for us, that's great. And then I request we take a break for us then to identify which page, all of that, so it's really clear before you act on the motion.
Yes, and so let's call it at this point a straw motion that would need to be confirmed with specific language that's yet to come. Commissioner Dukas?
That's on the table, but Chair White, I haven't had a chance to ask my questions.
Well, you certainly can anytime. Go ahead.
Well, I don't want to interrupt your mojo here, but I'm panicked that you're gonna have staff come back with a final wording, and I won't get a chance to make use of the notes and the issues that I have discovered.
Okay, in response to that, I'm certainly willing to add things to the motion. For example, Commissioner McPhail is suggesting some additional measures that could go into a motion, and I'm willing to entertain those and any that you have as well. What are they? What are yours?
They're lengthy. Do you want to break for a half an hour or so to get something to eat and allow them to do their work? And then I'll quickly go through. Do you want me to state them quickly now?
I think it would help to do it quickly so we kind of have an overview of where we're headed. Sure.
Okay. Quickly. I have sent a handful of emails to staff with specific questions, and I wonder if the staff has had a chance to review them and made any appropriate changes with regard to clerical errors and with regard to housekeeping issues. For example, in response to comments in the final EIR letter 177, the wrong responses went with the wrong letter. So those emails that I sent to staff, were they looked at?
Commissioner Dukas, our apologies. We had quite a heavy load to prepare for this hearing. So while we haven't had a chance to do a thorough review of all of those, we do know there are several technical edits. We have them all compiled in a folder. And what we're going to do is we're going to get them to our consultants for their technical editors to make sure they get all of those pieces you just identified correct. What we need to do, though, is we want to look at them and sort of parse them out into whose bucket they might fall into. So that's part of what we're going to do subsequent to this hearing, so we can make sure that we're responsive to all your comments.
Okay. I learned from last time that I made
I put in a lot of effort, and because I didn't bring it forward to the full commission, it didn't get through. The corrections were not made.
So
So I want to make sure that those will be acted upon.
Chair White, Commissioner Dukas, if I understand correctly, these are errors in the sense of a typographic, grammatical, the letter 177 in the EIR, it's referencing the wrong response number. Those are the things that you've identified. These are not an item that is substantive to either the accuracy of the environmental document's conclusion or substantive to the findings for the EIR. But these are things you've noted that are grammatical or other corrections that need to be made for a polished document.
Yes. For example, API is referred to in the body of the EIR, and it's not in the glossary, American Petroleum Institute. There's all kinds of housekeeping issues. You may not think they're substantive, but I think it's worth correcting. And further, I did have some substantive questions. There was a comment letter from California Native Plant Society. David Magny made a request that bryophytes, which are mosses, and lichens be included, and they weren't. I wonder why not. There was an issue regarding wave run-up and beach erosion. It was a suggestion or a recommendation from Watershed Protection District addressing sea level rise as a component of wave run-up and beach erosion. And the response seemed legalistic, that the general plan wouldn't exacerbate these hazards. And I wonder if that's even arguable. Is it fair to say that sea level rise and wave run-up and beach erosion are in the EIR?
So Commissioner Dukas, we have assent here right now that since those are both response to comments, they would be able to address the mosses question and your wave rush up. So I'll turn it back over to assent. Andrew.
Hello. I will address the wave run up and sea level rise, and then my colleague here can address the comment regarding the moss and the lichen. As you pointed out, Commissioner, the response there is citing the CEQA requirements on that topic, and that is how the EIR does address that issue and other existing hazards. And unless there is a way in which the general plan exacerbates those hazards, then the EIR does not analyze the impact of those hazards on the project. And then Allison, if you're available, if you could chime in on the lichen moss comment from Native Plant Society, please.
Yes. So the Natural Resources Background Report, which was included as an appendix to the bioresources section of the EIR, actually did have two non-vascular plants, or one moss or bryophyte and one lichen. And both of those have rare plant ranks that qualify them as a special status species. Those are the only two in the CNPS rare plant inventory that meet those qualifications. The Ventura list of locally important plants don't have any bryophytes or lichens on there. So we included all of them.
Is that an oversight, or is that because there aren't any?
For CNPS, it's just that only two in the county have a rare plant ranking. I assume that the Ventura County list that they could qualify, but just haven't been added to the list. But for future projects under the GPU, they'd have to go through an entire review for the initial study biological assessment. So a new database search would be done. So if any bryophytes or lichens are added to these lists in the future, they would be picked up at that project level.
Okay, thank you. I in my notes, there's 2 more housekeeping items in Exhibit C, pages 138 through 151. All of the letters are upside down in the exhibit, made it very hard to read. I received at my home an email that I forwarded to staff, but I didn't see it included in any of the exhibits. It was Anthony Angelini from Westlake Village, and he requested that we delay, as did a number of people, that we delay this. I don't know who to direct this to. Could maybe county council, regarding the adequacy of the EIR. There were many criticisms that it wasn't sufficient, there wasn't enough information for the planning commission to base a decision on. And one criticism was that it is biased. Is that a term of art somehow? I wasn't really sure if that was a legitimate question or criticism.
No, it's too vague, and I don't think that's legitimate. When you're commenting on an EIR, you need to be specific about, what factual or legal issue you think is inadequate, and just deeming something, even just in general, deeming an EIR inadequate or biased or using conclusory statements isn't good enough, because under CEQA, and I'm sure you've heard this 1,000 times, you need quote unquote substantial evidence to raise a legitimate issue. And conclusory statements such as, an EIR supposedly being biased isn't substantial evidence.
Okay, thank you. I also want to direct this back to Susan Curtis. There were a number of criticisms that there were insufficient or inequitable outreach to speakers of languages other than English. And I would like a response to those critiques.
Commissioner Dukas, I can provide a response. We included an exhibit, number 4, called Community Engagement Summary. And some of the highlights from that are the fact that we have had, and including this hearing, it would be 13 events, whether it was a work session or an open house, where we've had Spanish interpretive services from Ms. Lourdes Campbell's work group. 4 of those, we had mixed deck language interpretive services. As I mentioned, both Clay and myself speak Spanish, so at all the workshops we had an available Spanish speaker if we had someone come in who wanted information or to participate. In addition, all of our materials, which would have been our posters, our handouts, our sign-in sheets, all of that was translated both to Spanish and English so we could facilitate participation. All of our noticing and press releases, again, Spanish and English, and we also put all our noticing in the Vida newspaper, which is a Spanish language newspaper. In terms of collaborating with community groups, an example would be they actually hosted a general plan environmental justice workshop. They invited the team and several community groups and stakeholders, and they helped us strategize on environmental justice approaches for the general plan. So we've tried to layer in different opportunities for people to join us. We've also, in that summary, we've done over 26 presentations to community groups. We are available and have been available upon request to present to any group who wants to learn more about the project. So those are some examples of what we've done, and we have more information listed in that exhibit, and I'm be glad to speak to it.
Specifically, they said that key documents were not translated. Is that true?
Commissioner Dukas, I believe they're referring to the regulatory documents, meaning the environmental impact report, the general plan. We have not translated those documents into Spanish. That is correct. We did reach out to Office of Planning and Research, who has the general plan guidelines, asking them if that's a requirement in the state that we weren't aware of, and they indicated they are not aware of that being a requirement.
Okay, so it was an assertion that was made that that was a strongly held opinion.
It's factual. We don't have those documents translated into Spanish or any other languages.
But they said it was required.
Commissioner Dukas, they didn't provide any citation to indicate what that requirement is. But as Planning Manager Curtis indicates, we did reach out to OPR and held a conversation, and they could not identify a regulation either.
Okay, I just want to respond to, I want to make sure that people know that when they write an email or a letter or they speak or they call in, that all of the planning commissioners go through and read and listen to every single comment and criticism. And so it's very important to be able to circle back and get answers to those issues that were raised. Just a couple more here. There was a suggestion made that integrated pest management be called integrated pest management throughout the document and not just pest management. Is there a reason why it's different, or?
Commissioner Dukas, are you referring to the EIR or the general plan? I'm sorry.
I am following up on my notes from the speaker, Jan Dietrich, who, and there was another letter, another email today talking about integrated pest management not being hippy-dippy.
Commissioner Dukas, look to see if Andrew is available with assent. This is an item I think we did raise during the lunch hour. Based upon the public's comment about that, does assent have a comment in regards to this inquiry?
Sure. My understanding of that discussion and that back and forth this morning was that it sounded like an inconsistency regarding references to integrated pest management in different places in the general plan. And if that is the case and that were rectified, I'm not aware of any reason that would alter the impact conclusions of the EIR or alter the EIR in any meaningful way.
Okay.
In the general plan, the term pest management is used 14 times. 13 of those, this is integrated pest management. One time it does not use that term, and it's the title of a policy under agriculture, 4.4, which talks about the county continuing to monitor and leading research findings on the management of pest management. So it's not an integrated pest management program in that sense. So otherwise, everything in the general plan does use the term integrated pest management.
Okay.
And excuse me, Commissioner Dukas, I'd like to have Rick speak to the work he did based on your input on the general plan for the technical audits during the last round. Rick, can you share with her some of the information you shared with me on responding to her emails?
Oh, I just wanted to make sure you knew that we would make whatever edits you had on those technical side. And we received, I think in the past, you've sent things in under a number of different emails. And so perhaps some of them got lost in the translation, but I remember going through quite a bit of your comments and making lots of changes to commas and semicolons and putting commas inside of quotes and all that kind of thing. So
I didn't go that far.
you didn't go that far. Well, I remember quite a few comments from you that we went through and fixed. But if there's remainders, we certainly will take care of all those for you.
And I just noticed that a person did cite, this is a Zoom feature, that there is a government code she cited and now it's gone. So I wonder if the person who's administering Zoom dismissed it, having to do with that equitable question about the translation. Here it is. No. Shoot. Oh, well, it's disappeared from the text box now. Moving on, if County Council could look and see if that truly is not a requirement, I think that's really important. Do we have in the document, or do we have a program to phase out or to prohibit anticoagulant rodenticides?
I am not familiar with that. Rick, would you weigh in? Do you recall any? I do not recall that particular program.
No, I don't. We don't have a policy that specifically regulates certain types of pesticide and their removal over time.
Is that something that can be included somewhere without it impacting the EIR? I don't know if there's, yeah.
As per the Planning Commission's direction, it could be argued to have some economic effect on the agricultural business, I suppose. Environmentally, it would not have an effect in that it would probably be beneficial.
Maybe it's something that could be considered and evaluated.
That sounds logical.
I'd like to see if maybe the rest of the commission had an opinion about it being considered and evaluated, that we recommend to the board that they consider and evaluate phasing out or alternatives to anticoagulant rodenticides. I know it's a big problem with going up in the food chain.
Commissioner Adukas, this has been a
Yes.
topic that has come up in one of our other long-range planning programs. The challenge with this is that the county doesn't have the ability to regulate this type of chemical. That's really done through the state. And so the sale.
I'm sorry, just on county-owned facilities. Well, just on county like controlled facilities, what we can do. I absolutely understand. As much as I want to be queen, we've got to make sure that we stay within the confines of our power.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yes. Okay. And then two last things. I think they're last. One has to do with an inclusion with the fire protection district or the fire department. An inclusion of a document called a 515 that calls for this spacing of trees in fuel modification zones, and it talks about existing trees. So they're talking about removing trees such that you have a space between crowns, and there's a different scale. Let's see, it's VCFD FMZ spacing table 3 in standard 515, defensible space and fuel modification zones. The thing that I wonder is, how does this shake hands with our goal of planting millions of trees to combat global warming and to retain shade trees to, deal with climate change? So I was wondering if that could be, like tabled and not included in our recommendation, in our recommended changes.
because I don't think any analysis was done with our protection of public resources, you know, our open space conservation goals and our climate goals, with taking out trees and making sure that that they have these spacings of 30 feet between crowns.
Commissioner Dukas, I think we'll look to the consultants to provide you a response.
I believe the requirement under 515 for tree crown spacing exists in the area that they refer to as Zone B, which is, so there's a certain ring around a property as far as defensible space, and in that ring, it limits where you can put the spacing of the trees. So as far as a tree planting program countywide, that wouldn't necessarily stop that from happening, but if it's planted near a structure, there would be some constraints on that.
These are not new trees. These are existing trees. If you do the deep dive and read the standard 515, it includes existing trees. I don't think that we should recommend that the board include this unless there's some analysis of whether or not it's going to conflict with our other goals. That's what I think on that one. Moving on, there's also a suggestion that the sheriff's office could use portable power supplies instead of generators. Is that something that is feasible? Is that something that Ventura County Sheriff's Office would be able to implement using, you know, portable power supply instead of generators?
Commissioner Dukas, that would be something we'd have to reach out to our technical advisory committee member on the with the Sheriff's Department to verify. At this point, I wouldn't be able to answer that at this point.
Okay. And let me just make sure that I went through. Oh, last question, really last question. Regarding an economic analysis in order for this EIR to be certified, is it required?
No, it's not. And the purpose of CEQA is to look at environmental issues, not economic issues.
Thank you.
Just really briefly to follow up on your question on the government code section that was cited by the commenter who wants the who thinks the draft general plan should have been made available in Spanish. The cited government code section 65357 says that adopted general plans and adopted amendment to general plans need to be made available to the public and various other public agencies. It doesn't say anything about translations needed. And so I would kind of categorize the commenter's citation to that statute as an argument as opposed to a legal requirement.
Okay, I would just refer you to the chat box that shows up on Zoom.
Yeah, I took a look at that. That's what I'm responding to.
And there's a follow-up from another participant as well. So I just want to make sure that if we move ahead with this adoption and the statement of overriding considerations, that we've gone through and that we've seriously considered all of the comments that we've received.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Okay, Commissioner King, are you wanting to say something?
Well, I didn't know when you were in break, but my remarks are short and sweet, I think.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, I committed myself when I started reviewing the stuff for this meeting, committed myself to not relitigating the general plan. I felt like we already did that, and I just think it's a bad habit to relitigate, but only to concentrate on those items that would change as a result of the EIR and recommendations. So, and every other commissioner has addressed everything that I thought about relative to changes that were recommended by staff and as a result of the EIR. Did want to make a couple of quick comments. We had hundreds of submitted requests, oral requests for, to delay this hearing. And in my mind, it was never our option to do that. We have direction from the board, the staff has direction from the board. Our role is advisory. I didn't see that. But I think it would be appropriate to refer or call attention to the board to the sheer volume of those requests. Because while we certainly couldn't accommodate it, it may have an impact on the board. I don't know. But I think we should say something about that. That's a lot of people. A lot of the requests to delay referenced economic evaluations. Tons of them did. That was one of the biggest arguments. And after reading through all of the responses to comments that the consultants made and the staff made, I'm drawn to a conclusion that an EIR does not respond to economic or social issues. It responds to environmental issues. And I think that's the consistent answer that has to be given over and over and over and over again. It may seem absolutely logical that we shouldn't, the board shouldn't move forward until they've analyzed what things are going to cost. That's not the commission's job, that's the board's job. They're the ones that ultimately have to fund everything. And by the way, I know for a fact that staff has been briefing board members on the cost of the general plan as it was going forward. And it's a big chunk of change. So I'm sure that they'll take that into account without our guidance. There were a ton of comments, well-organized comments, I should say, about the Hispanic or Latina issues, and thank you, Commissioner Educas and staff for responding to that. But I'm struck with one thought, and that is, while we may think we're doing everything that we need to do to make to accommodate the engagement of a Latino community, I think some of them are saying to us, for whatever reason, we've now decided that we need to get engaged, we want to get engaged, and I think we sometimes have to change the way we look at things. And by that I mean, be creative in how you approach Latino members of our county, of our community, and do more than just accommodate them. Embrace them, reach out to them, do whatever we can to help them to feel like they're an important part of the governance of this county, of their communities, because the more they get involved, the more they're going to participate politically. A lot of solutions to social justice problems are going to be solved if we can encourage them to get involved in the nuts and bolts of what we do every day. I can always count on CFROG and CoLab and BC Hub 350, Climate Hub 350, and I can always count on Western States Petroleum Association to come and talk to us. I would love to hear more from that Hispanic community. And even though we don't have to translate every document, you know, I'm wondering if they went to our website to see what's going on in the general plan update process, how many times they'd come up with a barrier about, you know, something they just couldn't read because it wasn't in Spanish, or maybe they could read it, but they could understand it better in their native language. So, I mean, I appreciate that I just made editorial comments all over the place, and that's probably not my job. Let's see if there was anything else. That was a big thing. And I think Commissioner Educas, you mentioned that you'd communicated with the folks from the Cal State University housing unit. I don't know what it's called. I could look it up. I'm just wondering, and I guess you'll address this, obviously they're out of our jurisdiction. Not our fault, not their fault, they just are. But I'm just wondering if somebody can help them find a way to reach out to the state and maybe have where they live, that jurisdiction transferred to the county somehow. But what do I know? I'm just a washed up YMCA director. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Do you have anything, Commissioner McPhail?
One last comment. I appreciate Commissioner King's concern about the Hispanic community, which is a very legitimate one. Just as an example, Fresno County has to send everything out in 17 different languages. Now, ballots by law, but anything else, they're not really required to do it. But they do it because they have people that speak 17 different languages, and all 17, for the most part, are involved in the ag industry. So the ag commissioner has to send out everything in 17 different languages. Not that they have to, but because it's the right thing to do. And whether the law doesn't require it, in a county such as ours, it's the right thing to do. To send it out, not only in Spanish, but also in Mixteca, because a lot of people think they're real similar, and they're not. They're very different languages. And I found that out a long time ago. So they're just something for the county to consider in the future. Whether it's required by law or not, it's the right thing to do.
Okay, thank you. How much time do you think you're going to need? Is it going to be a long time?
I think it's conservatively a half hour at least. to make sure we've got all the points that people have raised. We have the citations to the exact areas of the various documents that are being changed. That's going to take the time to make sure we have all that. Commissioner McVeigh, some of your comments are the ones where I don't feel I have the direct link back, and checking with some of the other staff too. So it's possible you may have some of your handwritten notes that you can give to staff. That's the one area where I just need to make sure we've got what you've described so that we can pull it back up. And when you walk through what we hope will be your motion, then you'll see it there and you'll be able to reaffirm it, and we'll have the citation. But I want to make sure that we all have the citations. And so that is where I'm thinking it's going to take a half hour, 45 minutes to go and do that.
Okay. You know, another way maybe to handle this is to direct staff to create language clarifying that, for example, the oil policies were as approved by the board. That you want more than that?
No, I want to be able to put on the screen and have you affirm through your motion that you agree that yes, these are all of the items that you've collectively are going to vote on.
Okay.
Okay, but I have a question. I have a procedural question.
Go ahead.
Are these going to be item by item? Or are we having it all in one motion? Because there were certain things that were said that I'm not in favor of regarding omitting the Clean Power Alliance and other suggestions that were made. I'm not going to vote for that.
And one option, and it might save staff time, is to have your commission deliberate now and kind of take a straw vote on what, because I feel like we have pretty good certainty about what there might be consensus on. So if you could develop consensus and tell us, all right, here's what we know it's going to be a motion that three of us agree on, and we don't have to go chase down every section that was subject to every comment.
And I would like to add to that, I agree with that. And I would like to suggest a straw motion that does just that, that would provide some direction to staff. And in my motion, it's an acknowledgement that we've seen all the documents and we've heard all the input from the public and from other agencies. Secondly, that we approve the EIR and the changes made to the general plan and recommend that it move on to the board without delay for their deliberations. That we judge the EIR to contain adequate information for the board to make informed decisions. That staff will come up with language clarifying that the oil policies, there are 4 of them, remain as originally approved by the board. Obviously, that's a box that needs to be filled in. Approve the addition of this change that came to us today that says in the Greenhouse Gas Climate Action Plan, the county will work towards achieving rather than promise to achieve. That's this document, that be a part of it. And then finally,
the S is removed.
With what?
Toward.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, with whatever's right there. I'm an engineer, not an English major.
I was about to say, don't trust the engineer on English.
Thank you. And finally, that we adopt the recommended actions presented by staff on the July 13th, and that's the certify, adopt, certify adopt, find, repeal, incorporate, specify, all of those measures that came in Exhibit 18. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would be my straw motion. There
So
have
did
been
you
other
withdraw
things.
the other motion, or are you amending this one?
It's a straw motion, you know, it's a discussion point.
So did you withdraw your original motion, or are you amending that motion?
I don't know, let me keep talking. I don't know the best way, to be honest with you, to do it. I want to do it the best way.
Let's go with county council's advice.
Hold on a second. There are a couple of other things that were brought up. Commissioner McPhail wants to propose deleting some of the policies that are in the general plan. We should probably have a straw vote on those. Commissioner Adukas proposed an anticoagulant policy. We should have a straw vote on whether to include that. You mentioned also policy 515 about tree spacing. We should probably have a straw motion on that. I stand fast with the 5 that I read before that end with the recommended actions. But I'm willing to vote also on what's been proposed by Commissioners McPhail and Adukas.
Well, Commissioner McPhail said to delay this whole thing unless I'm putting words in your mouth.
Okay. Okay, good point. That would be another straw vote that we ought to take, whether we want to delay it. If we approve my motion, it says send it on.
And also the issue of the bicycle trails. We had an excellent letter that came in, a couple of letters from the same gal regarding the bicycle network. And I suppose that right-of-way issue is part of that CTM I feel like things are slipping through our fingers.
BCTC.
CTM 3.7.
Yeah, and we got a couple of emails from someone who's worked very hard on the coastal trail, and I assume that it's an integrated network. So I know that that's a long-standing goal, is that we have more bicycle trails for a number of reasons.
Okay, so to move this forward in the next few minutes, I would like to put up on the screen again my original motion and suggest some modifications to it that we could straw vote on. If we have 3 or 4 people who like that, we might be done here in short order. So let's start there, since it is a motion on the floor. And I would propose to modify my motion as I'll describe here as soon as Clay gets it up there. So scroll up to the top. We retain item 1. I would cut item 2. It's nice fluff, but not necessary, not important. It's polite. Retain item 3. And get rid of the rest of it.
Commissioner White, which are you referring to when you say the rest of it?
After 3. Just all the way to the end? All the way to the end? Okay, and then back up. Delete all that, go back up.
Commissioner White, just a quick point of clarification. You're taking all that out and you're just going to roll into the staff's recommended.
Yeah, I'm not quite finished yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, after item, so delete that. Can you get rid of it?
Yep, absolutely.
Take it away. Take away number 2. Okay, the third thing would be direct staff to create language clarifying that the 4 oil and gas policies remain as originally approved by the board.
I'm sorry. I thought there's 3. I'm missing one. I know COS.
S, and we didn't really get into the details of that one, but that was one that staff was going to look at per the direction, I believe.
COSS
Oh,
is the electrification.
Oh, okay.
The reach code.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the things when we take our break to clarify, because I'm not sure what the implications of that is. I need to talk with the consultants and understand, do we have an environmental impact by making that change? So I need to verify that. The 4th.
Okay, and then approved,
right?
yeah.
Is that what you said? Okay.
Okay, item 4 would state approve the proposed changes to COS 10.2 and the guiding principles in the climate action plan. In parentheses, work towards achieving.
Ford. Don't do it.
Well, if that gets your vote, okay. And then finally, number 5, adopt the recommended actions presented by staff in the memo 713, which is the language of the resolution as written.
And then
Exhibit 18.
And then just to wrap everything up, there should be a phrase at the end, except as otherwise recommended by the Planning Commission in this motion, because we're gonna, we're gonna be making changes to the documents that.
Except as recommended herein. Or
Yeah,
something.
you get my point.
And that would be my change to the motion I made originally, and I apologize, and I don't apologize for raising the issues that I did raise, and I understand that it's understood why I did that, understood by staff that the issues I raised were significant and important. So I would leave it at that. Now, to fill in the blank on number 3, I understand Dave wants specific language. I asked County Council, do we have to have specific language, or could we go with that? I think if we get assurance from staff that what the board approved in September is going to stay that way, I'm going to feel good about it.
I don't think it'll take long to get exact language. I think the one item up there that might take a little bit more thought is the COSS, just to see how that all fits together. I mean, we already have the language, so it won't take long to bring that back.
So I would revise my motion for the straw vote because it needs to have the blanks filled in as on item 3. And I would ask the seconder of the original motion whether she would agree to second this revision.
Can we amend it and vote up and down on the amendments?
Absolutely.
Okay, my first one is regarding the looking at evaluating and a program to get away from anticoagulant rodenticides on county properties, where the county has the management authority.
So Commissioner Adukas, I think on this one, if the proposal is for the county to evaluate and consider, and it is not necessarily yet a shall, because I do not have tonight representatives from the Public Works Agency, GSA,
Right,
others that would impact, but if it's just to evaluate and study the potential of restricting the use of rodenticides on county properties, that would probably be okay, because those agencies would need to be part of that evaluation process.
And so that should
Yeah,
say
and it doesn't
county
have to be
property.
looking at, just evaluate a program to eliminate, so no INGs, or phase out anticoagulant rodenticides. Just evaluate a program, getting away from that. So are there other votes for that? Just to take a look at it.
I think it's a good idea. However, I have said I'm not interested in proposing new policies. But if that were the deal maker, I would.
I'd sure like it in there. Is there
Commissioner
anyone else
McPhail,
that wants to just evaluate the program? Just make the recommendation that we evaluate a program to eliminate anticoagulant rodenticides on county properties?
what's the question?
If I'm all alone here, that's pretty sad.
Commissioner Idukas, this is Commissioner McPhail. If memory serves me correct, the county various departments have already done that for county property. They can be checked on, but,
Okay,
but I'm pretty sure they've already done that.
Okay, I heard it from a speaker today, and I thought it was a good idea.
I think it's a good idea to get rid of anticoagulant rodenticides. I would not include that in this motion myself unless it had to do so to get your vote on the rest of it.
Okay, let me try another one. How about the holding off on recommending this adoption of Standard 515? Did anyone else read it closely?
What is Standard 515? Can you provide the exhibit, please?
It is in recommended, it's the recommended changes. I would need a minute to find where it is. It was with all of the additions. There were a number of them that were put forward by Ventura County Fire Protection District. And this was just in a laundry list, but I took a look at it and it's a problem.
Commissioner Dukas, any of the recommended revisions that we brought forward today would be in that Planning Division recommended revision exhibit, which I believe is it 2.8?
2.8.
2.8, we also have an exhibit from the Cultural Heritage Board that we included. And I think those might
Let me look at, I'll look at 2.8. If this says relays, control fine, 515.
This is
Okay, it is on page 30 of 54, I believe, section 7.1. It's several bullets down, and it is with a bunch of different revisions and additions, but this particular one having to do with defensible space and fuel modification zones and tree spacing. I think it's at odds with other sections of the plan. Did anyone take a close look at this?
No, I don't.
currently the
I
general.
don't know about it.
Commissioner Dukas, so part of
Yes.
our review with other state agencies, this one is one of them. That was with the California Fire, and their comments working with their representative who worked with staff to go over the proposed policies and programs. This is one of their recommended action items. The Board of Cal Fire has a reviewing role in signing off on the equivalency of our safety element in our proposed general plan. And this is one of the items that they've included. So I would recommend that this was intentional coming from the state, and we are hoping that they will give a positive review of our safety element. That's coming up on what date, Susan?
It already occurred on July 14th. The Board of Forestry and Fire Protection reviewed our safety element.
Yes. So we would be reluctant to make adjustments when we've already gotten through the state's review process.
But these are before us now. How could you have gotten through with this change? This is a change that we are considering now, so no action has been taken to adopt that.
This was the direction when the Board of Supervisors initiated the draft plan last September to do the environmental review. They also knew that we needed to verify with other state agencies any applicable state laws or review processes. So this was one of those that was required, and there's a mandated process in which they have certain time frame to review and give us feedback. And so that is what has concluded. Your board can still, the Planning Commission can still make a recommendation if you so seek to the Board of Supervisors, but there is an implication that's possibly the safety element, that portion of the general plan might not be able to be approved if the state does not concur with that kind of change.
So this was as a result of board action September last year?
Board direction
These
for us
changes-
to evaluate.
These changes, were these changes recommended by the board in September of last year?
These are CAL FIRE's recommended revisions.
I understand. I thought you mentioned something about the board. I asked how could they already be a part of this if these are recommended changes now? And you said, no, it's a result of something that happened last year with the board?
The Board of Supervisors, when they initiated the draft plan to commence environmental review, they also gave us the direction to confirm any state law requirements on the general plan, consultation with state agencies that would have review authority on the general plan. And that's where the CAL FIRE process occurred, where we worked with a representative of CAL FIRE that evaluated our changes in the general plan for the safety element in meeting the objectives of CAL FIRE. And that was the process that we concluded this summer. And those changes are coming from the CAL FIRE review of our policies.
Okay, I'm clear. Pull it.
Commissioner A. Dukas, are you finished?
So we don't want to also, are we also reluctant to ask that the sheriff's department, is this something that's going to be followed up on, or is it just going to fall away with the sheriff's department using something other than generators?
Commissioner Dukas, usually in a general plan, we try to avoid constraining future boards to budgetary decisions, and we also try to avoid getting into how different units do their operational activities, and to limit the sheriff's department on their response to emergencies based on a certain type of equipment would be getting into their business, so to speak, at a level that the general plan doesn't go into.
Okay, so there are no changes from me, Chairman White. So you can eliminate numbers 5 and 6 from me.
Okay, Clay, I'd like you to make one edit on item 3, direct clarifying that the 3 oil and gas policies instead of 4, COSS is not oil and gas. Okay, Commissioner McPhail, would you like to add some proposed revisions in there between 4 and 5? You had mentioned before deleting COS 8.4, eliminating the bicycle trail, and delaying the EIR. Or those some things that you'd like to put up on the screen there? And maybe others?
I think staff got them. Now I've got to find them again.
So I believe the Santa Paula branch line policy was policy CTM 3.7. And if anyone would like me to put the language up, I can make that available.
Let's see. Okay.
Don't, at this point, since we're doing straw votes, don't worry about exactly where it is, but just the subject of what you would like to see changed.
Number 1, 4.16-1 needs some more research because of travel in and out of the county and the time frame which they're supposed to use. Policy ED-2.4, change Ag Department to Ag Commissioner's Office for consistency. Let's see, I lost that one. AG-X, Ag Conservation Easements. I still don't think that's workable in this county.
Delete it, or what do you want to do?
Delete it. I know the gentleman from APCD understood where I was coming, but I'd still like to have a real good explanation of why ROGs and NOxes in Ojai are 5 pounds and everybody else is 25, just because they're in Ojai and they happen to be in a bowl. We still all breathe the same air. Let's see. Policy COS-7.4, electricity powered equipment, 100% renewable energy.
Excuse me, Commissioner, just one moment. I want to be able to keep up with you.
Oh,
What was that policy?
COS-7.4. All electrical equipment, power equipment must be 100% renewable energy by 2040 or 2030, and that's not going to be achievable.
Did you want to delete it?
I mean, I don't have a problem with 100% renewable energy, but it's got to be realistic, and this isn't going to be realistic. With all the things that are going on now, and we have no idea what the future is going to bring and what the economics are, it should be deleted. The policy AG-5.3, electric irrigation pumps, eliminate or the standby charges. That's not feasible in ag. When with a lot of the different water agencies, if it's your day to have water, it's your day to have water, and if your pump doesn't have any electricity, which most of them are anymore, you can't irrigate. Plus, wind machines are mostly almost all electric now, and if it freezes and you don't have the power, you're going to lose your crop. So that should be eliminated. Policy CTM-3.7, the bicycle trail along Santa Paula Ventura branch line. That should be eliminated. I mean, I'm in favor of bicycle trails, but if it stays in, it needs to be researched on who actually owns the right-of-way, and that's already been done. And Ventura County Transportation Commission does not have all of the right-of-way. Excuse me. I've already lost CO8 policy COS-7.7. That still should be, as far as I'm concerned, if feasible, not just a direct. You can't do pipeline or flaring. It's unrealistic. Policy COS-8.4, I think the Clean Power Alliance should be taken out because they are not a utility. And mitigation measures, GHG-1, should be taken out because it's not feasible until the county can reach 100% renewable, and it won't happen by 2040 or 2050. I'm sorry, number 16. I think we should delay the adoption of this recommended action. Oh, you're going to make it 15. Okay. Even though it's a policy and economics aren't required, but to be perfectly transparent, economic analysis should be done. And also, I think all the documents should be translated into Spanish and Mixteca so they have time to really review this process and what we're doing. These review the documents.
That all? Okay, thank you for that. Any other commissioners want to add anything to the list here? Hearing none, let's start at the top and do some straw voting to see whether we have some consensus. Can we scroll up to the top? Do we have consensus on number 1?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Number 2, do we have, this is just a straw vote.
Don't worry about me.
Number 2, do we have consensus on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Number 3, direct staff to create language clarifying. Do we have consensus on this?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Number 4, approve the proposed changes to COS 10.2, the work towards achieving the climate goals. Do we have consensus on that?
Yes.
Yes, as written.
What's that? Oh,
You mean to take the S's out?
okay, so we have consensus on that. Number 5, additional research for 4.16.
Yep.
What is that?
To clarify so that I can cite it correctly, this is with respect to the environmental impact report, is that correct? So I believe that's an impact threshold.
What are we trying to do there, Commissioner McPhail?
I think they need to do some more work on the vehicle miles traveled thresholds because they didn't talk about commuting traffic enough when you have over 100,000 cars leaving the county and almost 100,000 cars coming into the county today.
Okay, do we have votes for item 5?
If I could add some information, Chair. Relative to the vehicle miles traveled analysis, the model for Ventura County was integrated with the model for Santa Barbara County and for Los Angeles County in order to aggregate and take into account all of the commuting patterns that go in and out of the county. So that number was included in the BMT as part of the EIR.
Okay. You can remove number 5.
Okay, policy the new number 5, policy EB2, change to Agriculture Commissioner's Office for consistency.
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
Okay, we
Yes.
have 4 for that one. That's the most popular one of all. Number 6, delete proposed policy Ag X. Do we have votes for that?
Yep.
Not enough. Item 7, so we can delete 6.
No, not yet. It's a straw vote.
Well,
It's not an official vote.
And if I can interject, we should have assent weigh in if this is, since this is a mitigation measure, what is the implication if this mitigation measure is not approved to move forward?
okay, let's move on. We'll keep it in there.
Okay.
Number 7, request further explanation of air quality threshold in Ojai. Do we have votes for that?
Yep.
We have 1 vote, so we'll yellow that one, huh? Number 8, delete policy COS 7.4. Do we have votes for that?
Yep.
Well, could I ask for clarification? What I have written in my notes is that to state that it is a goal. So it was like a change in language. Did I write that down right?
Well, if it's
Commissioner
7.4,
McPhail?
it's not a goal.
It's 7.4 is not a goal.
Chair White and Commission, happy to display this so that the commission can see it before we make a deletion. I can do that for the following ones as well.
Okay, we'll leave that yellow then. Number 9, delete policy ag 5.3.
Yep.
We have a vote for that. Make it yellow. Number 10, delete policy CTM 3.7.
Yep.
We have a vote for that. Make that yellow. Number 11, policy, add the language if feasible to COS 7.7, which is the trucking.
Yep.
We have 1 vote for that, so make yellow. Number 12, policy COS 8.4, remove Clean Power Alliance.
Yep.
We have 1 vote for that. Number 13, mitigation measure GHG1, remove mitigation measure.
Yep.
We have a vote for that. Let's make it yellow. Number 14, delay the adoption of the recommended action, even though it is a policy and economics are still not required. Do we have votes for that?
Yep.
We have a vote for that, so we make that yellow. And item 15, which is adopt staff recommended action for the listed in Exhibit 18.
Yes.
Yes.
Nope.
3 votes for there. Economic analysis should be considered and Spanish language documents should be created. And number 14,
Yep.
1 vote for that. So let's make that yellow, Clay. Okay, it seems like we're getting pretty close here.
Chair White, just to clarify on that last one, which document are we suggesting this needs?
Number 15, it's Exhibit 18 as presented.
Number 14 on the screen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Economic analysis should be considered and Spanish language document should be created. So is this is a policy that's being proposed?
Yes.
Didn't get
to the general plan, economic elements and environmental justice. Is that?
Yes.
It only got 1 vote.
Oh, I thought it said there were 3 votes. I'm sorry. Sorry.
Could I make one, I think, clarifying suggestion on
Yes, please.
the last 15? I think I don't want to interfere with your motion, but I think it might be cleaner if staff right now works from the existing resolution, which is, what exhibit is that? 2.1?
Correct.
Oh, is it? I'm sorry. I'm 1 step behind as usual. Oh, no, but that's revision to the staff report. Susan, and maybe the disconnect. Susan, does Exhibit 18 make changes to the language we need to incorporate into the resolution also?
I think we need the exhibit number from the resolution, and maybe we can pull it up, because I think that's where the confusion is the confusion between the recommended actions in the staff report versus the exhibit that's the official resolution for all of their recommendations to the board. So if we can pull that up, I think that'll help a lot.
Exhibit 2.1?
I'm able to pull up both of those things. I can pull up both Exhibit 18 and the resolution is Exhibit 2.1.
They both mirror the recommendations at the very end, but the official document would be the resolution.
Yes, that's my intent.
Right. So what we could do for the first 2 points, we could work those into, basically put them as new whereases. And then we could work the other changes into the actual documents that are referenced in the resolution. I think that's the best way to tie it all together.
And that's what we will do when we take a break.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you. I think we're getting close here.
Could you,
Okay, so we're
Could you
gonna
say-
break for, how long do you need, Dave? Half an hour? You said that 15 minutes ago.
Well, you've taken off quite a few of the items, which is helpful at that point. So why don't we try for 15 minutes and see if we can cover it? And we're going to go quickly on that. So let's try to reconvene in, what is that, 8:25?
Would that be the pleasure of the commission? I would rather get this thing done before going out to eat somewhere.
I agree.
Commissioner Dukas, you agree?
I just want to make sure that there wouldn't be any changes to the statement of overriding consideration.
No,
No, we wouldn't be changing that part of the findings.
So this is just the resolution that we're changing.
Well, I'm sorry, I mean, we will be changing the findings document, which includes a statement of overriding considerations to clarify, that relates to point number, what is that, 3.
And this is Exhibit 18? No. That's revisions to the staff report. What exhibit is it?
The findings?
That we're proposing to change?
Exhibit 2.3 is the statement of overriding considerations. Is that what you were referencing?
I want to know what to compare what was recommended and what we're changing it to.
Yeah, we will bring that back. We'll bring back a red line showing the exact changes. It only affects 2 pages in that document.
Could you tell me which 2 pages those are?
Pages 53 and 56.
What exhibit?
2.3.
Okay, these are findings and mitigation measures.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, and I'm sorry, and maybe I wasn't paying attention. I know and I just don't want to keep us when we come back, get everything done now. Chair White, I know you mentioned COS S before and you wanted something done with that. Is that on the screen?
No, it's not on there.
Because that'll be, I think, the heaviest lift in terms of.
It should be in there, and we'll have to take another straw vote on it. The three oil and gas policies plus COSS.
Oh, I thought it was there.
We originally had that, then you had me remove it. So you would like COSS added?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
COSS was initially in the item that's now labeled item 3 of the motion, and it was later removed. Do you want it to be a new bullet here, or would you like me to add it to that list?
I think,
It'd be cleaner to
I
have
think
it
Chair
separate.
White just wanted to say there were 3 policies when you made that change. He didn't mean to take out the program, COS.
Okay, number 3 should say direct staff to create language clarifying that the 3 oil and gas policies that you've identified plus COSS remain as originally approved by the board.
Okay.
And
yeah,
I apologize for not catching that when you were deleting.
Yeah, I apologize for removing it.
And so let's do a straw vote on that revision there. Number 3, do we have votes for that?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll be back here in 15 minutes or so. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we're going to reconvene. It's about 9 o'clock. Staff has worked to draft up a document for us to vote on. In my reading of it, it looks good. Looks like they've taken care of the things I was
On item
concerned
one,
about.
there's a missing P in incorporate.
Okay, where's that?
Number one, incorporate. Thank you.
Incorporate?
I thought they meant incorporate.
Oh,
Okay.
my mistake.
So staff has put those as the two new whereases. We did the revision to exhibits 2.3 at pages 55, 53, 56, and 125. And you see those as attachments and markout. Sorry, Nora, we just printed these here in the room, but it shows those changes, which included the 3 oil and gas related policies, and stated that as a result of the certain policy would be included in the 2040 general plan within the setback requirements as previously identified by the board for evaluation. So we did those for all 3 policies, and then we also inserted that into the overriding considerations on page 125. Item 4, this was one put forward by Commissioner McVeigh. We did check and see that this actually exists only in the area plans, and that's not part of the general plan program. So that's why we show that as a yellow and strike through. Then we have adopt the recommended actions, and we go through your actions there for Exhibit 18.
Well, this is Phil speaking. I got to say, it looks good to me. Any comments from the other commissioners?
Section C there, just to point out, is the substantial evidence also includes what we presented today. So that's why it's sections 3 through 12.
12.
And that is it.
Okay, then with Commissioner Ducas's correction on the first word in item 1, I should say incorporate, with that understood. I would move that we approve what has been just handed to us by staff.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
Good job, all.
Okay, hearing no discussion, will the clerk please call the roll?
Chair White,
Aye.
Commissioner Dukas,
Aye.
Commissioner McPhail,
No.
Commissioner King.
Aye.
Okay, very good. That concludes that part of the meeting. What else we have? Mr. Ward? Do you have a report for us, or are we done here?
I do not think I have a report for you. We do have our next Planning Commission hearing will be July 30th, and we have a wireless appeal item for you. And we also have an ordinance amendment related to oil and gas regulations.
And so what's the permit appeal? Is that what it is?
It's a wireless project.
Wireless, okay. Are we getting a report on abandoned oil wells then also?
I did speak with Director Perlhart. We'll be looking at that, but I don't think it'll be for the 30th.
Okay. And so the ordinance changes regard what again?
There are, for our oil and gas regulations in the county, so it's both for the NCZO, the non-coastal, and the coastal zoning ordinances.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Any commissioners want to bring anything up?
Yes, I just want to say welcome back to Shelley Sussman.
Okay, without objection, the meeting is adjourned.
Done. We are done.
What's that?
We are done, and done.
Yeah, no kidding.